Illustration of Hollywood. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 701. Do you really think of him as a film director? Just after lunch, during the lunch break, a special internal meeting was held in a small meeting room of the film and television production department of Warner Brothers. After deliberately blocking Bruce Rosenblum, Alan, I suggest you put away all the ideas that you should and shouldn't have. In the office of the director of the film and television production department of Warner Brothers, a young man with a Hebrew accent leaned on his office chair with his legs crossed, watching the director of film and television production of Warner Brothers packing up his things. With his arms folded in front of his chest, his body turned left and right with the office chair. From his attitude, it can be seen that when facing this powerful figure in Warner Brothers, his whole body was very relaxed. With my connections and face, I can only help you make an appointment with Jeff Robinov this time, unless you are sure you can impress him. Listen, Alan, even if you can get Jeff Robinov, you still have to find a way to get Wayne Greenberg, TSK, although he has no actual power within the group, as long as he doesn't nod his head. Listening to the young man's chatter, Alan Horn automatically blocked out the teasing in the other party's words, put several prepared documents into his bag, and nodded silently. After all the preparations were made, he sat down on the boss chair behind the desk, widened his eyes, and looked at the man opposite seriously. This is Hollywood, Vivi. From the first day I stepped into this circle, I understood one thing early on. Trying hard may not change the result, but if you don't fight for it, then no one will see your ability. The young man named Vivi shrugged his shoulders relaxedly, clapped his hands vigorously, stood up and adjusted the buttons of his suit jacket, and said casually, "Okay, you are right. But I can only help you this time. You know, if I interfere too much in the internal affairs of Warner Brothers, Kevin Tsujihara and many shareholders of Time Warner will have great opinions." As an executive who has worked in the industry for many years, Alan Horn certainly has his own unique network of contacts. Just from the fact that he took over the position of director of the film and television production department after Jeff Robinov was promoted to CEO of Warner Brothers, we can see one or two. In terms of personal ability alone, he himself is not as amazing as Jeff Robinov and others. Even the various projects he led before are mainly stable. But in such a large group company, being able to work for decades without any major mistakes is a manifestation of ability. Moreover, in the past year, Alan Horn has found his biggest supporter, the young man with a Hebrew accent in the office, Ivy Wo. The other party is the largest private investor of Goldman Sachs Group and the largest individual shareholder of Time Warner Group. No one knows the real background of this young man, but this American Israeli of Russian descent, in his early 30s, controls an astonishing wealth. Although this young Israeli Jewish tycoon does not appear frequently in Los Angeles and Hollywood, if the location is changed to New York, he is the center of all media and a big star in the upper social circle. Many media, business, internet, and Hollywood bosses have maintained a good relationship with this young man. For example, James Murdoch, chairman of News Corporation, Bill Gates of Microsoft, and Yang Xiaoan of Yahoo, as well as many senior executives of Google, Universal Pictures, Time Warner, the presidents of Paramount and major North American TV networks, and the CEOs of several authoritative newspapers. They are basically all regular guests at his party. From this point alone, we can see how powerful this young Israeli Jewish tycoon is. Coincidentally, Alan Horn met this young man at a Time Warner party a year ago. On some things, the two of them hit it off. Why did the Black Catwoman project come about? There must be a component of testing Wayne, testing the senior executives and shareholders of Warner Brothers. But the reason why he dared to initiate this project in a legitimate way was because Ivy Wo was behind him. Alan Horn knew very well that Wayne Greenberg would come to the company this afternoon to discuss plans for DC's follow-up projects. He didn't have much time left, and he had to find a way to do something. There was another thing that made him very angry and scared at this time. The new CEO of DC, who had been talking to him quite happily a while ago, submitted his resignation letter to the DC Comics board and the Warner Brothers board in just 1 week. This was simply too abnormal. Alan Horn had been running Warner Brothers for more than 20 years, so of course he had his own connections and channels. After a little understanding, he knew that it was all done by Bruce Resendblum, the venomous snake. It was obvious that anyone who hindered the development of the DC series was the enemy of Bruce Resendblum and Jeff Robinov. Before entering the small meeting room, Alan Horn took a deep breath. He knew that only if he convinced Jeff Robinov could he retain a glimmer of hope to climb higher. Otherwise, when Bruce Resendblum was free, he would definitely be the next unlucky one. The former CEO of DC had a dirty butt, but was his butt clean? Hi, Vivi. Hi, Jeff. Looking at the two people who were greeting each other, Alan Horn's mind was spinning rapidly, thinking about how to speak to impress the most prestigious CEO of Warner Brothers in history. However, he didn't have too much time to think. After a brief greeting with Ivy Nwo, Jeff Robinov immediately turned his attention to Alan Horn. Whether from a personal perspective or a work perspective, Jeff Robinov was not very comfortable from the bottom of his heart. From the perspective of the other party, these actions were all aimed at one goal, which was to increase his influence within the group through methods, so that he could take over the position of CEO after retirement. But from the perspective of the current CEO, he was not optimistic about the other party's actions at all. The reason was simple. The other party's actions were not only aimed at Bruce Resendblum, but also affected his plans. Jeff, I need a chance to prove that I can create greater benefits for Warner Brothers. Frowning slightly, Jeff Robinov glanced at Ivy Nwo who was sitting next to him, and resisted the urge to interrupt him. Believe me, Jeff, I have done a lot of market research. Seeing a hint of impatience on the other's face, Alan Horn obviously sped up his speech. Wayne Greenberg has laid a solid enough foundation for DC. Now we are working on making more films about other DC characters, which has a very high guarantee of success. I believe you have noticed it, Jeff. In today's North American film market, and even in several overseas Hollywood film dumping grounds, DC superhero movies are in short supply. Wayne Greenberg's plan is very good, but he is just a film director and needs to shoot one movie after another slowly. This is too slow, and is delaying a major opportunity to create greater profits. Think about the box office performance of X-Men, Jeff. Just this morning, the global box office of X-Men has approached $400 million. I believe you see it better than me as to why. We are fully capable of occupying all markets, and DC is also capable of dominating the entire superhero market. Are you done, Alan? Shaking his head helplessly, Jeff Robinov certainly knew that the other party was telling the truth in some aspects, but he had his own position, and it was impossible for him to nod in support of the other party's plan. Alan Horn was obviously a little anxious at this time. He saw that his reasons did not change the other party's mind at all. He immediately turned his eyes to Ivy Nwo who was smoking leisurely. Jeff. After receiving the eye signal, Ivy Nwo curled his lips in his heart, and finally chose to speak. Vivi, I respect you very much, okay? However, before Ivy Nwo could say anything, Jeff Robinov put away all his smiles, turned his head to look at him with a serious face, and said first, all the conversations in this small meeting room, I will forget them all after leaving this door. But Vivi, I also hope that you can give me enough respect for the internal affairs of Warner Brothers. No one can deny that Jeff Robinov's current status will still be respected by everyone, even if he gets to the top of Time Warner. There is no other reason, because under his leadership, Warner Brothers has become the first film company in Hollywood, and this achievement is not a short-term achievement. In recent years, Warner Brothers' revenue has firmly suppressed other companies, leaving other Hollywood film companies with no hope of surpassing. An executive who can bring benefits to everyone is a good executive. It can be said that Jeff Robinov's huge reputation is built on strong revenue figures. No, Jeff, you misunderstood me. Faced with the suddenly cold face of the CEO of Warner Brothers, Ivy Nwo still had no choice, but his strong social skills played an important role at this time. I swear, I have no intention of interfering in Warner Brothers. But, Jeff, what I want to tell you is the reason why Alan Horn convinced me. Tilting his head and glancing at Alan Horn, Jeff Robinov took out a huge cigar and carefully lit it with a blowtorch. Obviously, he was also interested in this question. Yes, he was very curious about how Alan Horn convinced the largest shareholder of Time Warner. Seeing him start to light his cigar with his head tilted, Ivanhoe slowly smiled and said directly, "The reason Alan gave me is that a DC without Wayne Greenberg can create more profits for Warner Brothers and Time Warner." When it comes to this, even Jeff Robinov couldn't help but nod his head with a cigar in his mouth. There is no doubt that in every DC series movie, Wayne has taken a terrifying amount of money for ordinary people. Although he has created a greater profit, in the eyes of capital, things are naturally not seen that way. If it were in the first 2 years, no one would have thought about this issue. After all, from the perspective of Hollywood thinking, the profits created by Wayne are simply not worth mentioning compared to the profits he took away. But as time goes by, the DC series of movies has a strong enough foundation, and the entire series has countless supporters and fans around the world. At this time, from the perspective of capital, it is completely time to test the results of DC characters after they are separated from Wayne. North American society has been like this since ancient times. Conventional practices would definitely want to kick Wayne out. Don't talk about favors and contributions. Those things are nothing but a pile of red shit when put in front of interests. Listen to me, Jeff. Seeing Jeff Robinov puffing on his cigar and obviously lost in thought, Alan Horn hurried to add fuel to the fire. The reason why I initiated the Catwoman project is supported by a lot of reliable market research data. The character of Catwoman can naturally take advantage of the popularity of Batman, and the status of this character in DC Comics can ensure that, even if the film fails, it will definitely not affect the important series headed by the three giants of justice. We can use Catwoman as a market test, and Catwoman can also be independent of the current DC universe. Jeff, believe me. Believe you? Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Jeff Robinov. What do you want me to believe you with? Even though Alan Horn's throat was about to smoke, it was obvious that he did not change his attitude. After patiently listening to all the other parties' plans, Jeff Robinov saw all the intentions. Jeff, my plan can create more benefits for Brother Warner. Alan Horn seemed not to see the expression of the CEO of Warner Brothers, ignoring the sarcasm in the other party's eyes, and continued with a thick face. I only need a chance to prove it to you. One chance, ha. No one expected that. Jeff Robinov interrupted him again, this time with a more resolute tone. Alan, what you said is actually not wrong. From the perspective of the CEO of Warner Brothers, I'm almost convinced by you. But have you ever thought of an important question? If I support your plan within the company and give you this opportunity to test the market, what will Wayne Greenberg think? What will he say? What will he do? Do you really regard him as a movie director? TSK. The words of the CEO of Warner Brothers stunned Alan Horn and Ivanhoe. You ask me to believe you. Tell me, what reason do I have to believe you? Do you believe that you can create a series of hit DC movies outside of Wayne Greenberg's plan? Putting aside the difficulty of the project, the director, the actors and other core lineups, even if Catwoman achieves the results you want, so what? If the Catwoman you produce can guarantee a North American box office of more than $600 million, a global box office of more than $1 billion, and an offline copyright operation profit of more than $1 billion, and achieve such results continuously, maybe it's worth my risking a bet for you. Have you ever thought about it? With Wayne Greenberg's personality, what will happen after he feels that Warner Brothers is not on the same page with him? I tell you, he will immediately sell all his shares in Warner Brothers, take the Greenberg studio with unlimited potential, and turn around to join 20th Century Fox. Believe me, 20th Century Fox is eager for Warner Brothers to do this, and even Mr. Murdoch of News Corporation will definitely not be stingy with his shares in 20th Century Fox. Ivy, you are friends with Mr. Murdoch, you should know whether he can do it. Silence returned to the small conference room. Jeff Robinov's cold words were like a basin of ice water, waking up the other two from head to toe. In fact, the most important thing is what he just said. Do you really regard Wayne Greenberg as a movie director? This sentence is very important. Ivy Newell and Alan Horn were reminded that Wayne Greenberg is not one of those directors in the circle who can be manipulated by the film companies at will. Think about his nicknames among other people in the industry. The media calls him the Dark King of Hollywood and the shining black pearl on the crown of Hollywood movies, but in private, people in the industry call him the Dark Madman, the Dark Tyrant. On the surface, Wayne's journey has been surprisingly smooth. People only see his rapid growth rate and his ability to balance business and art, but ignore that almost every one of his films has been accompanied by the most intense competition. That's right, no matter which top Hollywood director, they have fought bloody battles all the way up, including good guys in the industry like Steven Spielberg, but who is as young as Wayne and has fought to get to this position now? Until now, when his project is released, there will still be other film companies competing. What cannot be ignored is that the current competition uses all the most conventional means. Which film company dares to use despicable means that cross the red line? Don't think that the film companies have suddenly become kind. They dared to burn George Lucas's Star Wars film, dared to use animal protection organizations to stop Steven Spielberg's project, and dared to use even more despicable means to dig up all the black materials of their competitors, making their competitors despised by the whole of North America overnight. But in the past 2 years, they have never used similar means against Wayne. The reason is very simple. All film companies know that if they can't knock Wayne down with one hammer, they will have to face this dark madman and retaliate like crazy. This is a mental patient who can lose his own interests in order to vent his anger and disrupt the summer season for a whole year. No one will forget how X-Men came about. Without hesitation, even Jeff Robinov's evaluation of Wayne ranked first as narrow-minded, conservative, extremely possessive, Hollywood old-school chauvinism and so on. That is to say, Wayne is deeply tied to Warner Brothers, but judging from the character of this man, as long as Warner Brothers gives a signal that both parties can no longer fully support him, this man will definitely clear out his shares without hesitation and turn around to find a more suitable partner. Just like when he left 20th Century Fox and came to Warner Brothers without hesitation to start from scratch. Compared with 1991, Wayne is no longer that little guy now. He doesn't even need to start over. The major Hollywood film companies will welcome him into the company like welcoming God. Alan, Ivy, do you know? In fact, I'm not worried at all that Wayne will switch to the other 5 major Hollywood film companies. After smoking nearly half of a cigar, Jeff Robinov raised his wrist to check the time. He and Wayne, Zack Snyder and others had an appointment to meet at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Seeing that there was still time, he simply made everything clear, wanting to eliminate all the hidden dangers within Warner Brothers at one time. In terms of the current progress of DC movies, he will be ready to start his retirement life in at most 3 years. The rest of the time doesn't matter, but he doesn't want any accidents to happen in the 2 years before his retirement. The words of the CEO of Warner Brothers instantly aroused Ivy Newell's interest. Jeff, what do you mean? Leaning back on his chair, Jeff Robinov whispered, don't forget who was behind the distribution of Saving Private Ryan by Warner Brothers. Hiss. Alan Horn took a breath of cold air. F***K, DreamWorks. Ivy Newell also rarely swore. Nodding silently, Jeff Robinov looked at Ivy Newell, shrugged and continued, Vivi, don't say you don't understand Wayne Greenberg's position in the North American Jewish circle. Once he is persuaded by Steven Spielberg to join DreamWorks, Hollywood will really change. The most easily overlooked point is undoubtedly Wayne's position in the Jewish circle. That's right, he never likes socializing. Even in social occasions of various Jewish gangs, he is basically not seen, as if work and female stars are all he lives for. But not contacting does not mean that he is incapable of mobilizing these connections. At first, all the Jewish bosses in the media industry just regarded Wayne as a junior with unlimited potential. However, as his achievements became greater and greater, his influence within the Jewish circle also grew day by day. Another point that cannot be denied is that his code of conduct, since his debut, is to ensure that all collaborators can get the benefits they deserve. A person who knows how to share the benefits equally will always be the person that everyone wants to work with the most. In addition to his Jewish identity, as long as he wants, the resources he can mobilize are absolutely terrifying. TSK. To be honest, I'm quite looking forward to such a scene. Ivanhoe shook his head and laughed and teased. Once Wayne Greenberg joins DreamWorks, the seventh major Hollywood company will really come. Even more than that, DreamWorks will expand into a behemoth in a few years. With his name as a guarantee, countless Jewish bosses will reach out to support it. So far, some reports in North American media still call them the seven major Hollywood film companies. In addition to Warner Brothers, 20th Century Fox, Universal Pictures, Paramount Pictures, Walt Disney, and Sony Columbia, there is also MGM United Artists, the most unworthy of the name of the large film company. Even though MGM and United Artists were once glorious and left behind a huge library of film resources, in fact, many years ago, basically no one regarded it as a Hollywood giant, and the current Big Six would not allow MGM and United Artists to rise again. But DreamWorks is definitely the company with the most hope to break through the blockade of the Big Six Hollywood giants at this stage, at least on the surface. Okay, it's almost time. Let's stop here today. Jeff Robinov looked at the time again, stood up and hugged Ivanhoe. Next time I go to New York, I will definitely have a few drinks with you. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Alan Horn. After thinking for a while, he said, Alan, if I were you, I would continue your previous work style. Believe me, this is your best way out at this stage. I'll give you a suggestion, Alan. Find time to ask Wayne to play ball or something like that. After saying that, he didn't stop at all, holding a half-burning cigar, and pushed open the door of the small conference room. Ivanhoe, who stayed where he was, looked at Alan Horn and shook his head helplessly, whispering, Jeff's suggestion is very good. He has hinted very clearly, Alan. You must now use your strong social skills to make up for the troubles you have caused during this period. This is the most appropriate way. Chapter 702. This is crazy. The Hollywood film market, or in other words, the North American film market, is actually a fully mature market. After decades of commercial development, the world's largest movie box office, North America, has matured, which actually means that the market has been divided up long ago. Even if there are only 6 large film companies left in Hollywood, it is actually very crowded. As the large film companies are taken over by media groups, the tacit understanding of the 6 major Hollywood companies is that, since they can't kill each other, they will join forces to defend this mature market and prevent the rise of all new forces. When Steven Spielberg teamed up with 2 other giants and created DreamWorks with a very high starting point, this company became a joint suppression of the 6 major companies. No one dares to underestimate Steven Spielberg's ability, not to mention that DreamWorks also has music giant David Geffen and former leader of Disney Animation Studios Jeffrey Katzenberg. In fact, among the top executives of the 6 giants, and even the top executives of the media groups behind the 6, no one believes that DreamWorks can stand out and become the 7th largest film company in Hollywood. But no one can guarantee that there will be any accidents. Everyone is just boiling frogs in warm water tacitly. If we talk about who is the biggest beneficiary in the past 2 years, it is definitely Sony Columbia, which was invested by Benzi. Since Sony acquired Columbia Pictures, after years of development, it still cannot change the embarrassment of being at the bottom of the 6. But with DreamWorks attracting most of the firepower, they can avoid falling into a more embarrassing situation. Otherwise, it is really hard to say whether the revenue of DreamWorks, which has just been established by the Big 3, will suppress Sony Columbia in one fell swoop. If such a scene occurs, it is bound to cause industry shocks in the entire Hollywood. Unlike Sony Columbia, Warner Brothers itself knows Wayne very well, including executives and shareholder representatives headed by Jeff Robinov. They all know clearly that once this Hollywood dark movie master leaves Warner Brothers, he will definitely not mind creating a big scene with his friend Spielberg. To put it bluntly, this is what they are most worried about. Wayne is not the little man he was back then. He himself represents a considerable amount of capital. The global box office of X-Men is about to reach $400 million. Wayne, you are going to make a killing again this time. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Wayne walked into the Warner Brothers building with Nana. When he pushed open the door of the CEO's office, he saw Bruce Rosenblum throwing down the newspaper in his hand and teasing him enthusiastically. No, man, you have to forgive me, I was too one-sided. Before he sat down to greet him, the distribution director of Warner Brothers shrugged and continued to tease with an exaggerated expression. Not only X-Men, but also Charlie's Angels, The Matrix, and The Flash. Man, after this summer, you are definitely the biggest winner in the entire industry. That's right, boss, you should hold a big party to celebrate. Zack Snyder, who had just walked into the office, hugged Wayne enthusiastically and echoed, "Swimming pool, beauties, alcohol. Oh, and don't you have a good relationship with Tom Cruise? You can borrow his big yacht to hold a party. Okay, after this busy period, I will invite you to the yacht party." Facing the teasing of the crowd, Wayne sat down and shrugged, smiled, and nodded in agreement. While chatting with a few people, he glanced at the newspaper Bruce Ressenblum threw on the coffee table. It was a New York Times. On the entertainment section, the entire page was almost all about news related to X-Men. The situation is obvious. Although the popularity of X-Men in North America has gradually passed, 20th Century Fox's publicity offensive has not diminished at all. Even such an authoritative newspaper has various comments and reports. Obviously, 20th Century Fox wants to provoke fans who have not watched the movie as much as possible, and take advantage of the popularity of X-Men to enter the theater and completely squeeze the market potential of the film. Similar reports not only appear in large media such as the New York Times, but basically all paper media and TV programs related to entertainment are discussing X-Men. Sober people know that the leader in the North American cinema market is now the Matrix Revolutions. Those who don't know may think that X-Men was the box office champion last week, which shows a huge amount of publicity resources invested by 20th Century Fox. Inevitably, Wayne's name is frequently mentioned in a large number of publicity reports about X-Men. 20th Century Fox knows very well that their cooperation with Wayne is likely to be only this time, and they have paid a sky-high salary. They will definitely take advantage of this cooperation to fully utilize his influence to the extreme. Look at this, boss. Seeing Wayne tilting his head to read the newspaper on the coffee table, Zack Snyder and others were not in a hurry to talk about business. He handed over a copy of Premiere magazine. The moment he took the magazine with a smile, he immediately looked at the title on the cover of the magazine and shook his head. A textbook success. Wayne Greenberg, this time personally changed the superhero movie dominated by him. On the cover of the entire Premiere, there is only this huge headline, and the cover photo of the magazine is a photo of Wayne on the set, holding the director's viewfinder in one hand. This photo was obviously taken secretly by a crew member. Even if he racked his brains, he couldn't remember when the photo on the cover was taken secretly. But none of this matters. He flipped open the magazine and a report written in a professional tone caught his eye. If you only know George Lucas, the father of Star Wars, but don't know this man called Dark Lord, then I definitely suggest you find a Blockbuster store and rent all of Wayne Greenberg's movies to watch. Or you can patiently read this report, then stand for 2 minutes and reflect on what you have missed in the past. Steven Spielberg regards him as his best friend. Will Smith and Nicolas Cage ask him how to act. Quentin Tarantino and Robert Rodriguez are actually his loyal fans. Since he plunged into Hollywood, he has created countless brilliant achievements and made countless stars. Unlike traditional black film directors, although Wayne Greenberg's works still contain violence, death, crime and large-scale shots, themes of greed and deception, as well as anxiety and uneasy emotional guidance, he has perfectly balanced these traditional black elements with business. So far, he is the only special director in Hollywood who can attract a large number of fans to the cinema while ensuring his own strong style. Because of his special film style, both Hollywood film professionals and enthusiastic North American fans call him the King of Darkness. In the summer of 1993, Wayne Greenberg brought DC comic characters to the big screen for the first time. Once Joker was released, it immediately caused a great discussion in the whole society. I think all the fans who have seen Joker know how impressive this movie is in a special social context. Almost every audience member found their own shadow in Arthur. This attempt at a DC comic movie completely put Wayne Greenberg's worries to rest. He knew clearly that countless fans were deeply in love with this series. In the following years, He filmed and produced a series of DC comic superhero movies such as Batman Begins, Batman, The Dark Knight, and The Flash. There is no doubt that the annual DC superhero movie has become an annual sweet date between countless fans and Wayne Greenberg. No one can deny the huge success of superhero movies. As time goes by, the appetite of fans is getting bigger and bigger. They are no longer satisfied with the current situation of only being able to see one superhero movie a year. So, in this summer, 20th Century Fox made a bold decision to join hands with Wayne Greenberg to produce amazing superheroes in addition to DC superhero movies. Without any accidents, X-Men, written and produced by Wayne Greenberg, has been popular with countless fans since it landed in the North American theater market in early August. At the same time, Wayne Greenberg has also changed the scene of superhero movies dominated by him alone. This is like a perfect teaching for the entire Hollywood film industry. Wayne Greenberg personally told all practitioners how to shoot and produce superhero movies other than DC in order to gain recognition from fans. Since the early 1990s, Hollywood producers have been afraid of adapting superheroes because they all think that heroes other than DC comics are difficult to shoot. But Wayne Greenberg and Bryan Singer proved that this idea is wrong. Not only can superheroes other than DC be filmed, but also that, as long as the quality of the film is qualified, it will gain fans' support. From this year's The Flash to the currently popular X-Men, Wayne Greenberg has broken people's cognition again and again. The former is the first Hollywood movie that uses motion capture extensively, and it is also the first work that combines CG special effects, digital special effects, models, etc. This application method, based on the Hollywood film industry, is worth learning for all practitioners. Needless to say, the latter, X-Men, is still a hit in the North American theater market. This work belongs to Marvel Comics and is completely different from the style of DC superheroes. The core theme of the whole report is naturally Wayne, and his works have changed and promoted Hollywood movies. But as long as you look carefully, even ordinary readers can find that the whole article is still promoting X-Men. What do you think, boss? To a certain extent, what this report says is right. You have indeed set a successful example for everyone in Hollywood this time. Seeing that he closed the magazine halfway through, raised his head, and smiled to touch the cigarette, Zack Snyder took the magazine and threw it on the coffee table, spread his hands and said, "But 20th Century Fox's little tricks are too obvious. They obviously want to squeeze out all your appeal. Zack, they have paid." Waving his hand, Wayne refused Jeff Robinoff's cigar, tilted his head and lit a cigarette of his own and said. His words made everyone in the office laugh unconsciously. That's right, they paid, and they paid a lot of money. To put it bluntly, the senior executives of Warner Brothers never paid much attention to the movie X-Men. In the eyes of Warner Brothers, which holds the full copyright of DC Comics, there is only one enemy of DC superhero movies in the past 10 years, and that is itself. Okay, let's talk about business. After chatting, Wayne looked around the office, his eyes from Bruce Rosenblum to Jeff Robinoff, and finally stopped at Zack Snyder's face. With his words, several men at the scene tacitly put away their smiles and all focused their attention on him. Zack, I remember that you joined my crew at the end of 1992, right? Yes. Hearing this, Zack Snyder was obviously stunned for a moment, and then nodded quickly. The assistant director at the time, Luke Simmons, left the team, and I ran from New York to Los Angeles, and got the precious opportunity to join the crew of Joker. It is not polite to say that Zack Snyder's film director career was deeply influenced by Wayne. Although he is indeed close to Wayne's ideas in terms of directing style, everyone has to admit that Zack Snyder is a genius, and a genius who is good at learning. Just from these 3 Matrix movies, we can find Zack Snyder's growth. The results of the Matrix trilogy have already explained everything. Okay, Zack, personally, I have no objection to your ability. Wayne stretched out his fingers holding a cigarette and tapped them on the back of the sofa next to him. He stared at Zack Snyder, and while carefully considering in his mind, he slowly said, Bruce and I have mentioned many times that I hope to give you a chance to direct the latest Superman. Let's put aside other external factors and tell me, Zack, what do you think? For a moment, the atmosphere in the whole office fell into silence. including 2 Warner Brothers executives, and even John Gray and Nina, who were sitting in the corner, all cast their eyes on Zack Snyder, wanting to see what he would say. Everyone could see that Zack Snyder's face was obviously struggling. He wanted to open his mouth to say something several times, but he held it back. Undoubtedly, this issue also has many concerns for him. Wayne was not in a hurry at all, just relaxing in the sofa, crossing his legs and smoking silently. In fact, he is the person who knows Zack Snyder best in the whole office. To be frank, this level of understanding is better than Zack Snyder himself. From a god's perspective, Zack Snyder is one of the most successful Hollywood directors of his generation. His film works are varied, from historical epics to dystopian futures. However, each of his works shows a distinctive operatic visual style, and some people say that this visual style is like a magnificent oil painting. It can be said that the most obvious element of Zack Snyder's style is his preference for slow motion. Like many directors, he uses it to enhance the expected emotions of the shots. The benefits are obvious. With a large number of high-speed and slow-motion shots, tragedy becomes more tragic and romance becomes more romantic. If fans are careful, they will find that there are usually a lot of sports and slow-motion shots in his films. However, this is also what worries Wayne the most. The crazy obsession with high speed and slow motion seems to have been deeply ingrained in Zack Snyder's blood. Regardless of whether it is the conventional use method or his iconic curve speed change, it is as if he will not shoot action scenes without these slow motion shots that render emotions. This is probably the most complained about point by fans on the internet and later generations. No one denies the shocking effects of Zack Snyder's shots, but the frequent abuse of various slow motion shots is constantly eroding the fans' favorability towards the movie. Looking through his most successful early work 300 Spartans, fans can clearly see the transition between fast motion and slow motion in various war scenes. All the shots that closely followed Leonidas and chopped people were shot at a speed of 100 to 360 frames per second. The purpose was to facilitate the editing of fast and slow motion nodes in the post-editing. So in the eyes of movie fans, every sword of Leonidas chopped on the enemy and shocked the blood. Then there was the alternation of fast and slow motion, one sword after another. This is not without benefits. The gorgeous shots like commercials, the shocking visual effects like oil paintings, and the epic spatial layout can stimulate the emotions of the audience to the greatest extent. It is also for this reason that Zack Snyder is most suitable for R-rated movies with blood everywhere. The larger the scale of the lens, the more Zack Snyder's style can be brought into play. The key is that, if you like to abuse slow motion in various postures, put it in other commercial action movies. The benefits will definitely outweigh the disadvantages. But this guy is still a die-hard DC fan. To put it nicely, the DC superhero movies he shot are the greatest restoration of the comic world. To put it bluntly, he used the world's top budget to make niche genre movies specifically for DC fans. Coupled with his uncontrollable desire for slow motion, there are all kinds of slow motion renderings that can't be stopped. Once Superman enters the fighting scene, "Boss, I'm under a lot of pressure." The silent atmosphere in the office was finally broken by Zack Snyder himself. He smiled bitterly and looked at Wayne and said directly, "The pressure is so great that I can't breathe. You know, directing the DC series is my dream, but this is different from The Matrix where you arranged everything." Nodding silently, Wayne looked at Zack Snyder with deep appreciation. Obviously, this guy was not blinded by the continuous success. Outsiders don't know, but the two of them know best, that the success of The Matrix is inseparable from Zack Snyder's outstanding performance. But we can't ignore that Wayne had planned everything about The Matrix perfectly before the first filming, including the script, the direction of the film, and even the shooting order of the scenes, as well as the requirements for camera positions and lighting, were all done when the first filming was filmed. To put it bluntly, when filming the first film of The Matrix, Zack Snyder was more like a traditional filming machine. From the second to the third film, although Wayne did not continue to make such perfect preparations for the film, the general direction remained unchanged. It seems that the crew is all under the control of Zack Snyder, but in fact they are still working according to his plan. Zack, I believe I don't need to continue to emphasize to you the importance of the opening of Superman. As Wayne spoke, several people nodded slowly. All of them are veterans in the industry, and everyone knows that every Hollywood director faces unprecedented pressure when taking over a big project. It is not uncommon for directors to be crushed by pressure in the industry. You know, from the moment you sign your name on the director's contract, the director is burdened with the pressure of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars. This is also the reason why many directors are generally like powder kegs that explode at any time in the crew, because the work pressure is too great. This kind of pressure does not last for 1 or 2 days, but will last for several months to several years. Well, Zack, I'll give you 2 choices. Wayne looked at Zack Snyder, took a big puff of his cigarette, stretched out a finger, and said slowly, "First, I can fully support you to direct the opening of Superman. Don't be happy yet, I can tell you in advance, now that in my plan, the investment scale of the opening of Superman should be around 180 million to 200 million US dollars. This is one of the central characters in the DC series of movies. You must make the film to my requirements. Zack, there is no friendship in this regard. If you want to take over the opening of Superman, you will definitely prepare for the filming under the eyes of me and the producer. Once you make a mistake, I will replace you without hesitation." Zack Snyder nodded. He fully understood the meaning of what Wayne said. There is no doubt that Superman is too important in such a top Hollywood project, let alone the friendship between them. Even if they are father and son, they will not take 200 million US dollars to take risks. The second one. Seeing Zack Snyder nod, Wayne stretched out a finger again. Most of the shots in the opening of Superman, and even the preparations for the entire film, will still be shot by you, but you don't have to work under great pressure. Just like what you did in it, you are only responsible for shooting the footage. The success or failure of the film has nothing to do with you. You just need to do the job I give you." Zack Snyder asked in astonishment. "Assistant director? Assistant director? No, no, no." Unexpectedly, before Zack Snyder could say anything, Jeff Robinoff shook his head and said, "Wayne, this won't work. You will never be able to handle it. You will be dragged down by the work, and in the end it is likely to delay everything." Bruce Rosenblum also opened his mouth and murmured, "This is crazy, Wayne." Chapter 703, Preparations for multiple projects begin. "Boss, it seems that, even if I leave your team, we still have a tacit understanding." Zack Snyder ignored the surprise of the 2 executives, as if he was suddenly relieved, and a smile appeared on his face. "Shit, don't look at me with your ambiguous eyes." As if he knew that Zack Snyder would agree, Wayne shrugged and joked in a teasing tone. "Damn tacit understanding. I don't know if you are normal or not, but my orientation is very normal, and I have no interest in you at all." In fact, some things were more or less clear in Zack Snyder's eyes. Although after watching several The Matrix movies, Bruce Rosenblum of Warner Brothers believed that he could directly take over the Superman opening series, and was also doing his best to help him. But some things are not what he wants, and can't be changed by getting the support of a Warner Brothers executive. He thought very clearly that with his current position, he had no way to convince more senior executives of Warner Brothers, and he needed more success to establish his position. Directing Superman is indeed tempting, but the risk is also huge. Zack Snyder believes that, if Wayne says he will fully support him, he will definitely be able to help him get the director's position. But what about the follow-up? Once the project encounters any uncontrollable accidents, the success he has accumulated from filming The Matrix will all be thrown into the gutter overnight. It is an obvious objective fact that with his current identity and status, he can lose everything if he fails once, and he does not have the capital to take risks now. "Wayne, listen to me. You are not a robot." Silently exhaling a large cloud of green smoke, Jeff Robinoff and Bruce Rosenblum looked at each other. After calming down a little, he still advised, "There is no shortage of prolific directors in Hollywood, and there is no shortage of directors who direct 2 or even 3 films at the same time, but you have to know what kind of movies those directors are directing. This kind of big investment production requires a long preparation project. Let alone 2, even if it is just 1, it will still make you overdraw all your energy within a few months. Wayne, I would rather you shoot one after another slowly than see some unfortunate results." Jeff is right. Without waiting for Wayne to say anything, Bruce Rosenblum immediately chimed in. "You must remember Jurassic Park and Schindler's List in 1993, right? Steven Spielberg was almost driven crazy by these two films. I want to remind you that even so, Steven Spielberg shot one after another, and at most they were seamlessly connected, and there was not much cross-cutting work. Moreover, there is another very important point. If George Lucas had not been with him on the set and in the post-production studio, these two films would probably have all died. Speaking of which, people only saw the huge success of Steven Spielberg in 1993, but ignored the role of George Lucas. As Jeff Robinoff said, people are not robots. The modern film system has a complete and sophisticated set of operating rules. Some things are not something you can speed up just because you want to. Especially for this kind of commercial film with large investment and production, whether it is the tedious preparatory work in the early stage or the production of various special effects models, there is no room for speeding up. For directors who have been directing and producing large-scale commercial films for a long time, being able to produce one film a year is already considered a Hollywood quick shooter. And as long as you observe carefully, you will find that even directors who produce one commercial film a year are rare in the circle. Steven Spielberg's mature team played an indispensable role in producing the two huge projects Jurassic Park and Schindler's List within a year. But there is another more important point, that is, George Lucas's full support regardless of cost. Don't look at the column of the film director, which only has the name of Steven Spielberg, but in fact the father of Star Wars has made great efforts, especially for Jurassic Park. He really plunged into the post-production studio, just to free up some time for his friends, to focus on the preparation of Schindler's List. There will always be a day, Jeff. After hearing the persuasion of the two executives, Wayne smiled and shook his head, extinguished his cigarette into the ashtray, swept his eyes across the faces of the two executives, and whispered, "After Justice League, the DC series will inevitably speed up production to pave the way for the second phase. By then, do you think I can still personally shoot every movie?" His words silenced the three men present. At least at this point in time, the two executives and Zack Snyder had not thought that far. However, this is the fact. The top executives of Warner Brothers know that the first phase of the DC movie universe is completely like building a road in the desert. After the finale of the first phase, Justice League, the DC movie universe entered the second phase, and the difficulty was far less than it is now. For example, the work to be done later is more like following the road built by Wayne, quickly shooting movies such as The Flash 2, Superman 2, Batman 3, and Wonder Woman 2. With the foundation of the previous work and Justice League, the probability of failure will be far less than success. Even in the second phase, it is enough to repeat Wayne's current approach and introduce more DC characters step by step. The only troublesome part is the opening works of those newly added important characters, but such works can be directly handed over to Wayne to direct. Therefore, once the DC universe enters the second phase, the speed will inevitably accelerate significantly. By then, Wayne's identity will be more like a general producer and general planner. Even in unimportant sequels, asking him to do actual work is a complete waste of his work energy. Yes, there will always be this day. Jeff Robinoff nodded and repeated in a low voice. Zach's ability is not a problem. At least it is not a problem when he is focusing on the general direction. Wayne did not say this directly. He squinted his eyes and whispered the best way he could think of. The opening of Superman and Wonder Woman are being prepared together, but the focus in the early stage is on Wonder Woman. Jeff, Bruce, this will ensure that Wonder Woman will be officially released in the theater market in May next year. When the post-production work of Wonder Woman is completed, we will shift the focus back to Superman. It is not as complicated as you think. In fact, there is a sequence between the two films. The situation we are facing now is actually a bit embarrassing. That is, Warner Brothers and Wayne have no time to give Zack Snyder a chance to practice. If Zack Snyder is allowed to take on the Superman project alone, Wayne is not at ease in his heart. After all, the importance of this project is too high. What he is worried about are all details. He is afraid that Zack Snyder can't help but abuse high-speed slow motion, and he is also afraid that the final film will become a carnival for DC fans. So, this is the best way he can think of. but it will make him very tired for several months. In fact, in Wayne's original idea, there was another solution, that is, to find a way to invite Tim Burton back, so that the dark gothic director can partner with Zack Snyder. The styles of the two people can influence and complement each other. More importantly, the films produced by these two people will never be separated from the overall environment of DC. However, there are many troubles in doing so. Not to mention the difficulty of inviting Tim Burton back. The collision and running in of two strong directors in the crew will also bring a lot of disputes. In the end, he gave up this idea. Okay, Wayne. Jeff Robinoff shrugged helplessly, looked into Wayne's eyes, and said seriously, submit the project plans of Wonder Woman and Superman to the film and television production department for review as soon as possible. Warner Brothers will fully support your work. Wayne nodded. Now it is early September. According to his plan, Wonder Woman must start large-scale preparations by early October at the latest. On the other hand, he can invest less energy in the Superman project and let Zack Snyder take the lead in the early stage. Jeff, the project plan has already been prepared. I will go back and modify some details. Jimmy will submit it to Warner Brothers by this Friday at the latest. Please try your best to speed up the review. We don't have much time to waste. No problem. Okay, that's it. Without any nonsense, Wayne stood up, straightened his suit jacket, nodded to the people present, and prepared to leave. You know, I will be very busy this year. There are still a lot of things waiting for me. Seeing that he was about to leave immediately after finishing the business, Jeff Robinoff quickly put down the cigar in his hand and quickly said, Wayne, Greenberg Studio and Warner Brothers, this year's joint investment project Jimmy, will come over to talk to the film and television production department later. Leaving this sentence, waving to the few people, Wayne turned around and left the office with you. After the few people watched him leave, it took several minutes before Jeff Robinoff cast his eyes on Zack Snyder, who had been quiet. Zack, we all know that there is no problem with your ability, but, at this point, the CEO of Warner Brothers spread his hands. After this year, Warner Brothers will definitely give you the treatment you deserve. Hey, don't worry, Jeff. Zack Snyder smiled and shook his head, saying generously, believe me, the current results are not bad for me, and I don't have any other ideas in my heart. It is obvious that no matter how good it sounds, he will act as the official director of the Superman project most of the time. But a name, he is not the project director. For an ambitious director, it is difficult not to have some ideas. Perhaps the only benefit is that he will get the full support of Wayne and the producers of Warner Brothers when he is doing all the work, and he does not have to bear the pressure that the director should bear. After politely sending Zack Snyder away, there were only 3 people left in the whole office. It was not until then that the 2 Warner Brothers executives looked at John Gray sitting in the corner. The preparations for The Lord of the Rings are almost halfway done, especially the shooting scenes that were built in advance. John Gray saw the 2 looking at him, and without hesitation, he began to talk about his work quickly, including the production of special effects models, the ordering of more than 2,000 props and costumes, and various weapons and armors. John, hearing him talk about the preparation progress of The Lord of the Rings, Bruce Rosenblum frowned slightly, raised his arm and waved twice, interrupting him. I heard that the company called Weta Special Effects Studio accepted Wayne's investment. This is what they are interested in. As for the preparation progress of The Lord of the Rings, the production progress of props and special effects, the 2 executives don't care at all. Hearing Bruce Rosenblum's question, John Gray was stunned for a moment, then looked at the 2 executives and nodded. According to the information I have learned, it is like this. Is it possible for the Weta Special Effects Company to accept investment from Warner Brothers? After getting the answer he wanted, Jeff Robinoff scratched his head twice with his fingers holding a cigar, and asked directly, I don't know, but Peter Jackson will be in Los Angeles tomorrow at the latest. I can test his attitude. The 2 executives looked at each other and nodded. Don't worry, the production time of the Lord of the Rings trilogy won't be too short anyway. That's right, what they are more interested in is actually Weta Special Effects Studio. They don't believe the so-called investigation report, nor are they interested in going to New Zealand to learn about this small company, but the important point is that Wayne invested in it. The two executives present are definitely the ones who know Wayne best. They still remember that Wayne had already used the IMDb Internet Movie Database a few years ago. But even for such an internet company with unlimited potential, he had never thought of investing. It was just such a small special effects company that made him invest without hesitation, which was enough to arouse the curiosity of Warner Brothers. If nothing unexpected happened, Warner Brothers really didn't lack the money to follow up. As soon as the conversation with Warner Brothers ended, the first thing Wayne did when he returned to the manor was to start revising the details of the project plan for Wonder Woman and Superman, in order to submit them to Warner Brothers for review as soon as possible. The next morning, Peter Jackson, a fat New Zealander, just like John Gray, the producer of The Lord of the Rings, got in his car and rushed to Greenberg Manor as soon as a plane landed. After a brief exchange with Wayne, he contacted his producer. At the same time, the news that The Lord of the Rings would hold a large-scale audition at Warner Studios began to spread in the circle. After obtaining Wayne's consent, Warner Brothers used its connections to send a large number of audition invitations to major Hollywood agencies such as CAA, Creative Elite Agency, WME, William Morris Endeavor Agency, Utah, United Elite Agency, and ICM Partners, International Creative Management Partners. The Lord of the Rings project naturally has no lack of attention. In just less than a week, agents from major Hollywood agencies lined up in a studio at Warner Studios with their clients. Of course, choosing the right actors is by no means an easy task. What is being done now is just a large-scale screening. After the final list of personnel is released, multiple rounds of auditions will be conducted. It was not until the last round of auditions that Wayne showed up. As time went by, the North American summer season gradually calmed down. After Wayne submitted the project plans for Wonder Woman and Superman to Warner Brothers for review, he began to arrange some work for Greenberg Studio as soon as possible. In mid-September, even The Matrix Revolutions, which had been performing well before, slowly fell into a slump after 4 weeks of release. Because of its R-rated film attributes, the North American box office in the latest week only received $18.5 million, bringing the total North American box office of this film to $183 million. In this era, basically as long as the film performs well in North America, the overseas box office will always be good. The Matrix Revolutions landed in the overseas theater market for 2 weeks and closed at a box office of $123 million. The global total box office of the film successfully exceeded $300 million. The subsequent growth can only be slowly increased by the screening time. However, for this year's Warner Brothers, although the summer season has come to an end, the films they produced and released continue to dominate the North American theater market. Just when the box office of The Matrix Revolutions was showing signs of decline, on September 18th, Warner Brothers released an action comedy with a special starring cast in more than 2,600 mainstream commercial theaters in North America. Once Rush Hour was released, its performance shocked most of the film companies in the industry. Jackie Chan, the Hong Kong action star, entered the eyes of mainstream North American audiences for the first time, and also stood on the stage of mainstream Hollywood action movies for the first time. Before the release of Rush Hour, even the distributor Warner Brothers had no idea that such a film starring a Hong Kong kung fu star and a black man who was responsible for comedy would be popular among fans again after the summer season cooled down. It can be said that Jackie Chan's unique action style instantly attracted all the attention on the big screen, allowing North American fans to experience the freshness of kung fu comedy for the first time. The total investment was $33 million, and the North American box office took in $55 million in the first week. In a lounge at the DreamWorks headquarters in Glendale, George Lucas, holding a glass of red wine, retracted his gaze from a newspaper on the bar, turned his head, and looked at his old friend and said, "I can guarantee that Warner Brothers' publicity investment in Rush Hour is definitely less than $10 million US. Wow, all the investment was recovered in one weekend. It would be hard for Warner Brothers not to make money." Steven Spielberg shrugged, smiled, and teased, "The one who made the most money this year is Wayne." Speaking of this, I have a special news here that you will definitely be interested in. Picking up the red wine and taking a sip, George Lucas glanced at Jeffrey Katzenberg next to him, looked at his old friend and said mysteriously, "What news? I just learned about it, too." Without further ado, George Lucas, under the gaze of the two DreamWorks giants, said while drinking, "You should have heard about the auditions at Warner Studios. As far as I know, Wayne's total investment in the Lord of the Rings project will never be less than $150 million. This is not the point. The point is that 2 days ago, Greenberg Studios signed a starring contract with the Chinese-American lead actor in The Matrix for a new project. I heard it's a dog-related project, an action movie. Now the project has also begun to be assembled, but it hasn't attracted much media attention." Steven Spielberg curled his lips and raised his glass to signal. "What do you want to say, George?" The father of Star Wars stretched out his fingers and tapped lightly on the bar in front of him. "It's an action movie, and the lead actor is a star of the hit movie The Matrix. Believe me, the investment in this project will at least be a medium-sized movie project. Don't worry, listen to me." After the preparations for this action movie project began, a paparazzi photographed Wayne having coffee with David Lynch. David Lynch. "It seems that this is another project that won't be too small in investment." Steven Spielberg nodded. "I've heard that Wayne's studio will launch multiple projects in succession, but I didn't expect him to move so quickly." Seeing that his old friend didn't understand, George Lucas seemed to hint unintentionally, "Hey, man, if this goes on, even if Wayne has more cash flow, there will be huge financial pressure, right?" "You mean?" Steven Spielberg and Jeffrey Katzenberg looked at each other and immediately understood what his old friend meant. "I'll find an opportunity to talk to Wayne and see if he is willing to accept DreamWorks financing." Chapter 704 Unnecessary War. If DreamWorks wants to develop, it naturally cannot do without various projects. Not only projects invested and produced by itself, but also projects co-invested with other companies. Projects with the Wayne Greenberg label have been regarded as a guarantee of success by people in the industry. From The Departed of that year to Charlie's Angels and The Matrix this year, the success rate of projects invested and produced by Greenberg Studio has remained 100% so far. A friend inside Warner Brothers told me that Zack Snyder had the opportunity to get the director's baton for Superman, but finally gave up for some reason. Speaking of Warner Brothers, Jeffrey Katzenberg shook his head slightly and said casually, while holding a glass of wine, "As we all know, there are no secrets in Hollywood. After Wayne submitted the project plan for Superman and Wonder Woman, similar gossip began to spread wildly in the industry." As the former head of Disney's animation department, Jeffrey Katzenberg has been in the industry for decades and has no shortage of channels to learn about relevant news. The DC superhero project has always been the focus of all companies. Basically, any move by Warner Brothers will be put under the microscope for observation and analysis by the film companies in the industry. Everyone says Zack Snyder is a genius, especially with the success of the Matrix trilogy. The media and people in the industry are almost praising him to the sky. George Lucas was not surprised at all when he heard the news. Instead, he curled his lips and said bluntly, "What a good opportunity to be the director of a top project like Superman." But he chose to be stable and improve his status step by step. There is no way. Human nature is like this. When you have nothing, you are definitely not afraid to gamble everything you have to seek a chance to succeed. But once you have achieved a little success, most people will lose the courage to gamble everything and try their best. Do you know the difference between Zack Snyder and Wayne? George Lucas shrugged and continued to say bluntly, he doesn't have the kind of madness hidden in Wayne at all. A person should never be too self-reflective. Rational and thoughtful approaches are only effective when making small decisions. As for things that change your life, you must take risks to fight. Significant success is always accompanied by various coincidences. Only in important things that will not change your life will use a thorough plan. There is no doubt that George Lucas admires Wayne because he sees some temperament in him. It just so happens that a similar temperament also exists in the father of Star Wars. The filming of Star Wars can be said to be carried out under the circumstances that all North America is not optimistic about it. George Lucas gambled everything and only then did the world's largest hype appear. George, you can't expect everyone to be a genius like you and Wayne. Steven Spielberg smiled and clinked his glasses with his old friend and raised his head to drink a sip of red wine. But before he could swallow a sip of wine, the good Jewish man seemed to have thought of something. He immediately turned his head, looked at his old friend seriously, and asked, "No, George, why do you care about the DC series of movies? Damn, the movie of that madman Wayne has become a fixed program at the beginning of the summer season in May every year." Without any embarrassment of being exposed, George Lucas tilted his head at the two of them and said angrily, "All work for the new Star Wars will be completed soon. The preliminary distribution plan given by 20th Century Fox proposes to arrange Star Wars to mid-May." As soon as the father of Star Wars fell, Jeffrey Katzenberg reacted instantly and widened his eyes in disbelief. "Shit, 20th Century Fox is not thinking of using Star Wars to trick Warner Brothers, right? I don't think so." Steven Spielberg was still calm, thinking about it for a while, and said, 20th Century Fox has a good relationship with Warner Brothers, and their cooperation with Wayne is also going quite well. Jeffrey Katzenberg didn't like the Big Six at all, and blurted it out immediately. "Don't be silly, Steven. As long as the interests of the Big Six in Hollywood are involved, they all want other companies to die together. It's not that easy to use Star Wars as a knife." George Lucas said, while sipping red wine, "I will communicate with 20th Century Fox, and then bring in the executives of 20th Century Fox to communicate with Warner Brothers. When DC superheroes collide with Star Wars, any normal person will know that this is a war without a winner, and there is no need to compete with each other. I'll help you make an appointment with Bruce Rosenblum later." Steven Spielberg nodded. "You're right, this is a meaningless clash." When the Jewish man mentioned this, he felt uncomfortable. At the beginning of the summer season in 1997, he directed Jurassic Park 2, which encountered a similar situation. Universal Pictures at that time was ambitious. Even in the face of opposition from Steven Spielberg and other main creative staff, it was determined to snipe Warner Brothers. But what was the final result? It encountered a more perverted competitor, Batman: The Dark Knight. To put it bluntly, if Universal Pictures had not been so stubborn and had to play a sneak attack, if the schedule of Batman: The Dark Knight had been staggered, the box office of Jurassic Park 2 would definitely be at least $100 million more than it is now. Even this unexpected collision was hyped by the media as a battle for the handover of power between the old and new Jewish directors in Hollywood. "George, if I were you, I would hope that 20th Century Fox would not be burned out by the success of X-Men." Jeffrey Katzenberg looked at the father of Star Wars and teased with a smile, "If they are not awake, then I will help them wake up." George Lucas waved his hand and muttered meaningfully, "That's right, the long-term distributor of the projects invested and produced by Lucasfilm is 20th Century Fox. There are special historical reasons for this. In the early years, when George Lucas was holding the film of Star Wars and ran into obstacles everywhere in major Hollywood film companies, it was 20th Century Fox that gave Star Wars the opportunity to debut in North America. And this also involves some copyright issues. For example, the first Star Wars has part of the copyright in the hands of 20th Century Fox. But today's George Lucas is no longer the little man who was ignored in the 1970s. He is the richest man in Hollywood. Even if he cannot breach the contract to change the distributor of Star Wars, he still has a decisive say in the release time of the new Star Wars. In fact, in the heart of the father of Star Wars, he also agreed with the initial release plan given by 20th Century Fox. Star Wars: The Phantom Menace was released in mid-May, which is the beginning of the summer season, and there is really nothing wrong with it. But in recent years, Wayne has directly occupied this period. Nowadays, major Hollywood film companies have gradually become accustomed to keeping their top projects in the summer season as far away from this golden period as possible. Even if they are released in the more crowded July and August, they instinctively want to stay away from that dark madman. The reason for being troubled is not that George Lucas is afraid of competing with Wayne, who has never failed, like other film companies. The father of Star Wars can be said without hesitation that he is not afraid of anyone in the North American theater market, and Star Wars is not afraid of any challenge from any opponent. But as he said himself, there is no need to do this when two huge hypes collide with each other. Everyone is not a child anymore, and there is no competition at all. Such a meaningless collision will only lead to a lose-lose situation. You know, Star Wars is completely different from Steven Spielberg's Jurassic Park 2. This movie and the DC series of superhero movies naturally have common attributes, which means that there will be a large number of cross groups of fans. Once they collide, there is no hope that fans will be diverted by the type of movie. George Lucas sighed. At least Warner Brothers did a good job on Saving Private Ryan. If it weren't for the damn copyright that tied my hands and feet, George. Steven Spielberg shook his head, indicating that he had better not think too much. When it comes to Saving Private Ryan, the good old Hollywood man not only did not show a smile, but frowned deeply. Of course, he is not dissatisfied with Warner Brothers' distribution performance. On the contrary, at least on the Saving Private Ryan project, Warner Brothers did a great job. Since the film was released, the North American box office has reached $207 million, and the global box office has reached $469 million. From another perspective, if this film was handed over to other film companies for distribution, the results would certainly not be as good as they are now. This is related to the increasingly perfect distribution channels of Warner Brothers in the past 2 years, and also to the thriving publicity and distribution scale. Objectively speaking, Warner Brothers' distribution department may be second only to Walt Disney in Hollywood today. The reason why he frowned was DreamWorks. DreamWorks needs to build its own distribution system as soon as possible. Otherwise, in the long run, DreamWorks will definitely become a content producer of Warner Brothers and even be regarded as the second film and television production department of Warner Brothers. Jeffrey Katzenberg shrugged and explained to George Lucas. That's right. Steven Spielberg nodded. At least we have to improve the North American distribution channels first. For next year, DreamWorks will invest in and produce about 4 to 5 projects. Now the three giants have started internal meetings, hoping to leave 1 or 2 films and hand them over to DreamWorks' own distribution department to operate. Sooner or later, this day will come, and this is why the big three chose to rely on Warner Brothers. At least Warner Brothers readily agreed that after DreamWorks had its own distribution channels, it could terminate the long-term distribution contract at any time. Speaking of the distribution issue, George Lucas didn't bother to put down his glass and slap the bar in front of him with one hand, turned his head, and looked at his old friend seriously and said, "Listen, Steven, I'll give you a suggestion that should be of great use to DreamWorks." Suggestion? What? Facing the puzzled eyes of the two giants, the father of Star Wars said directly, "If I were you, I would definitely set up an online marketing department, just like the online department under the distribution department of Warner Brothers." Although Lucasfilm itself did not do that, George Lucas's business sense is very sharp. If Lucasfilm was not involved in distribution, he would have set up his own online marketing department long ago. The global box office of X-Men is about to reach the threshold of $400 million. The media is singing praises crazily, and 20th Century Fox is working hard to increase publicity and marketing. But everyone ignores that the reason why DC superheroes always perform so well is that there is a group of special forces behind them who control the thoughts and opinions of young people in North America. Talking about this, George Lucas's face was no longer smiling, and he looked at his two old friends seriously. If 20th Century Fox had the right to speak on online marketing like Warner Brothers, the box office performance of X-Men would definitely be more than what it is now. Recalling every movie released by Wayne in recent years, Steven Spielberg stared at the wine glass in his hand, and various online marketing methods kept emerging in his mind, and he couldn't help but sigh. Yes, the Water Army department under the distribution department of Warner Brothers has indeed played a huge role. Jeffrey Katzenberg also nodded. The internet represents the future. The internet represents the future. This sentence has been shouted out in North America a few years ago. However, Warner Brothers is the only company that has really used the internet to promote and market movies on a large scale. The reason for this situation is related to the traditional conservatism of large Hollywood film companies and the fact that everyone is still in the exploratory stage. Almost every new film of Wayne will be a topic of widespread discussion on the internet. Steven Spielberg raised his head and took a sip of red wine, agreeing with his old friend's point of view. It's just like he was the first to show a new film trailer at the Super Bowl halftime advertising show. Wayne has never been a director who only knows how to bury his head in filming. In fact, his marketing methods are richer than everyone else. Steven, we must also have our own network department. Jeffrey Katzenberg breathed a sigh of relief and said seriously, Wayne, that kid not only changed black films into the mainstream, but also continued to promote the Hollywood film marketing model. Compared with George Lucas and others who are still relatively idle, Wayne, the protagonist discussed by several bigwigs in Glendale DreamWorks, has been so busy that he wants to fly. After submitting the scripts and project plans of Superman and Wonder Woman to Warner Brothers, he immediately began to work on the new projects of Greenberg Studio under the arrangement of Nina. The first one in front of him was John Wick tailored for Brandon Lee. Compared with before the Matrix trilogy, Brandon Lee at this time has become a big star resounding throughout North America. Although he still cannot reach the first line status after it in the Matrix trilogy, his status in the circle has also risen rapidly. In particular, as the absolute protagonist of the Matrix trilogy, he was completely accepted by the mainstream audience. This has always been the case in Hollywood, even though his Chinese ancestry, which was discriminated against before, was completely ignored by everyone at this time. And in the project of John Wick, naturally, he could no longer sign a cheap starring contract with him like The Matrix. However, there was no point of dispute in the negotiations between the two sides. Brandon Lee happily signed his name on the 3-part film contract. The first movie of this contract, John Wick, which has already started to be prepared, does not involve his salary in the later period, and he will only get $9 million in line with his worth. For his current status, this figure is basically in line with the market price. As for other subsequent projects, everything depends on the market performance of John Wick. As for the director of the film, under the recommendation of Warner Brothers, Wayne did not hesitate to choose Wolfgang Petersen. Although this German director is not very famous, he is well received in the circle. His previous works The Wire and Air Force One are both very outstanding. John Wick has a total investment of $25 million. Like the previous The Matrix, Warner Brothers and Greenberg Studio jointly invested in the production. Contrary to outside speculation, this film is not actually a big production. You must know that even the original film in Wayne's memory only cost $20 million. Along with the Warner Brothers investment, a producer from Warner Brothers was also deposited into the account of a third-party insurance company. Wayne had no way to deal with this. After all, his Greenberg Studio was strictly speaking just a shell company and did not have any talent in this area. He did not have the energy to pay too much attention. Just as the crew of John Wick began to prepare in a low-key manner, he met with David Lynch through Bruce Rosenblum's relationship. However, Wayne's plan fell through this time. David Lynch had already started to produce Mr. Streeter's story and politely rejected his invitation. Just when he was having a headache about the director, Warner Brothers once again came to his rescue. Roland Emmerich, who had just made a big mistake in Godzilla, accepted Warner Brothers' invitation without hesitation and would serve as the director of the King Kong project. What did Wayne say? On a Monday in late September, in a large conference room of Warner Brothers, before the start of a routine high-level meeting, Jeff Robinov whispered to Bruce Rosenblum. He has no problem with Roland Emmerich. More and more executives and shareholder representatives entered the conference room. Bruce Rosenblum spoke faster and answered, "It's just that we should be more cautious. Roland Emmerich just messed up a big project with an investment of hundreds of millions." Jeff Robinov shook his head slightly. He fits this type. Is there anyone better than him? That's right. There was no way. They had to be cautious about the King Kong project. This project was completely different from John Wick. The production cost was as high as $160 million. This number is definitely a first-line production, not to mention Warner Brothers, even if it is placed in the entire Hollywood. In fact, facing such a high investment, the senior management of Warner Brothers once hesitated when reviewing the project. But when faced with the words of Agent Jimmy, if Warner Brothers does not participate in the investment, Greenberg Studio will finance the filming on its own, all the concerns of the senior management were immediately dispelled. The lesson of Charlie's Angels is right in front of us. You know, Wayne also proposed co-production of this film, but unfortunately Warner Brothers gave up the opportunity to make money. Whenever they were in doubt, Jeff Robinov and other senior executives would involuntarily think of the Matrix trilogy. This project, jointly produced by Warner Brothers and Greenberg Studio, has achieved good box office results for 3 consecutive years. In particular, the movie-related merchandise sold simultaneously with the film is simply not the value that an R-rated film can create. Take The Matrix Revolutions for example. From its release to now, the sales of various types of movie-related products have reached about $260 million worldwide. The Matrix series is like a stable money printing machine for Warner Brothers and Greenberg Studio, printing money every year. Let's get started. At 9 o'clock, the large conference room was filled with Warner Brothers executives. Jeff Robinov didn't waste any words. He stretched out his hand and tapped lightly on the conference table, officially starting today's routine meeting. The most important thing in front of everyone is undoubtedly the review of Superman and Wonder Woman. This is not the first time that these 2 projects have been discussed. Generally speaking, no one has raised any objections. However, many executives and shareholder representatives have considerable doubts about the scripts of the 2 films. Jeff. After the meeting officially started, a shareholder representative sitting not far from the CEO spoke first. Everyone thinks that there is no room for discussion on Superman and Wonder Woman, but I think about the script timeline. Should we talk to Wayne again? Many executives nodded involuntarily. No one doubted Wayne's ability, but there were many different opinions among the executives on the timeline of the scripts of Superman and Wonder Woman. The most important point of contradiction is Wayne's consideration of the production order of the 2 films. If nothing unexpected happens, these 2 projects will be the final foreshadowing before Justice League, and no one dares to be careless about these 2 projects. As for the different voices of some senior executives, they only sporadically point to Zack Snyder. Some executives doubt his ability and think it is better to find a more experienced director, even if it is just to preside over the daily shooting. I want to remind you one thing. In fact, this is also a headache for Jeff Robinov. He simply stopped beating around the bush, looked around at everyone in the conference room, and said directly, even if Wayne is invited, there will probably be no changes to the script. However, after the meeting, I will call him and talk about the script again. If Wayne does not change the order of the script timeline, will the Warner Brothers executives not approve Superman and Wonder Woman? Obviously Jeff Robinov has seen through this point a long time ago. Even if time is delayed for a long time, the executives will eventually pass it with a pinch of the nose. It is better to end the debate as soon as possible and let the 2 projects start the relevant preparations as soon as possible. Chapter 705 Rules Can Serve You. Yes, Jeff. I think there is no room for discussion on the script. In the restaurant of Greenberg Manor, Wayne was wearing pajamas, holding a mobile phone in one hand, tilting his head and constantly talking. The other hand was not idle either, constantly picking up a piece of scrambled egg with a steel fork and putting it into his mouth. Chewing something in his mouth made his voice a little garbled. I have only one opinion on the script. If any executive or shareholder thinks he knows more about DC superheroes and movies than me, then I respect his revision opinions. Oh, dear. Is there anything else to eat? Just as Wayne was holding the phone with his neck tilted and talking to the CEO of Warner Brothers with an obvious teasing tone, Naomi Watts covered her mouth with one hand and yawned as she walked into the restaurant. He glared at the Australian actress fiercely, pointed to the phone on his neck, and then pointed to the place reserved for breakfast on the table. Sorry. Naomi Watts shrugged and apologized silently. She didn't care whether the man saw her apology or not. She pulled out a chair and sat down before breakfast and began to stuff food into her mouth. Wayne, be prepared. Within a week, I will get Superman and Wonder Woman through the review committee as soon as possible and promote the establishment of these 2 projects as soon as possible. Jeff Robinov's voice came from the phone. In fact, the CEO of Warner Brothers had thought of this result early on. This call was more like a routine for other senior executives to see. Hey, man, don't tell me you're having breakfast. It's past 10 in the morning. Yes, I gave myself a half day off. Wayne responded with a smile, but his eyes couldn't help but look at the Australian actress. Okay, that's it for now, Jeff. Try to move quickly, we don't have much time. After hanging up the phone, he threw the mobile phone on the dining table and lowered his head to continue working hard on the scrambled eggs and bacon on the plate. Although it was already late September, the sunshine in Los Angeles was still warm. Naomi Watts picked up the milk and took 2 big gulps. Turning his head to look at the scorching sky outside the window, he asked casually, "What happened?" "Ask Jeff to call the manor early in the morning to find you." The script problem of Superman and Wonder Woman. Wayne didn't even raise his head and muttered in response, "Some senior members of the Warner Brothers review committee have some opinions on the timeline of these 2 scripts. Then how to solve it?" The Australian actress shook her head slightly and continued to ask in surprise, "Re-revise the script? Or what?" Without waiting for his answer, she cleared her throat with a look of watching a good show on her face and pretended to be serious and said, "Wayne Greenberg's new project has been stuck. The Warner Brothers review committee requires modifications, otherwise the project will not be approved." Haha, I really look forward to this being the headline tomorrow. "Dear Ms. Watts, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you." After swallowing the last bite of food, Wayne leaned back in his chair with a comfortable face, glanced at the complacent Naomi Watts, reached out for a cigarette, took out a cigarette, lit it and took a deep puff. As the green smoke came out of his mouth, he smiled and said, "In no more than a week, Jeff will push for the project to be approved. Naomi, you should know that in Hollywood, if you have money, the rules can be flexible. If you have power, the rules can serve you. The rules of the Warner Brothers review committee are tailored for producers and directors who have neither money nor power. And I'm not in this category, understand?" Naomi Watts rolled her eyes fiercely and did not say anything else. Although she did not want to admit it, everything the other party said was a naked fact of this circle. Hollywood's large film companies have a rigorous and complete project review mechanism. Unlike independent film companies, every project invested and produced by a large film company must go through an almost rigorous review process. It is still the late 1990s, but the investment scale of mainstream Hollywood commercial films has reached tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars. Although Hollywood's large film companies seem to be rich, they don't actually have much liquidity. A failure in a large-scale project investment of hundreds of millions of dollars is likely to bankrupt a medium-sized film company and cause a large film company to suffer serious damage. Therefore, film companies have no choice but to be cautious. Even so, film investment is like gambling for film companies. No company can ensure the success of the film before the project is released. This is one of the reasons why Hollywood film companies like to make sequels. After so many years of commercialization in Hollywood, film companies have already had a complete set of operating rules. Before the project is officially invested, there are countless plans that are suppressed at this stage every day. It is not uncommon for projects in the industry to take several years to review. But all this is for ordinary producers or directors. Wayne or Steven Spielberg, practitioners of their level, are fully capable of ignoring the almost strict rules in the industry to a certain extent. Not to mention the detailed project plan and script. Even if they have nothing, directors or producers of their level will still have investors who will give them money based on an idea that suddenly comes to mind. "I'm going to the farm to see Fendi. Do you want to come with me?" For actresses, body management is always the focus of life. Naomi Watts seemed to be very hungry, but she still controlled her desire to eat more. She simply ate some bread, picked up skim milk, and looked at Wayne and complained, "Damn, I hope little Fendi hasn't forgotten me as her mother. I have an appointment with Roland Emmerich this afternoon to talk to him about the preparations for King Kong." Shrugging at the woman, Wayne spread his hands regretfully. "Cherish your vacation, Nami. I suggest you stay on the farm for 2 days and spend some time with our good daughter." "Aha, I'll consider it." Naomi Watts drank the milk in one gulp, stood up and walked out of the restaurant. "But I still have to say, Wayne, I really enjoy the feeling of working." Looking at the graceful back of the Australian girl, Wayne's mind kept surging with the madness of last night. Even he himself admitted in his heart that no matter how hot other women's bodies were, or how delicate their faces were, in the end, the woman who was most compatible with him had to be this Australian girl. When he was the only one left in the restaurant, he inevitably began to think about the phone call he had just received. In fact, after the scripts of Superman and Wonder Woman were submitted to Warner Brothers together with the project plan, Wayne had already thought that there would definitely be some executives who would raise objections to the timeline of the script. After all, according to his plan, Wonder Woman would be placed before the opening of Superman in terms of production and release time. If the order of the two films was swapped, these voices would never appear. First of all, Wonder Woman, Wayne did not make too many changes, and the overall script was still based on the version in his mind. After all, the long legs of the Israeli actress were really impressive. The success of this version has fully proved the excellence of its script and story. He did not go to great lengths to make drastic changes. If there is any difference between the current script and the scenes in memory, it is only that some lines are added to the film, which seem to hint at the existence of Green Lantern. The Easter egg at the end of the film is what he really intended to arrange. The other stories as a whole have not changed much. The Wonder Woman in memory is like showing how beautiful Gal Gadot is in 360 degrees, and the version he is about to shoot, except that the heroine has been changed, continues this path. The reason why the senior management of Warner Brothers disagreed is actually the script and story arrangement of Superman. Because Wayne put the storyline of Superman before Wonder Woman, there is nothing surprising about the overall story of Superman. It can be said that, even if it has not been filmed yet, DC fans can guess it. This film mainly gives the origin of Clark Kent, and the biggest villain will only be General Zod. According to normal people's understanding, there is no doubt that Superman, which is earlier in the timeline, should be produced and released first, and then some tricks should be used to introduce Wonder Woman Diana Prince. But Wayne did not do that. His plan was completely the opposite. A single film, or two films put together, Superman in front and Wonder Woman in the back, is indeed more conducive to the film's screening results, and is also conducive to the fans' understanding and the smoothness of the fans' viewing. But Wayne's eyes were not fixed on these two films at all. Instead, he paid more attention to the foundation laid for Justice League after the release of these two films, providing enough convincing logic, at least in his opinion, with the popularity accumulated in the past few years. Coupled with the global popularity of Superman and Wonder Woman, these two films will not lack the support of fans, even if the timeline is reversed. But Justice League is completely different. When the fans' expectations are raised to the highest, the difficulty of making Justice League is also raised to the highest. No one can deny that filming a movie like a big grocery store is much more difficult than a movie with a single protagonist. When various heroes gather together, the appearance time, before and after the appearance, the display of their respective abilities, etc., all inevitably become the century-old problem. Now it seems that all the senior executives of Warner Brothers have no worries about Wayne's ability to make Justice League. But these concerns have been churning in his heart. After all, he is not Joss Whedon, and this type of film will not even give him a chance to practice. In fact, as long as Justice League can be successful and the first phase of the DC universe ends perfectly, Wayne is really not worried about the development of the second phase. Whether it is Shazam, Green Arrow, Aquaman, Constantine, Suicide Squad and other new characters he has planned, or Batman, Flash, Superman in the sequel, with the success of the first phase, as long as they follow the plan, even if one or two of the films are not satisfactory, it will hardly affect the advancement of the entire universe. Everything was just as Wayne expected. Warner Brothers announced the project approval notice of Superman and Wonder Woman through its media before the end of September. Once the news was released, it immediately attracted the attention of the whole of North America. Compared with the slightly dull theater market in late September, the news of the project approval of Superman and Wonder Woman obviously attracted more attention from the media and movie fans. This year can be called the movie year of Warner Brothers. From May, when the summer season began, to now when the summer season war has basically ended, Warner Brothers can be said to be the biggest winner. So far, the first place in the North American annual box office rankings in 1998 is still firmly occupied by The Flash with $293 million. The second place is Saving Private Ryan with $214 million. The distributor of this film is also Warner Brothers. Behind it is The Matrix Revolutions, ranked fourth with $201 million. The North American box office of this R-rated film finally barely passed the threshold of $200 million. Then there are Charlie's Angels with a North American box office of $145 million. Rush Hour with a North American box office of just over $100 million. Let's Talk 4 with a North American box office of $130 million. And you've got Mail with a box office of $115 million. Etc. Just flip through this year's North American box office rankings and take a quick look. Basically half of the top 10 are named Warner Brothers. The glory of more than half a year is no longer a new thing in the eyes of the media, or it can be said that they have become numb. Don't think that Warner Brothers' domination of the cinema market has ended. Now that the popularity of Rush Hour is still there, Warner Brothers has already started to promote Super Sensation, which will be released in early October. No one can deny the success of Warner Brothers this year. Although there are still a few months before the end of 1998, the whole of Hollywood has realized that this year's total revenue of Warner Brothers is destined to rank first among the six giants. On the morning of October 1st, hundreds of reporters from mainstream North American media flocked to the Warner Brothers headquarters in Burbank. Today, the project launch conference for Superman and Wonder Woman will be held here. These two films have attracted almost all media attention, and no media is willing to miss the DC new works that are destined to be popular. There are too many news that can be hyped. Superman and Wonder Woman, these two projects will be launched together. I didn't expect Warner Brothers to have such a big appetite. In a large conference room on the 7th floor of the Warner Brothers building, Candace Metz, a reporter from the New York Times, looked at her colleagues who were still pouring in and sighed to the photographer beside her. It's not just Warner Brothers that has a big appetite. Photographer Hunter Brent wiped the sweat off his head, looked at the empty long table of the organizers, and joked, "Candace, I prefer to believe that Wayne Greenberg is more ambitious and has a bigger appetite." It's not surprising that Warner Brothers and Wayne Greenberg are so crazy, starting two huge projects at the same time. A reporter from The New Yorker heard the chat between the two and lowered his head and said, "Did you notice this year's North American annual movie box office rankings? About half of the top 10 are distributed by Warner Brothers." He paused for a moment, looked around at the noisy crowd, and deliberately lowered his voice, and continued, "What's even more shocking is that many of these projects have the name Wayne Greenberg behind them." The two reporters from the New York Times were stunned for a moment, and then nodded silently. The Flash, The Matrix, and Charlie's Angels, these three works that broke into the top 10 of the annual box office. Wayne is either the director or the investor and producer. From this aspect alone, this name is still the biggest guarantee of Hollywood's success. It makes sense that Warner Brothers would agree to launch both Superman and Wonder Woman and hand them all over to Wayne. Reporters were still entering the conference room. The protagonist they were waiting for was in an office not far from the conference room, also waiting for the official start of the project launch conference. "Zach, I heard that you have received a lot of invitations during this period." Several people sat on the sofa. Luke Simmons looked at Zack Snyder in a neat suit and teased, "If I were you, I would leave my head alone and go it alone." After saying that, he deliberately glanced at Wayne and raised his eyebrows at Zack Snyder. "Huh." Zack Snyder whistled, crossed his hands on his legs, looked at Luke Simmons and shrugged, and one sentence made the other's blood pressure soar. "Luke, if you hadn't had the same idea, you wouldn't have been offered the position of assistant director of Joker by me, a New York commercial director." His light counterattack immediately made everyone in the office laugh. Everyone looked at Luke Simmons with a smile. Basically everyone knew what happened back then. Back then, if Luke Simmons, Wayne Sr., hadn't been fooled by a small film company with the temptation of being a director, there would undoubtedly be no Zack Snyder today. This incident has basically become the main topic for team members to tease him, and it has never been out of date. Looking at the senior who raised his middle finger to everyone, Wayne also smiled and shook his head. There are inevitable conflicts among this group of people, but every time, when their new project starts, they will at least temporarily put aside all their prejudices and at least show the unity they should have in front of themselves, which is enough. There is another point that Luke Simmons said is absolutely right. That is, the invitations to Zack Snyder are flying like snowflakes. According to the information he learned, since the North American box office of The Matrix Revolutions exceeded $200 million, many companies in the industry have extended olive branches to Zack Snyder. It has always been like this in this circle. Commercial performance represents everything. There is no doubt that Zack Snyder is now very popular in the circle. Wayne suspects that, if Zack Snyder is willing to give in, there must be no shortage of high-paying projects among the film companies that have invited him. Maybe there will be companies willing to pay 10 plus 10. After all, the results of the Matrix trilogy are there, and the box office figures are far more convincing than any talent or ability. The vicious circle of Hollywood has always been like this. There are many talented film directors, but 99% of such people are still doing odd jobs in a small crew until they give up and can't get a chance to direct. Opportunities are always more important than talent. No film director who can achieve a little success in this circle has become famous smoothly. Like Wayne, it's good that he has a good father who is willing to support and has the ability to support his debut work, so he got a chance to show himself to the outside world. Take David Lynch for example. When he was shooting his first feature film Eraserhead, he not only swindled tens of thousands of yuan in support funds from the Motion Picture Association of North America, but also emptied all his savings. Even so, the funds needed for his debut film were a drop in the bucket. In the end, there was really no other way. David Lynch simply made a movie while delivering newspapers and picking up scraps to make money. Finally, Eraserhead was made, and he had the opportunity to show himself to the outside world. If you are a niche fan who likes cult films, and grindhouse films, you should have seen this special classic. Robert Rodriguez's first work, Tragedy of the Assassins, was produced with funds from his being a guinea pig for drug testing in a pharmaceutical company. There are countless similar things. It can be said that no famous Hollywood director has easily achieved success. Don't look at the generosity of major film companies when investing in them after becoming famous. But before success, even if Hollywood giants see the talent that is about to overflow from you, they will never loosen their wallets. It is precisely because he knows the importance of opportunities that Zack Snyder is unwilling to take risks. He understands his luck better than anyone else. Don't think that he was laughing when he teased Luke Simmons. In fact, in the entire behind-the-scenes team, he and Luke Simmons have always had a good relationship, just because of that opportunity that happened by chance. Zack, tidy up your beard when you go back. I don't want to be called a black-hearted capitalist who is trying to squeeze you to death. Looking at the time on his wrist, Wayne reached out and patted Zack Snyder on the shoulder. Get ready, we will face the group of media reporters like flies in 10 minutes. Zack Snyder shrugged, not caring about the messy beard on his face at all, just bowed his head and tidied his suit. Many people laughed at him behind his back, mocking his retreat when facing the director's baton of Superman, but no one knew how much pressure he was under after picking up the baton. Not to mention the Superman project. Even when he was hosting the filming of The Matrix in the first 2 years, the constant pressure almost made him collapse several times. Just like Wayne said, Zack Snyder was lucky to get the opportunity smoothly, but he also lost the time to exercise his stress resistance through small budget projects. He never told anyone that during the filming of The Matrix, even if he completed his daily work step by step, the terrible pressure made him never sleep well. Chapter 706, Power Constraints. Wonder Woman and Superman will open a new chapter for the DC film series. In the huge conference room on the 7th floor of the Warner Brothers building, Wayne sat in the center of the organizer's seat at the front. There were no less than 200 reporters crowded in front of him, but his voice seemed neither hurried nor slow. In addition to his speech into the microphone, the only sound at the scene was the flashlights of a large number of camera equipment flashing desperately. Whether it's Wonder Woman Diana Prince or Superman Clark Kent, their stories are so familiar to many fans that they can't be more familiar. I can tell all fans now that the stories of these two important DC heroes will definitely bring surprises to everyone. Unfortunately, after the film was approved, I signed a strict confidentiality agreement with Warner Brothers, so I can't reveal too much relevant information and script details. However, I can assure all DC fans that these two films will definitely be more amazing than you expected. Facing Wayne, who spoke in cliches, but refused to reveal any useful movie information, the reporters who were crowded together didn't care about talking. Everyone was trying to think hard to ask some more specific news. especially after the host of the press conference indicated the start of the free question session. A large number of reporters responsible for news interviews or moved forward involuntarily. Director Greenberg, can you talk about the main actors of Wonder Woman and Superman? Candace Metz, the first reporter to be called, looked at the man sitting in the center and asked loudly, although the actors who played Diana Prince and Clark Kent have appeared in The Flash, the brief shots did not give clear information. Can you talk about these two actors? In the past few years, both Christian Bale, who played Batman, and James Franco, who played The Flash, received huge media attention before the filming of the movie. Today is no exception. As long as they can get information about the actors who play Superman and Wonder Woman, reporters will not worry about having nothing to write. Even as the influence of DC movies grows, the public's attention to the main actors is inevitably increasing. This movie series has become a unique landscape in Hollywood. Even before the filming of the movie has started, the main actors can step into the public eye. I thought you were going to ask me something that needed to be kept secret. Wayne, who was not far from the female reporter, shrugged exaggeratedly. While teasing himself, he raised his hand to wipe the non-existent sweat from his forehead. His exaggerated performance caused a good-natured laugh in the crowded conference room. However, he did not let the reporter from the New York Times wait for long. He said to the microphone in front of him, I believe some careful fans have already discovered something from the Easter eggs in The Flash. That's right, Ben Affleck had signed a film contract with Warner Brothers a year ago. He will play Superman Clark Kent. As for Wonder Woman Diana Prince, it will be played by Angelina Jolie. At present, the two of them are undergoing relevant training before filming, and will meet everyone at the launch conference at the latest. Ben Affleck, Angelina Jolie. When the reporters heard these two names, the temporary press room immediately fell into a discussion. Most reporters were not surprised. As long as they referred to Wayne's previous employment habits, it was not difficult to draw this conclusion. In fact, neither Ben Affleck nor Angelina Jolie are unfamiliar names, at least in the industry. The former, together with his good friend Matt Damon, made a strong appearance in Good Will Hunting. The latter is even more familiar. The female storm set off by Charlie's Angels this summer has allowed this actress, who grew up in the industry, to remind all audiences around the world what a hot body is. What is more impressive is actually the sexy lips. When many people heard this name, they suddenly remembered the museum staff at the end of The Flash. The only clear image left to the audience was this unique and sexy pair of lips. Director Greenberg, can you talk about Superman who has returned after many years? A female reporter in a professional suit in the front row looked at Wayne and asked during a break in the discussion of the reporters. I'm afraid most people have to admit that the popularity of Superman Clark Kent is unique among all superheroes. The reporters on the scene also knew very well that movie fans must be more concerned about Superman's related information. First of all, I have to correct you. Superman is not returning, but a reboot. After a little thought, Wayne cleared his throat and answered into the microphone. The Superman we are about to see is completely different from what has appeared on the big screen before. Sorry, I don't mean to disrespect Richard Donner and Richard Lester, directors of Superman 1, 2, and 3, but I just want to make it clear that neither Superman nor Wonder Woman has anything to do with the previous stories. Wayne, can you reveal the specific content? Wayne looked at the reporters and spread his hands, smiling and shaking his head. No, don't try to trick me. I can only tell you that they are different from all the previous works. Facing the reporters' questions in a variety of ways, Wayne handled them with ease. In this environment, there was no one who deliberately made trouble. It's not that he didn't want to reveal some plot information, but these two films were too special. Even if nothing was revealed, the public would probably be able to guess what was filmed. After all, which ordinary person hasn't heard a little about the stories related to these two characters? Faced with such a situation, Wayne simply chose to maintain the mystery to avoid the embarrassment of the audience losing their sense of freshness before the film was released. Normally, before a Hollywood movie is released, whether the plot is leaked or not can have a disastrous impact on the film. There are countless similar things in Hollywood, but when it comes to this, we have to mention the unlucky old Quentin Tarantino. When his new film The Hateful Eight was just launched, His entire script of more than 100 pages was leaked, and the whole of Hollywood and North America knew what he was going to shoot. It just so happened that the ruffian Quentin was the last one to get the news, because countless actor agents frantically called Quentin's agent to recommend themselves, hoping to get a role. So the Hateful Eight that was finally presented to the world was the second version of the script that Quentin Tarantino reorganized before the official filming. In order to distinguish the leaked plot and clear the impact of the plot leak, the two versions of the script can be said to have nothing to do with each other. However, even so, the performance of the Hateful Eight is still unsatisfactory. Until the film was taken off the shelves, the North American box office was only over $50 million. You must know that this result is completely inconsistent with Harvey Weinstein's expectations. As for whether the performance of the film was affected by the plot leak, I'm afraid even a fool can guess. The routine project launch conference ended after the Warner Brothers staff showed the contract between the two parties. In fact, the contract shown to reporters was just a ceremonial thing. The real contract was signed by Wayne and Warner Brothers as early as a day before the press conference. To a certain extent, when Warner Brothers gave a confirmed response to the two projects Superman and Wonder Woman through a series of market surveys and risk assessments, Warner Brothers had basically acquiesced to the salary of the leader. As Wayne's agent, Jimmy has begun to miss the time in the early 1990s when he could always get a sense of accomplishment in the negotiations with Warner Brothers in a heated battle. In the past 2 years, negotiations for his own clients' salaries have become increasingly boring for him. Putting aside everything else, Warner Brothers and Jimmy have a tacit understanding on Wayne's personal treatment. At least in the DC series of movies, there is no controversy about his treatment. Although he has the titles of producer, director, screenwriter, etc. in these two projects, in fact, his main source of salary has always been the position of director. Not only did the basic salary in the early stage and the box office share in the later stage not change at all, even some of the treatment and standards in the work looked so familiar. At a certain moment, Jimmy even suspected that the senior executives of Warner Brothers directly changed the name of the director's contract of The Flash and put it on the negotiation table. Perhaps for large-scale projects of other film companies, the director's contract is a big book that requires long-term wrangling and takes several months to grind out. When it comes to Warner Brothers and Wayne, the time loss in this regard is obviously saved because both parties understand that the salary and benefits he is getting now are already the top in this circle. If you want to go further, it is completely beyond the scope of director or producer, unless it involves the offline share of the film. But in the DC movie series, the condition that Warner Brothers is least likely to give is the offline share of the film. After all, this series is completely different from the joint investment projects of both parties. You know, Warner Brothers has not introduced any external financing for the DC series projects. As long as it involves the DC series of films, all Warner Brothers invested their own working capital to produce them. On the day when the project launch conference ended, Wayne did not leave the Warner Brothers building, but just changed a conference room to start a routine meeting with his core creators behind the scenes, including editor Julia, two producers Charles Roven and Luke Simmons, photography supervisor Robert, prop supervisor Weeks, lighting supervisor Steve, assistant director Schwartz and others, all waited for him in this conference room. These people have been working with him for more than 1 or 2 years, and they all understand the working style of the crew leader. From the moment they signed the director's contract, Wayne would be like a full spring and devote himself to the work. As in the past, without any nonsense, Wayne arranged their respective work one by one in an orderly manner. Luke, Charles, Warner Brothers will deposit two funds of $40 million each into the accounts of Superman Studio and Wonder Woman Studio before tomorrow morning. You keep a close eye on the first batch of funds for your respective projects until they enter the accounts of third-party insurance companies. No question, boss. Luke Simmons agreed happily. I will keep a close eye on Superman. Charles Roven responded loudly. Schwartz, send audition invitations to the agency companies in the circle. Wayne nodded with satisfaction. His eyes swept across the faces of everyone in the conference room and finally stopped at the casting director. The location is still at Warner Studios. Pay attention. There will definitely be a lot of people in the first round of auditions. You have to be careful to select them. I understand, boss, leave it to me. This is a team that has cooperated many times, and there is no need for running in. As Wayne communicated with the heads of various departments one by one, the brief preparatory meeting quickly came to an end. In the end, his eyes were fixed on Zack Snyder. Zack, go gather your team behind the scenes of The Matrix. Charles will help you with the relevant preparations. You have plenty of time. If you have any difficulties, call me at any time. Okay. Facing the eyes of everyone in the conference room, Zack Snyder nodded modestly, looked at Charles Roven, the producer of Superman, and returned to silence again. The other supervisors of various behind-the-scenes jobs looked at him with a little envy in their eyes. Everyone knew that, as long as there was no problem with Superman, this advertising film director from New York would have made it, and there would be countless big projects waiting for him in the future. However, in the eyes of everyone, it was not difficult to find that some people had red jealousy in their eyes. It happened that these people were mostly assistant directors responsible for various specific affairs in the crew. Even Schwartz, the powerful assistant casting director, looked at Zack Snyder with a complicated look. After the brief preparatory meeting, everyone started to get busy. Wayne rushed to Warner Brothers again early the next morning and met with the representative of the third-party insurance company to sign a completion guarantee contract. This can be said to be the most important process after the project is established, and it is also a pistol behind the director and producer. In the modern Hollywood film production system, the introduction of third-party insurance companies has long become a part of commercial projects. The biggest difference between commercial films and low-cost independent films is also here. From the day the crew signed the guarantee agreement with the third-party insurance company, the representative of the insurance company will enter the crew in preparation. The funds of the investor for the project will also enter the account of the third-party insurance company. Basically, no matter what the crew wants to do, as long as it involves spending money, the producer needs to communicate with the representative of the insurance company. On the surface, it is like putting a pair of shackles on the core creators of the crew. Even when the shooting officially started, the representative of the third-party insurance company would observe the director's shooting plan every day and communicate the shooting plan for the next day. Their purpose is very clear, that is, they must ensure that the crew is working according to the scheduled plan and try to avoid all kinds of waste, including time and money. The ultimate goal is to ensure that the entire film is completed on the scheduled date and within the scheduled cost. As for the quality of the finished film, etc., that is not their job. They almost strictly supervise the operation of the entire crew to ensure that the film is completed and will not be aborted halfway due to various reasons. No director likes completion guarantees, and the same is true for Wayne. From the perspective of investors and distributors, the introduction of completion guarantees can maximize their interests. This is a practice that has been formed in Hollywood for many years. If you want to survive in this industrial system, you must abide by this set of rules and accept this set of rules. Don't think that all Hollywood crews are so reliable. In fact, it is not uncommon for crews to abort halfway through filming due to various problems. And every time it comes to this time, it is when the completion guarantee comes into play. They will inject capital into the crew and even re-recruit relevant staff to complete the insured project until it is delivered to the distribution company. Of course, this is a situation that no one wants to see, because once a similar situation occurs, the quality of the film will not be guaranteed at all. In fact, the preparation work for the project officially begins when the representative of the third-party insurance company enters the crew and the funds of the investor are deposited into the joint account of the crew and the insurance company. Of course, this also involves complex issues such as the investor, the distributor, whether the film has copyright pre-sales, whether there is advertising placement income, whether the placement income is directly included in the production cost, etc. But the actual meaning will not change. The representative of the completion guarantee company and the crew will not interfere with the normal work of the crew. But once they suspect or determine that Wayne's shooting plan has the risk of overspending and will endanger the interests of investors and insurance companies, the insurance company can immediately freeze the crew's associated account. The crew's shooting risks will then be evaluated. If necessary, they can also replace the entire work team to strive to shoot the film completely while ensuring the interests of investors. However, this is only the last red line of the completion guarantee contract. In the normal work of the crew, whether it is the investor, the crew, or the third-party insurance company, they will not be willing to trigger this red line. Once triggered, it will be a situation where everyone loses together. As the world's film center and the leader of the global entertainment industry, the Hollywood film industry seems to be full of myths, praises and crazy worship. Money, fame, power, and desire gather here, and fashion, honor, and scandals also proliferate here. But behind all the glamour, the Hollywood film industry maintains a steady stream of investment, and its growing scale is actually the power constraint. In addition to the distribution companies at the top, every link in Hollywood film production is full of power constraints. Just like the introduction of completion guarantees, even directors and producers with top privileges in the circle still cannot avoid this supervision. It can be said that power constraints are the underlying logic for stabilizing the Hollywood film industry. Note that power constraints only apply to commercial projects with perfect systems. Small budget independent films are still the one-man show of directors and investors, and do not apply this underlying logic. The reason is simple. Their first goal in making films is not to make a profit. Fortunately, Wayne has long been accustomed to similar rules, and his past work experience is also the kind that third-party insurance companies like the most. After successfully completing the completion guarantee agreement, Wayne also began to gradually enter the working state and enter the role of film director. At the same time, the crew's preparations were also rapidly underway at Warner Studios. In early October, the important auditions for Wonder Woman had just begun, so he had to temporarily take some time off and focus on the final round of auditions for The Lord of the Rings. Chapter 707, Queen Galadriel. American film production initially started in the eastern cities of New York, Chicago, and Philadelphia. Later, when producers were looking for locations, they discovered that the warm sunshine and rich landforms of Southern California were very suitable for filming movies all year round. At the same time, in order to avoid the patent companies that produced films, some independent producers began to move to Hollywood and settled in Hollywood, a small town in the suburbs of Los Angeles. Soon, many production companies gathered here. Around 1910, the production center of American film shifted from New York to Los Angeles, and Hollywood became synonymous with North American films. At that time, Hollywood quickly concentrated more than 600 film and television studios in a short period of time. In addition, suburban agriculture was developed, and vegetables, citrus fruits, and livestock products such as milk, eggs, and meat were produced in abundance. The commercial, financial, and insurance industries concentrated 29% of the employees in the urban area, and banks, savings, and credit institutions, insurance companies, etc. were spread throughout the city. The small town of Hollywood became more and more developed, so movies were also transferred here, and eventually the regional name of Hollywood was achieved, and it developed into a symbol of North American movies. However, with the end of the era of large studios, major Hollywood film companies began to flee this place. In particular, large Hollywood film companies have gradually become part of the media group, and have become content producers for the media group. Today, Paramount is the only large film company that continues to stick to Hollywood. It is not just Hollywood film companies that have fled, but more importantly, the filming locations of Hollywood film projects. Since the 1990s, more and more Hollywood film project filming locations have begun to be placed in overseas regions such as Australia and Canada, and major film companies have also opened their own studios and studios overseas. There are many reasons for the relocation of Hollywood project filming locations, the most important of which is taxation. As we all know, although California is the base camp of Hollywood movies, California's tax rate is not low, and the tax benefits on movies are even more inconspicuous. In comparison, Australia, Canada, and even Germany will not only provide a large number of convenient conditions for filming for Hollywood crews, but also give extremely high tax refunds. The purpose of Hollywood film companies shooting movies is to make profits, which is a purely commercial activity, so the relocation of more and more project filming locations has become an inevitable phenomenon. It is in this context that not many Hollywood film companies still have studios in Los Angeles. Even the only large studio that can guarantee normal operation and has a complete production mechanism is Warner Brothers. So far, Warner Studios is still one of the most important departments of Warner Brothers. The studio is located in Burbank and consists of two main and secondary plant areas, one large and one small, connected together. The Warner Studios that people often mention actually refers to the main plant area. The main plant area of Warner Studios covers an area of about 110 acres. Each acre is about 47 square meters. There are more than 30 studios in the plant area, as well as an uncountable number of outdoor locations. For example, the streets of New York, the famous small town street scenes in North America, and the major characteristic street scenes in Europe, which are often used in Hollywood movies, etc. Although the era of big studios has ended for many years, all major Hollywood film companies have built their own shooting bases overseas. But when it comes to the most advanced and complete studios in the world, we still have to mention those in Warner Studios. Even after the second decade of the 21st century, this phenomenon has not changed. For example, the most famous studio in the studio is Studio 16, which is the tallest studio in the world. Projects such as Steven Spielberg's Jurassic Park and the later famous The Voice of America, as long as the scenes that require huge venues to shoot, are basically shot here. It's not just a studio. If you want to make a movie and the requirements are not so harsh, almost all the work can be done here without leaving the studio. There are world-class professional studios, film projection rooms, editing departments and editing rooms, recording departments and recording studios, huge makeup departments, props departments, costume departments and other professional departments. The studio also has its own security team, a huge studio catering department, fire brigade, and transport fleet. If there is a shortage of props and costumes needed for filming, the movie store in the studio also accepts customized services. If you are willing to pay enough deposit, you can even borrow the props you need for filming from the Warner Brothers museum in the studio. No matter how the times change, Warner Brothers has always stubbornly maintained its own production base, which may be the biggest difference between this company and other large film companies. From a business perspective, this is somewhat unreasonable, because the cost of maintaining a huge studio is not enough compared to the profits it creates. This is also the reason why other film companies have closed and reduced their own studios. Regardless of whether it is because of the so-called tradition or stubbornness, Warner Brothers not only has this studio in Los Angeles, but also has a giant studio of similar size in Riverston near London, England, which covers an area much larger than the Hollywood studio. This studio near London is famous for the films it produces, such as a whole series of Little Wizards, Sherlock Holmes, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, etc. All of them are from this studio. However, as time goes by, these huge studios of Warner Brothers have also become facilities similar to Disney theme parks, mainly used to receive tourists from all over the world. In other words, not only did Warner Brothers not shut down these studios in the later period, but they also kept building new ones all over the world. Of course, it can also be called a film and television city in another way. The popularity of the internet era has brought about the era of information explosion. More tourists are willing to walk into the iconic scenes in the movies and even experience the magical world in the movies in person. But that was more than 10 or 20 years later. The current Warner Studios still remain cold at ordinary times. But during this period of time, the studios have become obviously lively again. Agents from major Hollywood agencies have been jumping up and down with their clients, constantly entering and leaving Warner Studios. The first was the much anticipated audition for Lord of the Rings. Compared to other projects, Lord of the Rings requires many main actors and even more minor supporting roles. This resulted in a large number of actors queuing up after the audition began. Is my hair okay? Damn, this inferior crown always gets stuck on my forehead. In the dressing room of Warner Studios, Kate Blanchett, dressed in Snow White, sat in front of the mirror and carefully checked her makeup, especially her long light golden hair, which was now permed into neat waves. Although she was complaining, the smile on her face betrayed her true feelings. After putting the elven crown on her head, she stood up, and turned around in front of the mirror. Then she turned her head and looked at her agent. "Wendy's, is everything okay?" "No problem." The agent carefully checked it up and down and nodded with satisfaction. "Kate, you are now the queen of elves, so beautiful that it takes your breath away. It is this noble and unique temperament. Believe me, no man can resist it. No one doesn't like to hear good words, and Cate Blanchett is no exception." She tried to maintain the expression on her face and checked her outfit in the mirror again. Yes, she knew better than anyone that she couldn't compare with those beautiful girls in Hollywood. Her figure was not hot enough, and she didn't have the kind of curvaceous American girls. But she knew how to play to her strengths, such as her uncommon snow-white long legs and unique temperament. "Fortunately, I caught up and didn't miss this opportunity," Cate Blanchett muttered softly, sitting in the MacUp chair waiting for the final audition. Her agent Wendy was standing behind her. Hearing her client sigh, she shrugged and said, "Since Ms. Nina Clean is willing to show you Wayne Greenberg's manuscript, why doesn't she help and say hello to Peter Jackson? Otherwise, we don't have to audition again and again." Cate Blanchett shook her head slightly and explained with a smile, "The fact that we can successfully enter the final round of auditions shows that Peter Jackson and the producers have implicitly given face to Wayne Greenberg." At this point, she squinted her eyes, looked at her agent in the mirror, lowered her voice even more, and explained, "Who is Nina Clean? Will she show me Wayne's hand-drawn manuscript just because I say a few nice words? I'm not stupid. If the person behind her doesn't nod, do you think she will look me in the eye?" "What?" The agent was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then he remembered some rumors about Nina Clean in the circle. No one doubts that this woman with plain looks and figure and thick glasses will have some dirty stories with her clients. Wayne Greenberg's taste in women can be summed up by asking a casual fan on the street, not to mention this circle. But as time goes by, more and more eyes are inevitably placed on Nina. There are even rumors in the circle that this plain-looking female assistant is Wayne's brain and controls all of Wayne's wealth. Rumors are destined to become more and more outrageous. There have been many gossip tabloids that have deeply analyzed Nina's position around Wayne. In fact, most people prefer to believe that Nina's position around Wayne is more like Pat Kingsley's position around Tom Cruise. The conclusion is that this woman is not easy to mess with, and ordinary people can't afford to mess with her. Don't worry about that woman. Does the fact that she showed you the original manuscript of the Elf Queen mean that? The agent shook his head vigorously, bent down to approach his client, and whispered, "Wayne Greenberg intends to give you this role." "It's hard to say." Cate Blanchett shrugged and said directly, "Even if he thinks I'm suitable for this role, I'm afraid it depends on the final audition and MacUp effect. Wendy, this is a big project with an investment of more than $300 million US. It can only be said that anyone who succeeds in Hollywood is definitely not a fool, and a clear mind is a necessary attribute. In fact, Cate Blanchett knows better than anyone that the reason why she can see the manuscript of the Elf Queen in advance is because she tried her best to please the man when facing him, and there will be no other reason. Even in the first few rounds of auditions, Peter Jackson, the director of the film, and even the powerful producer, all maintained a vague respect for her because of her relationship with the man. They respect not themselves, but the big man behind them. But she didn't feel disappointed at all. She tried her best to please Wayne Greenberg. Wasn't it for these invisible cares? Another point she saw clearly was that the production cost of the Lord of the Rings trilogy was more than $300 million US. For such a high-cost project, every link must be guaranteed to be error-free, not to mention the audition of the main actors. The Lord of the Rings is not Shakespeare in Love. There is no comparison between the two in terms of production cost or influence. As long as the actresses who set foot in Los Angeles, which one would be willing to mix in the field of niche art films? To put it nicely in front of the media, it is to polish their acting skills with good intentions. To put it bluntly, there is no actress who does not want to cross the so-called polishing of acting skills and directly become the darling of Hollywood commercial films. Although Shakespeare in Love is in the hands of Harvey Weinstein and is about to enter the Oscar stage ambitiously, Cate Blanchett is more envious of her best friend. In her opinion, the path taken by Naomi Watts is the most correct and most suitable path for actresses. Become famous as early as possible. This sentence is very suitable for describing Hollywood actresses. As we all know, the shelf life of European and American women is much shorter than that of men. If they cannot become a famous movie star at the best age, it will be difficult to play supporting roles in movies after they are over 30. So what if you are an Oscar winner? So what if you have won many awards? Winning awards does not necessarily mean you are a big star. Cate Blanchett thought very clearly. Meryl Streep's acting skills are outstanding, but when the film company chooses the heroine, Naomi Watts must be far ahead of her. Believe me, Kate. Raising her wrist to check the time, the agent made the final instructions. You are the real fairy queen. No man can refuse you now, not even Wayne Greenberg. Perform well and get this damn role. You have a great advantage. Nodding silently, Cate Blanchett breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, her advantage is the greatest, and she must make good use of it. At this moment, there was a gentle knock on the dressing room door, and an assistant informed Cate Blanchett to go to the audition room. Finally, she looked at her agent, and nodded to each other. With the help of the crew assistant, she walked out of the dressing room with her skirt lifted and walked towards the audition room. Facing the surprised eyes of many actors along the way, Cate Blanchett seemed to have not seen them at all, especially the naked jealousy in the eyes of some actresses, which she had thrown behind her. She didn't believe that she had made such thorough preparations, but she could still lose to these unprepared opponents. After today's audition, notify Elijah Wood's agent. In the audition room, Wayne supported his chin with one hand, tilted his head, and looked at a resume on the table, and whispered, "John, start contract negotiations with Elijah Wood's agent as soon as possible, and do your best to lower his salary. The budget for The Lord of the Rings is not generous at all. If you can't reach an agreement with his agent, give up Elijah Wood immediately, and use the backup actor." "Okay, I understand." John Gray, who was sitting next to Wayne, nodded and whispered, "Elijah Wood has a great height advantage, and he performed well in the previous audition. I hope there will be no problems." For the actor who plays Frodo, being less than 1.7 meters tall has become an advantage at this time. As John Gray said, Wayne also took a fancy to Elijah Wood's height advantage, which is infinitely close to the impression of The Hobbit. But this is Hollywood after all. No one is irreplaceable. Even if this actor performed well in The Lord of the Rings and his memory, it is still not the only choice. "Go on." Wayne waved at Peter Jackson and nodded to the assistant director standing in front of the audition room, signaling the audition to continue and notifying the next actor to come in. The door of the audition room opened, and in an instant, the entire staff in the room were stunned when they saw the woman who walked in naturally. Even John Gray, who was sitting at the back, was stunned when he saw the woman's dress. Only Wayne smiled and looked at Cate Blanchett, who walked in with amazement. Even the moment he saw this woman, he knew that this role belonged to her. Perfect and careful preparation, isn't it? John Gray recovered, glanced at Wayne beside him, and whispered teasingly, "Boss, I suspect your drawing manuscript has been leaked. Ha, this dress and makeup are exactly the same as your original composition. Damn, even the hairstyle is so lifelike." Peter Jackson shrugged, and seeing that Wayne's face was not angry, he also said with a hint of weirdness, "John, if I were you, I would definitely pretend that I knew nothing, but I have to say that it is exactly the same as in the manuscript. Damn, we seem to know too much. We won't be silenced, right? Shit." He laughed and cursed. Wayne was not angry at all about being exposed. Instead, he stretched out a hand and knocked on the table twice, interrupting the assistant director's audition command. He tilted his head and carefully looked at the effect in the camera again. He stood up directly, folded his arms in front of his chest, approached the somewhat overwhelmed Cate Blanchett, circled the Australian woman who looked like an elf queen, and observed her carefully. All the staff in the audition room looked at Wayne's abnormal behavior until he nodded with satisfaction with his chin on one hand and walked back to the back of the camera. "Okay, there is no need to continue this audition, Kate. Go back and wait for notification." After sitting back at the table, he picked up the cigarette on the table, and his voice also spread throughout the audition room. Hearing Wayne's instructions, Peter Jackson looked at the producer John Gray, who happened to look over as well, and both of them had some understanding in their eyes. Although this project was jointly invested by Warner Brothers and Greenberg Studio, John Gray was not stupid enough to raise any objections. Even though he was the producer of Warner Brothers, he just nodded silently and acquiesced to this joking audition. Peter Jackson looked at the actress in front and said, "Ms. Kate Blanchett, thank you for taking the time to participate in this audition. The crew will notify your agent of the specific news within 3 days after the audition." "Okay, thank you." Trying hard to suppress the ecstasy in her heart, Kate Blanchett politely nodded her thanks and finally glanced at the man sitting in the middle, then turned and left the audition room. The whole process was much smoother than she had imagined. Like a real elf queen, she raised her head proudly and walked towards the anxiously waiting agent. Under the other party's inquiring eyes, she raised her hand without hesitation and made an OK gesture. During the audition, several assistant directors cast strange glances at Wayne from time to time, but at least their glances were very hidden. The seemingly joking audition process was actually nothing wrong, especially for Wayne. First of all, there was no problem with Kate Blanchett's acting skills, and secondly, her personal image and temperament amazed everyone, so he chose to save time and ignored those routine procedures. Another important point is that from a business perspective, he prefers to sign a contract with Kate Blanchett now. Others may underestimate Shakespeare in Love, but he will not underestimate this film. The point is that Harvey Weinstein, the fat man, has made sufficient preparations this time. It seems that when the filming of Lord of the Rings begins, there is a high probability that an Oscar-winning actress will join. Moreover, the asking price of this Oscar-winning actress is still very low. Thinking of this, he looked at the producer and whispered, "Sign a contract with Kate Blanchett's agent as soon as possible, John, and the salary principle remains unchanged." "I understand." Spreading his arms and stretching hard, Wayne looked at the time with a cigarette in his mouth, thought for a while and said, "Peter, notify everyone to take a break, and we will continue after lunch." "Okay." At this time, there were still many actors and agents waiting in the studio outside the audition, including some already famous actors, but everyone was patiently waiting for the staff to notify them. The door of the small dressing room not far from the audition room was pushed open, and a suit-clad agent entered the room, and then closed the door. "Liv, I just received a notice from the crew assistant that our audition has been postponed to after lunch." Liv Tyler frowned slightly and turned to look at the agent. "It's not lunchtime yet, is it?" "Who knows?" The agent wiped the sweat off his face, his voice also full of helplessness. But then he put away all his dissatisfaction, deliberately lowered his voice and said, "I found out one thing, Liv. Our main competitor is most likely Charlize Theron. And I also saw Uma Thurman. Shouldn't she be promoting The Matrix overseas?" Liv Tyler was slightly stunned and asked in confusion, ignoring Uma Thurman directly. "At least so far, I haven't seen her in the studio." The agent pricked up his ears and listened to the movement outside the door for 2 seconds and lowered his voice again. "This is our chance." "No, it's your chance. Judging from the current situation, Charlize Theron should not have arrived yet." "You mean?" Liv Tyler looked at herself in the mirror and asked thoughtfully, "If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 708 I Don't Like Women with Long Faces. In Burbank, in a coffee shop opposite Warner Studios, Nina sat by the window, sniffing the aroma of coffee in front of her carefully until she nodded in satisfaction, and then she pushed the coffee to the opposite side, in front of the man who was wolfing down a sandwich. "Thank you." The two of them were already used to this, and Wayne didn't even raise his head, muttered, took a big sip of the coffee with a moderate temperature, and then continued to pick up a sandwich and put it into his mouth. Looking at the wolfing down of the opposite side, Nina shrugged slightly, raised her wrist to check the time, and said, "Boss, I received 2 calls this morning, or 2 invitations to be precise." "Ha, go on." Putting the last small piece of sandwich in his hand into his mouth, Wayne picked up the coffee and drank it all. The same scene, as if it had been rehearsed countless times. Nina took out a cigarette from her handbag and handed it to the man. Seeing the other party light a cigarette comfortably, leaning back in the chair, he reached out to test the temperature of the black tea and gently pushed it over along the table. Steven Spielberg called and wanted to invite you to a cocktail party at DreamWorks. He did not hide his purpose. On the phone, he asked me about the progress of the Greenberg studio project and whether we needed financing. It seems that the whole circle knows that I'm short of money. Wayne took a big puff of cigarette, picked up the black tea, and laughed and joked to himself. There are really no secrets in this circle. Hearing his words, Nina raised her hand, habitually pushed the wide glasses on her face, and turned to look at the street view outside the glass window. In fact, there are many rumors about Wayne in the circle now. As early as a few years ago, people in the circle generally had a conservative impression of him. The reason is that he has top-notch ability to make money, but he has never invested like most rich people. Instead, he would rather hold a large amount of cash flow in his hands. The US dollar is depreciating all the time, and this is a consensus. The most common way for Hollywood rich people to invest and preserve value is nothing more than stocks, real estate, art, or luxury goods that celebrities love, such as private business jets and sports cars and yachts. But for Wayne, none of these seemed to have any appeal. In the past few years, he had a large amount of money in his hands, but only one property under his name, and apart from this top manor on the top of Beverly Hill, he had no other assets that could be converted into cash. However, as time passed, the rumors about him in the industry became prodigal son and arrogant investor, and the reason was the animation studio headquartered in New York. In the past 2 years, Blue Sky Studios can be said to have fully updated its hardware facilities, and the facilities that can accelerate the development and accumulation of the studio, and the money spent, were all provided by Wayne. Not to mention private investors. In the most simple cognition of people in the industry, animation studios are completely a money-burning machine that can only be played by media groups. Most people in the industry think that he followed suit after seeing the huge success of Boss Joe's return to fruit because of Pixar. If investing in an animation studio is still a legitimate investment, then using your own money to make a movie is completely challenging the traditional concept of Hollywood for decades. Almost every elite in the industry has been warned that no matter what time it is, don't use your own money to make a movie. There are many reasons, but the biggest reason is that, as long as you don't use your own money to make movies, you will always be invincible. Not to mention the successful practitioners. Even the large Hollywood film companies, 90% of the money invested in movies comes from borrowing chickens to lay eggs. Everyone knows that the film industry makes money, and it makes a lot of money, but the history of Hollywood over the past few decades has been telling senior practitioners in the industry that investing in movies is no different from gambling. This year, Greenberg Studio seems to be keeping a low profile, but the large-scale auditions for The Lord of the Rings and the preparations for the grouping of John Wick and King Kong all show that Wayne was blinded by the profits of the films he invested in the previous 2 years and began to invest crazily in high-risk, non-adapted and sequel films. It seems that many people want to see me go bankrupt. In the past 2 years, Wayne has basically not read all kinds of gossip tabloids, but from the face of his assistant, he also guessed that there are many reports about his spendthrift investment behavior, and it is likely to surpass the traditional gossip and love affairs. Taking a sip of coffee, Nina reached out to fan the smoke, shrugged and said, "There's always someone who has more confidence in you, isn't it?" Shaking his head with a smile, Wayne asked, "Tell me, who is the other person who is interested in the studio project?" Rumors in the circle are not groundless. Most people guessed correctly that Greenberg Studio has launched projects one after another, and the funds are indeed not abundant. Although there were more than $100 million in the studio account a few months ago, as long as it is a real investment film project, the speed of spending money will be like a dam opened, and the savings will never flow out faster than the savings. The investment in Shakespeare in Love has thrown in more than $10 million. Of course, this also includes part of the film's public relations expenses in the upcoming awards season. The estimated production cost of John Wick is about $20 million, and the estimated production cost of King Kong is about $160 million. These two projects can be said to have been put into production. Although Greenberg Studio and Warner Brothers jointly invested and only had to bear half of the investment, the financial pressure is still not small. The only good news is that film investment is not a one-time deal, and you don't have to invest all the money at once. But there are A Dog's Purpose, Tomb Raider, Resident Evil, and the Marvel superheroes that Aviadella is chasing after. These projects are all on Wayne's desk and must be produced. So, if there is a suitable financing target, he really doesn't mind accepting investment. After all, these projects are a race against time. Remember Mr. Rockencourt? Nina put down the coffee cup in her hand, looked across the table and said, "Christopher Rockencourt, we met at the cocktail party before." Seeing that Wayne's eyes were flashing with memories and his face was a little confused, the assistant rolled her eyes secretly and reminded again, "It's the investment businessman from New York, who likes to keep changing female stars like you." Shit. Wayne glared at Nina fiercely and cursed in a low voice. There is no doubt that he has recalled the film investor. The cocktail party he met was at the Vanity Fair party after the Oscars. The person accompanying the New York film investor at the time was an Oscar-winning actress. Yes, that's him. Seeing her boss remember, the assistant spread her hands, curled her lips and continued, "He came very directly. He asked on the phone whether Greenberg Studio needed investment, and he also hoped to invite you to play basketball." Considering the necessity of accepting financing, Wayne's fingers kept tapping on the coffee table. It was not until several minutes later that he looked at the assistant and ordered, "Wait until we finish the audition for The Lord of the Rings, next week, and help me make an appointment with Christopher Rockencourt." At this point, he suddenly stopped, and under the assistant's puzzled gaze, he lowered his voice and continued to order, "You ask Anthony Pellicano, the Hollywood Eye, to take advantage of these few days to investigate this person." "Okay, I understand." Nina nodded in understanding. The reason why Wayne made an appointment with Christopher Rockencourt first was obvious, that is, to see if there was any advantage to be taken. This involves a convention of Hollywood accepting film investment, that is, whether the money for the investment project comes from inside or outside the circle. If you accept investment from insiders, then there is no doubt that it is basically difficult to do anything. But if it is money from outside the circle, he really doesn't mind playing a game of borrowing chickens to lay eggs with Warner Brothers tacitly. It is best to keep the borrowed chickens at home. But if you accept investment from DreamWorks, then basically you can't play any tricks. The difference between the two is still quite large. This is also the reason why the first choice for Hollywood film projects is always funds from outside the circle. It is actually not difficult to use outside funds to borrow chickens to lay eggs. Even in just a few minutes, Wayne can think of several common methods. Just like the most common method used by Warner Brothers, before preparing each film, a separately named film studio will be established, and then apply for a loan from the head office for production. After the film is completed, the distribution will of course be handed over to Warner Brothers. In this way, the advantage is that the box office share must first repay the loan from the headquarters, and then reimburse various distribution expenses. If the tacit understanding is sufficient, Warner Brothers can make the accounts of the specially established film studio a loss in just these two steps. Finally, he transferred the money from his left hand to his right hand, allowing Warner Brothers to acquire the film studio at a loss, and then use the copyright of the film to carry out commercial operations, firmly tying the long-term benefits to his own hands. However, this involves a tacit understanding and trust between the two parties. If the game is not played well, Warner Brothers will definitely not mind cheating Wayne's money. Investigating Christopher Rockencourt is just Wayne's caution. Strictly speaking, this is the first time he is ready to accept external investment, and it is not too careful. In his impression, Hollywood has never lacked film projects that have accepted dirty funds and ended up in a mess. Since the commercialization of Hollywood movies, various rumors of money laundering have always been around. Almost every successful film with multi-party investment has a wide range of conspiracy theories behind it. But that is just a rumor after all, and the gossip tabloids' unwarranted speculation for sales. However, in his unclear memory, it seems that there are indeed some projects that, because of the unclean source of funds, made a certain Earthgrass return all the film salaries in The Little Golden Man that was not yet warm. It seems that the rumors in the circle are not wrong. In the same cafe, not far from Wayne and the others, Liv Tyler and her agent watched the entire process of the two people's lunch. The agent moved closer to his client and said with emotion that Nina Clean is completely a hand in Wayne Greenberg's life. Nodding silently, Liv Tyler stared at Wayne with her eyes, thinking about how to use the short lunch break to create convenient conditions for herself. There have been various rumors in the circle for a long time. As Wayne's personal assistant, Nina not only manages all his wealth and helps him plan his career, but also takes full responsibility for everything in his life. Geniuses always have some quirks. As they saw, just having lunch, Nina naturally arranged everything. No one thinks these things are strange. Compared with those stars in the circle with more weird quirks, Wayne's ability to live only deteriorates when he enters the working state. The public is always more tolerant of extremely focused geniuses. Whether in the East or the West, people basically will not be too harsh on geniuses who are lazy and ignorant. Look there. The agent reached out and patted the client's arm and turned his head toward the door of the cafe. Later, when Wayne Greenberg returns to the studio, you can find a chance to chat with him. Turning her head, Liv Tyler looked at the door of the cafe, where 7 or 8 reporters, or paparazzi, with cameras on their backs were squatting. She instantly understood what the agent meant. Okay. Her eyes turned back and forth between the man and the paparazzi, and finally she looked at her agent and nodded firmly. Go, now. Seeing that Wayne and the other man had already stood up, put a few banknotes under their coffee cups, and walked out of the cafe in a low voice, the agent gently pushed Liv Tyler. With the establishment of the Superman and Wonder Woman projects, there has been a lot of media attention on Wayne. As soon as he and Nina walked out of the cafe, more than a dozen reporters waiting at the door surrounded them. Hey, Wayne, did you choose Angelina Jolie to play Diana Prince because she had sex with you? Wayne, can we talk about Superman? Mr. Greenberg, will your relationship with Naomi Watts be affected by Angelina Jolie? Shaking his head helplessly, Wayne walked quickly to the studio across the street with his head down, ignoring the reporters who were frantically pressing the shutter around him. He understood the thoughts of these tabloid reporters. The reason why they were frantically shouting about sensitive topics was to make him say something. No matter what was said, as long as they opened their mouths, they would have nothing to write. As for whether the report was true or not, it was pure nonsense. If the gossip tabloids did not distort something, how could they have sales? After seeing this scene, the security personnel at the entrance of the studio immediately trotted over to the opposite side. Wayne, who was only concerned with walking forward with his head down, felt that he suddenly bumped into someone, and then heard a woman scream. He didn't care about the flash of the paparazzi around him. He bent down and reached out to grab the woman he knocked down. Are you okay? But when he saw the woman's face, he couldn't help but frowned. Sorry, Director Greenberg, I was dragged into it by the reporters. Go in first. Wayne glanced at the panicked woman and didn't care about thinking too much. He nodded and walked towards the studio. The woman seemed to be frightened and couldn't help but hugged his arm. She also lowered her head and followed closely. It happened that this scene was all photographed by the paparazzi around. I'm here to audition for the role of the elf princess. The crew notified that the audition time has been postponed to the afternoon. After getting on the tram, Wayne looked at the woman carefully. This is a typical American girl with unusual black hair. Even if she wears flat sneakers, she is not much shorter than him. The light blue eyes are like 2 gems. While talking, she looks at you seriously. What is very rare is that this woman is nearly 1.8 meters tall, but her figure does not appear broad. At the same time, she can also maintain the hot body that is unique to North American girls. It must be said that this can be regarded as a kind of talent. As we all know, North American women mature very early. If Wayne only observes her figure and face, it is really difficult to determine her age. But according to his experience, this actress should be around 20 years old, and she is very good at showing her strengths. Through simple clothes, she can highlight her tall and hot figure. I've seen You're the Untamed. Although the woman has been chattering since she got on the tram, deliberately acting excited to see him, Wayne still chose not to expose her. He wanted to see what tricks this woman was trying to play. Really? You actually remembered my performance. Liv Tyler covered her mouth with one hand, her face full of incredible excitement. I'm a fan of yours, Director Greenberg. I've watched every one of your films more than twice. Can I call you Wayne? Sorry, I'm just too happy. You have a lot of insights into acting. You'll definitely become a first-line actress in the future. Looking at the woman so close, Wayne said nonsense. Liv Tyler noticed that the man's eyes were always wandering over her chest and face. She suppressed the pride that was faintly rising in her heart and acted like a silly and innocent girl. She was not stupid at all to be able to gain a foothold in this circle. She understood some of the dark thoughts of men very well, although it's a bit presumptuous. As the tram gradually approached the studio, Liv Tyler glanced at the silent Nina inconspicuously, and with an uneasy tone, she looked up at Wayne and asked, "Can I have your contact information? You are my favorite director, and I would like to find a chance to invite you to dinner." Wayne, there is no actor in Los Angeles who is looking forward to your guidance. Well, guidance? Looking at Liv Tyler with a smile, Wayne silently curled his lips in his heart. Seeing that the tram stopped in front of the studio, he stood up and got off the car to adjust the buttons of his suit jacket and shook his head at the other party's surprised eyes. There will be a chance in the future, Taylor. TSK Nina, who got off the car with him, couldn't help but cover her mouth and laughed, especially when she saw Liv Tyler's incredible expression, which deepened the humor of the scene. Watching the man who had just been chatting and laughing with her walk towards the studio without hesitation, without the slightest bit of nostalgia, Liv Tyler was indeed a little overwhelmed for a moment, and was stunned. She was sure that the man must have been moved when he observed her figure just now, but she couldn't understand why his expression suddenly changed. Didn't I hint clearly enough? Damn it. Looking at the man's back, she muttered angrily, "How is it?" At this moment, the agent saw her standing alone in front of the studio and hurried over. He didn't bother to observe the surrounding environment and asked in a low voice impatiently, "I don't know." After briefly describing the process just now, Liv Tyler looked at the agent in confusion. "We are all adults. Wasn't my hint obvious enough? Or am I not pretty or hot enough?" "No, I'm very sure you are very pretty and hot." The agent was sweating profusely. He reached out and loosened his tie button. He guessed with the same doubt. After all, the other party is Wayne Greenberg. There must be no shortage of beautiful women who hint at him. "Maybe you are not proactive enough. F***K. How can I take the initiative? Can't wait to kneel down and untie his belt just after meeting. F***K. What should we do now? Listen to me, Liv." Seeing that she kept swearing, the agent quickly said, "If it doesn't work, we will give up this role. You just starred in The Last Airbender. Even if you don't have this role, you will not lack invitations for other projects. Why should we?" "No, I want this role." Liv Tyler looked at the tall studio in front of her, her face full of stubbornness. "Hold on, don't say you don't know the success rate of Wayne's investment projects. Think of a way, think about it now. Forget it. Help me find out the location of Wayne's office. Okay." Not to mention that Liv Tyler felt inexplicable. Even Nina, who had been following Wayne, felt that it was particularly unreasonable. She knew very well that her boss never knew what politeness meant when it came to gifts delivered to his door. But this time he suddenly rejected the temptation, which made her feel puzzled. "Why? Boss, that Miss Taylor is hot, isn't she?" When facing her boss, the assistant always adhered to being straightforward and direct. Since she was curious, she simply asked in person, "She doesn't meet my aesthetic standards." Back in the office, Wayne responded casually while flipping through the storyboards of Wonder Woman. "Isn't she beautiful? Long black hair, a hot body that doesn't lose to a model, and a pretty face." Wayne glanced helplessly at the assistant, who was full of gossip, and shook his head. "I don't like women with long faces. Call Cherylise Theron and ask where she is." Ignoring Nina, who was speechless, he directly ordered, "Tell her that, if she can't catch up, she will miss the role." "Okay." The assistant nodded, took out her mobile phone, and quietly left the office. She now only hoped that the South African diamond was really delayed because of flight delays or something like that. Otherwise, no one could say whether the man in the office would really be replaced. TSK, 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 she's obviously very beautiful. Is her face long? Nina muttered softly and dialed a phone. Chapter 709. This is not a problem for me. Hollywood has never lacked internal care, and it is the nature of human society to be willing to take better care of its own people. Perhaps success through connections would be criticized in other regions, but in Hollywood, such things are everywhere, and relevant practitioners have never restrained themselves. Such things can be said to have never stopped. Actors who can get internal care are always more likely to get opportunities that ordinary people cannot get, and are more likely to succeed. For example, Will Smith and his son after the 21st century, such as Hanks and his son, such as Steven Spielberg's large group of godchildren, and the Coppola family with deep roots. Especially the Coppola family, there has always been a recognized metaphor in the circle. The Coppola family is to Hollywood what the Dickinson family is to North American politics. This figurative metaphor basically summarizes what is called the ceiling of the family in the film industry. And because of the surname Coppola, Sofia can get opportunities from Hollywood far beyond the imagination of other related practitioners. This is a woman who was able to make her screen debut in The Godfather when she was still an infant. She used her strength to tell many actors in the circle that when I was acting, you couldn't even play in the mud. When she grew up, Sofia Coppola simply starred in The Godfather 3, playing the protagonist's beloved daughter Mary. However, her dazzling family background made the media around the world put on a more demanding filter when watching her performance. After the release of The Godfather 3, she was criticized by the media and fans all over the world. If this happened to an ordinary actor, she would most likely be abandoned by the production company and her road to the big screen would come to an abrupt end. After all, Sofia Coppola at that time was described as the worst newcomer at the Golden Plum Awards and the worst supporting actress in the history of the Golden Plum Awards. For a time, as long as there was media coverage about her, a large area of negative information was presented. But did this affect her subsequent film and television career? No, since the road to acting was not feasible, she simply turned to behind the scenes. In fact, if we look at Sofia Coppola's film and television career objectively, it is definitely a script for the big heroine in the entertainment industry, and even the big heroine script dare not be written like this. As a woman, in the male-dominated commercial society of Hollywood, she has won 9 little golden men. Not to mention other things, a certain Earth Globe grass who has struggled for many years, and finally got a little golden man would probably have fainted in the toilet crying. This is the benefit of having someone in the circle to take care of you. There are countless similar things and people, just like Gwyneth Paltrow, whose debut work was Steven Spielberg's Captain Hook. Even if she played a guest role in a supporting role, she joined all famous big projects, and the actors she cooperated with were all kinds of first-line big stars. There is no doubt that the reason why Little Pepper, whose acting skills have been complained about, can continue to show her face in big productions is that she relies on people in the circle who are willing to give her godfather Steven Spielberg a little face. So, Hollywood bigwigs are more willing to take care of their own people. Don't think that Hollywood directors are embarrassed to praise their own people. Although this is a commercial society and everyone is following the most basic rules of the game, favors are inevitable. Actors with privileged relationships may not become big stars because of invisible care, but they will get fairer performance opportunities because of invisible care. This is very important, because as long as they show their ability to play the role, they will stand out among countless competitors. Even if someone performs better than them, they are likely to get the role in the end. This world is so cruel. Wayne is not immune to this, and even does it more unscrupulously. At least with his current status in the circle, no one will point fingers at his behavior. Ian, you're doing well. Let's stop here. We had a great time working together last time. In the center of the audition room, Ian McKellen, who is nearly 60 years old, smiled. He was not annoyed by the interruption of his performance. He looked quietly at the producer who spoke in person. Obviously, he had understood the hint. Well, go back and wait for the news, Ian. Even in front of the staff in the audition room, Wayne did not hide his optimism for the actor. He remembered very clearly that the old guy's performance in X-Men last time was very good. "Thank you, Mr. Greenberg." Ian McKellen bowed slightly and politely gestured, then turned around and opened the door of the audition room and walked out of the corridor. Ian McKellen's acting skills are outstanding, his image is also very good, and the most important thing is that he is cheap enough. When the audition room returned to silence again, John Gray, who was sitting aside, looked at the resume in front of him, muttered in a low voice, and made a check mark on it. Wayne interrupted the performance of this old actor just now, which invisibly explained a lot of problems. John Gray was not a newcomer who didn't understand the ways of the world, so he simply agreed and temporarily decided on the candidate for Gandalf. The most important point is that Ian McKellen's acting skills are not a problem, and all aspects are in line with the character setting. Choosing him will not harm the interests of Warner Brothers. "Sorry, I'm late." The door of the audition room was pushed open. Charlize Theron nodded and thanked the staff who opened the door. After entering, she apologized to everyone. Wayne glared at the woman fiercely, then ignored the apologetic look of the South African Diamond, turned his head, and looked at the camera in front of him, without any intention of interfering with the audition process. "Ms. Theron, can you show your figure?" Peter Jackson, who was sitting in front of the audition, shrugged and started the audition according to the process. When facing an actress, especially an actress auditioning for the role of the elf princess, there is no doubt that the first thing to consider is the appearance. "Okay, wait a minute." After calming down a little, Charlize Theron took off her coat without any hesitation, wearing only a relatively tight pair of jeans and a t-shirt, and kept showing her figure to the camera. As the South African Diamond stood in front of the camera, Wayne, John Gray, and Peter Jackson all felt their eyes light up, and then frowned together. As an actor who started out as a professional model, and at the best age, Charlize Theron has an excellent figure. In fact, in the Matrix trilogy, she has perfectly demonstrated her own advantages: long legs, thin waist, exquisite figure, especially the black tights movie style, which fully interprets what is cool, sassy, beautiful, and sexy. Compared with the period when she just filmed Matrix, she is much more mature now. At least when facing the camera, she knows how to maximize her own advantages. "Peter, you continue." Looking at the woman in front of the camera, Wayne frowned, leaned back on the chair, and whispered to Peter Jackson. Then his eyes left the camera he had just stared at, and he grabbed a cigarette helplessly, lit one, and looked at John Gray beside him. The producer from Warner Brothers shrugged, and after noticing his gaze, he whispered, "You found it." "I took it for granted." Wayne nodded, and took a big puff of the cigarette with some depression. "Wayne, I must say that Charlize Theron has a great figure and there is absolutely no problem with her appearance, but..." No matter what the other party thought, John Gray still chose to speak directly. "She is very beautiful. Even in the whole circle, her appearance is first class, but Wayne, Charlize Theron's temperament and this face are too cool." Yes, when the South African Diamond stood in front of the camera, she really amazed everyone. She is tall and hot, and has a very good sense of the camera. In addition, she was born as a professional model, which made her look like she could add a lot of points to her figure, even if she was dressed in ordinary clothes. However, her beautiful, delicate, and recognizable face, her appearance is very cool, and her own queen temperament, which is out of the setting of the Princess of the Curtain. It's not that she is not beautiful, on the contrary, she is definitely a first-line actress in the circle. However, the elves in people's impression, especially the elf princess, will definitely not be so cool and cool, which is completely opposite to the first impression of most people on elves. With a wry smile, Wayne shook his head helplessly. In the early stage, he only considered Charlize Theron's appearance and acting skills, and he was sure that she could play this role. He didn't expect that once under the camera, the advantages of this face became disadvantages. My opinion is that it can be decided temporarily. After carefully observing Wayne's face and seeing that he was just smoking silently without even looking at the woman being auditioned by Peter Jackson, John Gray thought for a moment and gritted his teeth and suggested, "Let's look at other candidates and then decide who will play the role of the elf princess." Their cooperation started several years ago, so John Gray knew Wayne very well, and knew that in his heart, he still wanted to take care of his own people as much as possible. From the beginning of their cooperation, he basically played the role of an invisible man. At least when facing Wayne's decision, he never raised any objections, even though he held the power given by Warner Brothers. In all these years, today was the first time that John Gray raised a different opinion. Seeing the uneasiness on the producer's face, Wayne also sighed secretly, waved his hand and said, "Do as you say," and then continued to watch. In fact, John Gray and Peter Jackson, as well as the two assistant directors, several assistant directors and crew members in this audition room, had long understood that the reason why the audition of the Elf Princess was moved to the afternoon was because they were waiting for this South African beauty. In addition, the relationship between Charlize Theron and Wayne had long been gossiped about in countless versions by the entertainment tabloids, and no one would be stupid enough not to guess this. "Ms. Theron, thank you very much for coming to this audition." Peter Jackson glanced behind him and saw that the two producers who could make the decision did not say anything. He could only look at Charlize Theron and said, "The crew will notify your agent of the results within 3 days after the audition." "Okay." Charlize Theron responded crisply. She felt very good about herself. She felt that she performed very well. In addition, with the face of that man, she didn't think anyone could be more suitable for this role than herself. Before leaving, she deliberately took a look at the producer's location, but didn't get any useful information. Although she was a little confused, she still opened the door and walked out. The moment she came out, Nina, who was sitting on a bench, closed the fashion magazine in her hand, tilted her head, and looked at the South African diamond and asked, "How did you perform?" "I don't know." Recalling the entire short audition process, Charlize Theron shook her head slightly and said uncertainly, "I'm not sure what Wayne meant. He didn't give me any hints during the audition. No reason." Nina was stunned and muttered to herself, "Go back to the office and wait for him first." The assistant reached out and patted Charlize Theron's arm and took the lead to walk towards Wayne's office. "You should know the boss. As long as your acting skills meet the requirements of the role, no one can take this role away. Don't worry. It's better this way." It's no wonder that Nina felt a little surprised. She can be said to be the person who knows Wayne best, and she knows very well the value of South African diamonds in the eyes of her boss. And in comparison, Charlize Theron definitely has some unknown special feelings in the eyes of her boss. The assistant knew better than anyone that this special feeling came from the South African beauty's understanding, and also from the fact that she was still a minor when she and Wayne were fooling around together. Although Nina couldn't understand this special feeling, she knew that it was because of this. At least she was always sure that her boss didn't look at Charlize Theron with the eyes of an interesting toy. Just as the two were chatting and walking, another actor who was auditioning for the role of the Elf Princess pushed open the door and walked into the audition room. Standing in front of the camera, Liv Tyler looked across at the first moment. In the center of the front row was director Peter Jackson, with two assistant directors on both sides of the director, and several crew assistants standing near the corners of the room on both sides. Her eyes directly passed over the people in front of her, and she easily found her target, the two producers Wayne and John Gray, who were sitting behind the director and talking in a low voice. She knew that these two were the ones who could really decide who this role belonged to. After the previous rounds of auditions, Liv Tyler knew that there were not many opponents left. When the auditions entered the final round, acting skills were no longer important. Actors who were retained by the crew for this round would not have any problems with acting skills. There is no doubt that the crew paid more attention to the character image and various other factors. "Please introduce yourself." Peter Jackson saw that she was ready and said casually, "I'm Liv Tyler, from Portland, Maine." Facing the final round of auditions, Liv Tyler was very confident at this time. She was particularly sure that, if the interference of off-site factors was excluded, she would definitely be the right person for this role. In 1994, I participated in my first movie Silent Trap. In 1995, I co-starred with Renee Zellweger in the comedy film Empire Archives. In 1996, I starred in two projects, Stealing Beauty and Irresistible Miracles, and then in 1997, The Secret of Love. Listening to the woman's self-introduction, Wayne lowered his head and looked through the other party's resume. If only based on the brilliant degree of this work resume, this woman is undoubtedly the first tier. With a good performance accumulation, she has taken solid steps step by step. Another point caught his attention. It was clearly shown on her resume that Liv Tyler was one of the 50 most beautiful people in the world, selected by People in 1997. And the movie The Last Airbender, released in the summer of this year, made this woman even more eye-catching. Wayne withdrew his eyes from the resume, raised his head, and observed her carefully again, and sighed helplessly in his heart. According to his aesthetics, it was completely incomprehensible that this woman could be one of the 50 most beautiful people in the world. After so many years of adaptation, his aesthetics has basically tended to the normal European and American standards, so he can appreciate the three-dimensional facial features of European and American women, but he can never appreciate this long face. Even those blue eyes like gems and sexy lips. In Wayne's case, all the advantages are covered by this big kidney face. However, other people at the scene were not swayed by Wayne's idea. After listening to Liv Tyler's self-introduction, John Gray was obviously interested. He walked past Peter Jackson, cleared his throat and said, "Ms. Taylor, I need you to describe your understanding of Princess Muxing in a few simple sentences." Peter Jackson also nodded. With such a solid work experience, this woman had reason for them to continue to get to know her, no matter how they looked at it. Liv Tyler secretly glanced at the producer's position. It was obvious that she had already made preparations for the audition. She slowly put away the expression on her face, gently raised her chin, and revealed a pure and noble temperament. She said to the camera in the audition, "Do you remember the scene when we first met? Many years have passed. You didn't worry as much as you do now. Do you remember what I said to you? My heart remains the same. I would rather spend my life with you than live alone forever." Excellent performance, Ms. Taylor. John Gray clapped his hands lightly, first without hesitation, and then turned his head to look at Wayne beside him. Wayne happened to look over, and the two nodded slightly, and saw a trace of satisfaction in each other's eyes. Obviously, this woman has gone through a lot of preparation. The non-physical performance just now was quite wonderful. Although there was no human emperor to act with her, it did not affect the temperament she expressed. Although he still couldn't get the other's beauty, since the other party had made sufficient preparations and performed well, he simply put away his prejudice in his heart and said for the first time, "Ms. Taylor, please take off your coat and show your figure to the camera." The moment Liv Taylor heard Wayne speak, she resisted the surprise in her heart and took off her coat without hesitation. Almost at the same time, Wayne and John Gray's eyes were all on the picture in the camera. The woman in front of them had very white skin, three-dimensional facial features, especially her lips, which were full and sexy, and she had a head of thick black hair. Under the camera, her tall figure was ups and downs, and her expression was confident and elegant. After deliberately ignoring the long face, he had to admit that this woman's own conditions were indeed quite outstanding. Wayne waved to the director, and Peter Jackson nodded slightly, stopping Liv Taylor from continuing to show her figure. "Okay, Miss Taylor, please take your personal belongings. The crew will notify your agent of the audition results within 3 days. Thank you very much for coming to this audition." Liv Tyler seemed a little unwilling and wanted to continue to show more of her strengths, but as Peter Jackson said, she still grabbed her coat and finally looked at the two producers sitting behind her before turning around and opening the door to leave. It was not until the woman left that Wayne twisted his neck hard, looked at John Gray who wanted to say something, shrugged, picked up the pen, and drew a circle on Liv Tyler's resume. Seeing his action, John Gray breathed a sigh of relief. He knew the other party's work habits. Drawing a circle means that the actor has entered the waiting area. After the audition is completed, there is a high probability that he will discuss with himself and the director. There is another potential candidate. Peter Jackson looked at the two people behind him. Wayne waved his hand and said casually, "Go on. In Hollywood, there is no shortage of beautiful girls of all kinds, but those who can enter the final round of auditions for the Lord of the Rings crew basically do not exist as unknown people." The woman who walked into the room again was an old acquaintance of Wayne. Although they had met many times in the past few years, compared with other actors who had worked with Wayne, this woman did not have a very warm relationship with him. "Hi, Wayne." It was Uma Thurman who walked into the audition room. She greeted Wayne openly. Wayne nodded politely. "Hi, Uma." Regardless of whether there was still unhappiness between this woman and Naomi Watts, and regardless of whether Uma Thurman greeted him, he did not interfere with the audition process. He still sat in the back without saying a word, his eyes fixed on the screen of the camera until the audition was over, and Uma Thurman left. "Tell me what you two think." Looking at the 3-point resume on the table in front of him, Wayne lit a cigarette with a click, waved Peter Jackson over, relaxed on the back of the chair, and asked the two people around him in a low voice, "I prefer Uma Thurman." Since he was asked to talk about his ideas, Peter Jackson was not polite. He looked at the two producers and said, "Her figure is more slender, which is obviously more in line with the public's fantasy of elves." Although he knew that he had no decision-making power, he still looked at John Gray after he finished speaking, wanting to get his support. However, Peter Jackson was destined to be disappointed. John Gray had his own ideas. Under his gaze, he raised his eyebrows and said, "I prefer Liv Tyler. She is the most prepared among all the people we auditioned, and her performance is very consistent with the character setting of the elf princess." After that, the two looked at the man behind the green smoke together. It was obvious that, if the other party kept his opinion, the role would most likely be given to Liv Tyler. After all, Peter Jackson only had the right to make suggestions, and John Gray was the producer of the film. Wayne, who was just smoking, gave an answer that was beyond everyone's expectations. "Great, then let's choose Charlize Theron." "What? Ignoring the two's surprise, Wayne looked directly at Peter Jackson and asked in a seemingly relaxed and natural voice, "During filming, use some light to cover up, and then spend some time on makeup. Peter, tell me, can you do it?" "Yes." Peter Jackson nodded subconsciously, and then hurriedly responded louder, "I mean, of course, this is not a problem for me. Leave it to me." After that, he turned his head carefully and looked at the producer John Gray, who had a very ugly face beside him. He almost couldn't suppress the joy in his heart and laughed out loud. Chapter 710. You have to earn money in order to spend it. Throughout Hollywood, there has never been a harmonious large crew. The operating rules here are power constraints and money first. Therefore, after the era of large studios, an industry standard centered on producers has been formed. But a crew of dozens or hundreds of people is a small society that brings together people of all races. Therefore, the power struggle in each crew is inevitable, especially between directors and producers. The struggle for discourse power is an eternal theme. Don't think that John Gray is easy to talk to. He himself represents the absolute power given by the investors. Maybe when facing Wayne, he is indeed a pseudo-producer who can only do his job silently and cooperate with the director's creation. But if the collaborator is replaced by Peter Jackson, he will naturally become the most common powerful beast in the circle. It is not others who give him power, but the two investors, Wayne and Warner Brothers. They need John Gray to control the crew to ensure that The Lord of the Rings will not be overspent, overdue, confused in direction, and other wrong signs due to Peter Jackson's temperament. From the beginning of the preparation of The Lord of the Rings to now, it can be said that the fat man from New Zealand has long been fed up with the producer's clamp, but he has no way to not compromise. As long as he wants to continue to be a director, he must work under the constraints of the producer. At least before he achieves a higher status in the circle, he will face the same situation, no matter which commercial project he goes to. Therefore, even if the two of them are together facing Wayne, they all tacitly show a considerable degree of harmony, and their private relationship is still not harmonious. Not to mention friends, it is not even an ordinary colleague relationship. After all, Peter Jackson wants more say and greater creative freedom, which is inherently in conflict with John Gray's job. After enduring for nearly a year, seeing John Gray's liver-like face at this time, Peter Jackson felt a sense of comfort from the inside out. The atmosphere in the entire audition room was very strange. Wayne, the investor and producer of the Lord of the Rings crew, had no expression on his face, leaning on the chair and smoking silently. John Gray, the other person in charge of the crew, looked as pale as a pig's liver, as if he hadn't reacted for a moment, and his face was filled with surprise and disbelief. Director Peter Jackson, as if he could no longer hide his smugness, quietly sat back in the director's seat, lowered his head, and flipped through the actor's resume in front of him. One of the two assistant directors of the crew was carefully adjusting the camera, and the other was desperately using his eyes to signal to the other assistants, and the internet was conveying some information that seemed to be watching a good show. Okay, well, you're right, Wayne. After several dozen seconds, John Gray seemed to have figured something out. He suddenly let out a long breath, looked at the man sitting next to him smoking calmly, and said, "I will contact Cheryl Theron's agent as soon as possible to negotiate." Well, the principle remains unchanged, John. No one expected that Wayne would completely ignore John Gray's face. He tapped the table twice with his fingers holding the cigarette, and ordered in a commanding tone, "I don't care how you negotiate, but there is only one standard for the main creators who want to join the Lord of the Rings crew: obedient, professional, and willing to accept the salary offered by the crew." "I understand," John Gray responded with his head down. "I will fully convey your meaning to the company. That's your business. After all, this is not a contest for the right to speak." According to common sense, Wayne should give John Gray a certain amount of respect. Even if he wants to show his authority as a financial party, he should show it in private. After all, there are many staff members in the audition room. There is no impenetrable wall in Hollywood. Everyone in the room has guessed that this little episode will spread throughout the crew, the entire Warner Studios, and even the entire Los Angeles before tomorrow. But no one thinks that Wayne did something wrong, and no one will blame him. No one can deny that when he wants to turn his face against people, more than 99% of the practitioners in the circle have to bow their heads willingly. This is the most real class embodiment of Hollywood. Peter. Hearing Wayne's call, Peter Jackson tried his best to be patient and not let his happiness show too obviously. He turned his head and looked behind him and shrugged, indicating that he was listening. "Continue the audition. The next one is Legolas Greenleaf." No one could guess what Wayne was thinking and why he knocked John Gray lightly during the audition, but the effect was very significant. In the subsequent audition work, the producer of Warner Brothers became more and more low-key. The drowsy audition lasted a whole day, and the work was less than halfway done. Similar work would take at least 2 or 3 days. After the day's work ended, and the two producers left, the atmosphere in the audition room suddenly came alive. Mark Ashton, the assistant director who had been in charge of the camera, looked at Peter Jackson beside him while packing up the camera equipment. "Boss, why do you think Wayne Greenberg did this?" "Who knows?" Peter Jackson shrugged and said casually, "No one can guess what these big shots think." TSK, TSK, TSK. Another assistant director, Richard Buck, smacked his lips and suddenly whistled. "That's right. Who knows when those big shots will turn against each other, right?" Several people all had gloating smiles on their faces. Obviously, no one wanted to see the extremely strong producer John Gray suffer a setback. "Honestly, boss." After closing the lens cap of the camera, Mark Ashton put away the smile on his face and asked in confusion, "Isn't John Gray Wayne Greenberg's old partner? Why is he still?" Hearing the assistant director's doubts, Peter Jackson smiled and shook his head, whispering, "Remember, a partner is a partner, and a partner is not a friend. These are two very different relationships. Don't get them confused. Not to mention partners, even if the two sides have a good relationship in private, once it comes to their own interests, they will still turn against each other without any mercy." Peter Jackson knows very well that according to various rumors in the circle in the past, Wayne is definitely not a gentleman who is easy to talk to. He may be able to smile to the crew's handyman, but this does not mean that he is easy to get along with. More rumors have always shown that Wayne Greenberg has always been a domineering tyrant. Assistant Director Richard Buck curled his lips and said sarcastically, "Mark, don't forget Wayne Greenberg's nickname in the circle. The Black Pearl on the crown of Hollywood movies? F***K. It's a dark madman." Shaking his head helplessly, Richard Buck cursed. Mark Ashton frowned, glanced at Peter Jackson, and muttered in a low voice, "I don't think John Gray will swallow his anger like this. Don't forget how domineering he was to us in New Zealand. Just wait and see. He will definitely complain to Warner Brothers. This matter, I'm afraid it's not certain what will happen. Come on, Mark." Hearing his muttering, Peter Jackson smiled slightly, but the smile was full of sarcasm. Do you think Warner Brothers would risk offending Wayne Greenberg for one of its own executives? Also, don't forget that John Gray was able to be the producer of The Lord of the Rings because Wayne nodded. Who do you think gave him the power? The gossip in the audition room naturally wouldn't reach John Gray's ears, but there was one thing that the assistant director of The Lord of the Rings said correctly. The producer called a certain executive of Warner Brothers as soon as he finished work. No one could deny that his first task in the crew was to ensure that the interests of Warner Brothers were not threatened. However, the result was not satisfactory. In the face of John Gray's words, a certain Warner Brothers executive on the phone only said one sentence. If you think that The Lord of the Rings will have a higher success rate if you listen to you than if you listen to Wayne Greenberg's opinions, I will help you communicate with Wayne. Otherwise, just do your job well. The news spread very quickly, so quickly that Nina had heard about it just as Wayne returned to the office. Boss, did you hit John? After putting Wayne's personal belongings into her briefcase one by one, the assistant glanced at Cherylise Theron on the sofa and asked casually. He needs to figure out his position. Waving his hand, Wayne obviously had no desire to continue talking about this matter. He sat down on the sofa and prepared to go home after Nina packed up her things. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, crossed his legs and lit one, then raised one hand and rubbed it hard on both sides of his forehead. A whole day of audition work also made him feel dizzy. Cherylise Theron behaved very sensible. She stood up and walked behind him at the first time, patted the big hands on both sides of the man's forehead, let the other's head lean on her chest, and kept massaging the man's forehead with her white fingers. How do you feel? Do you feel better? At the same time, the crisp voice of South African Diamonds rang out. Wayne closed his eyes and muttered, well, good technique. Ding, ding, ding. Just as Nina packed up everything and was about to tell her boss to leave, the office door was knocked gently. She tilted her head in confusion, glanced at the two people on the sofa, walked a few steps to the door and opened it. Sorry, Mr. Greenberg needs to rest. If you have anything, it's best to talk tomorrow. Okay, since you insist. Wait a moment. The assistant lady obviously had no intention of opening the door. After speaking to the visitor intermittently for a few words, she turned her head and looked into the office. Boss, Ms. Liv Tyler wants to invite you to dinner. Aha, interesting. Sitting on the sofa, Wayne squinted his eyes and waved to the assistant lady without hesitation. Just say I have an appointment next time. Mr. Greenberg, sorry, Mr. Greenberg, I have something important to talk to you about. No one expected that. Liv Tyler squeezed Nina aside and squeezed directly into the office. Then, without even looking at Cherylise Theron behind the sofa, he stared at Wayne and said eagerly, Mr. Greenberg, I want to talk to you about the role of the elf princess. Ms. Taylor. Wayne's expression did not change. He squinted at the woman who came in. Without waiting for her to finish, he simply refused. The audition result will be notified to your agent within 3 days. It's time to get off work now, okay? Liv Tyler heard his words and clenched her clothes with her right hand. It can be seen that her face changed several times in an instant. Obviously, she didn't expect to be rejected so straightforwardly. At least before entering this office, she was still extremely confident in her face and figure. Excuse me, Mr. Greenberg, can I talk to you alone for a few words? After saying that, she glanced at Nina and Cherylise Theron nervously and finally turned her eyes back to the tough face on the sofa. Just say whatever you want to say. I have a date later. Wayne put out his cigarette in the ashtray, frowned slightly, and said bluntly. Liv Tyler bit her teeth hard, moved her lips a few times, and looked at the other two women in the room again. She seemed to have made up her mind, looked at Wayne and said, I need this role, Mr. Greenberg. I know what it takes to get this role. No, 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 you misunderstood, Miss Taylor. Shaking his head helplessly, Wayne pointed at Nina and motioned the assistant to take the briefcase and prepare to leave. There is no red sofa here, okay? As for this role, the crew will make full and comprehensive considerations. I respect you very much, and I hope you can respect me too. That's it. This is inconsistent with the rumors in the circle. Liv Tyler only had this one thought at this time, which kept hitting her head. Even when she was politely asked to leave the office by Nina, and then stared blankly at Wayne and his group leaving her side, she was still lingering doubts in her mind. It was not until her agent came to her side that Liv Tyler came to her senses and doubted her figure and face for the first time. At the same time, a strong sense of frustration and humiliation rose from the bottom of her heart. Liv, how is it? Do you need me to book a restaurant? What time is your appointment with Wayne Greenberg? MO***RF***KER. A sharp curse came out of Liv Tyler's mouth, which scared the agent. Then, before the agent could react, she raised her foot and stomped on the ground a few times. Son of a B****H. F***K. We give up this role. The agent opened his mouth in disbelief. What? I said, we give up this role. Liv Tyler glared at the agent fiercely and turned to walk out of the studio. A tram drove towards the gate of Warner Studios. Wayne sat on it with his eyes closed. Charlize Theron and Nina kept whispering about their views on fashion. During this time, South African beauty cast her eyes at the man more than once. In fact, in her heart, she was also very puzzled by his actions. Based on her understanding of this man, he was no different from most of the big stars and big wigs in the circle. They were all monsters with vigorous hormone secretion. In fact, this is a common phenomenon in Hollywood. Not only Wayne, but also some famous and powerful practitioners in the circle, have extremely chaotic and absurd private lives. In Charlize Theron's view, the only difference between this man and other powerful people in the circle is that he has not been hollowed out by his indulgent private life and still maintains vigorous energy. She knew that Wayne had knocked on the producer of the Lord of the Rings crew before and just rejected the beautiful Liv Tyler, basically all for himself. But before her self-touching lasted long, the tram had not left the Warner Studios, and the man once again revealed his true nature as expected. Nina, call the manor and tell Nami that we won't be going back to spend the night tonight. I'll just say that the crew needs to work overtime for some things. Hearing Wayne's words, Nina and Charlize Theron looked at each other, resisted the urge to roll her eyes, took out her mobile phone, and prepared to call the manor. Just as she was about to dial the call, the mobile phone in her hand suddenly rang. Looking at the two people beside her, the assistant pressed the answer button and immediately put her mouth to her ear. After about 10 seconds, she whispered into the phone. I know. Boss, Angelina Jolie called and asked if you want to have dinner together. First, she looked at the South African diamonds, and then she looked at Wayne and reported in a low voice. Huh. Hearing this news, Wayne opened his eyes that were closed and rested, tilted his head and thought for a while. Then he noticed Charlize Theron beside him, and the corners of his mouth began to rise involuntarily, revealing a chilling smile. TSK, tell her to prepare an extra dinner. After saying that, regardless of the change in South African Diamond's expression, she closed her eyes again and began to rest, perhaps to conserve her energy. Nina has always been an accomplice in Wayne's private life, but this time, she couldn't help but look at South African Diamond with a pitiful look before picking up the phone to make arrangements. If possible, Charlize Theron wanted to yell I want to get off the car to the man next to her, but her expression just changed, and she didn't say anything else. Until she left Warner Studios and got on a Rolls-Royce Phantom and drove towards Santa Monica. She just cursed the man next to her in her heart that he was a devil. There was no way, in less than 10 minutes, her mood was like riding a roller coaster. The gratitude and touch she had felt for Wayne the moment before were all trampled into the mud at this moment, and all that was left was helplessness. The Rolls-Royce Phantom was driving steadily in front, not at a particularly fast speed. There were always two motorcycles following behind the car. Sergey had already gotten used to it. If there were no paparazzi following them like flies when they were traveling one day, it might be a real troublesome moment. The car entered Santa Monica and stopped in front of a small villa with a full sense of technology. The two motorcycles following behind also stopped. The paparazzi were not afraid at all. They stood more than 10 meters away from the door of the villa, frantically pressing the shutter of the camera hanging around their necks, trying to take some eye-catching pictures. F***K. Wayne Greenberg is so damn happy. The photo taking time was very short. A white paparazzi squatted on the side of the road and spit hard on the ground. Just before their eyes, the Hollywood tycoon put one hand around the waist of the female star Charlize Theron, and the other hand unceremoniously put his arm around Angelina Jolie in front of the door, kissed her on the face, and then entered the gate of the villa. There is no man who doesn't envy such a life, even the paparazzi who make a living by secretly photographing celebrities. Wait until you become a big star, then envy such a life. Another paparazzi also looked jealous, lowered his head, and looked at the camera, and said casually, "Shit, can't I think about it now?" The paparazzi who just spoke sat down, took out a pack of cigarettes from his trouser pocket, and lit one with his head tilted. Then he looked at the villa with envy, even though the door was completely closed, and he couldn't see anything now. "If I become a big star, I will definitely buy a big house like this, invite dozens of models every day, and have crazy parties all night long, with alcohol, beauties, and yes, female stars. Hey, man, wake up." The paparazzi who was looking at the camera shook his head, and reached out to pat his companion sitting on the road on the shoulder. "Why don't we consider now, whether the things we just took, will be of interest to the big media? It's difficult." The paparazzi who was sitting on the ground smoking spit out a big mouthful of saliva again, and said with a gloomy face, "If it were any other big star, such a photo would definitely sell for a big price, but that's Wayne Greenberg. Everyone in North America knows his Playboy style. I'm afraid there will be nothing new, if it is published, unless what?" The reporter sitting on the ground was angry. "Unless we can sneak in, and take a picture of him smoking leaf tobacco or something like that. F***K. You have to live to make money, and live to spend it." The two looked at each other, and dispelled the restlessness in each other's eyes. People in their line of work basically have a clear view of these Hollywood bigwigs, and many gossips are spread more widely. But they know that more than 90% of the so-called gossips in the circle are true. The first one is the Russian bear who shot and killed a stupid robber in public at a New York bank. They are all very sure that, as long as the guy finds out about their intentions, the other party will shoot and kill them without hesitation. They don't want to be the source of the bonus for the big guy. More recently, another report of Italy Sedgduck, who swore to criticize Wayne Greenberg on TV, was suddenly arrested by the D. Until now, there has been no sound at all. Does anyone remember that little reporter? No, this is what makes countless colleagues like them feel scared. Shit, just lie outside the door all night. Wayne Greenberg doesn't mind taking photos in front of him. I hope I can take some more explosive photos tomorrow morning. That's the only way. Chapter 711 Characters. Through interests, a relationship that is closely linked is very stable. It can even be said that the stability of the interest alliance is even greater than the so-called family, friendship and love. But you must always remind yourself in your heart that once there is a conflict of interests, this most stable relationship will collapse in an instant, and it is so fragile that you don't even have time to react. The midnight breeze blew into the bedroom along the balcony, and at the same time, blew away the green smoke exhaled by the man. Wayne's round hair was upright, and there were drops of water left from the shower. His feet were placed on a small wooden coffee table, and his upper body was leisurely nestled in a chair looking at the night sky. You hit John Gray lightly in the audition room today. Looking at the man who was speaking, Charlize Theron, who was also wearing a bathrobe, wiped her wet hair with both hands, and asked curiously, "Is it because of this?" "Maybe, I know." Wayne shrugged, turned his head, and glanced at the South African diamond, his eyes involuntarily wandering around the place that the other person's bathrobe did not cover. But according to the rules, you should respect the crew and the producer. Although she was the one who benefited in the end, Charlize Theron shrugged and muttered in a low voice, "No one can deny that Wayne can't stay in the Lord of the Rings crew every day, and John Gray will eventually be the head of the crew." That's right, everyone knows her relationship with this man, and it is highly unlikely that she will be inexplicably harassed at work. But one thing cannot be denied, that is, when the crew and the producers keep their distance from you, most of the staff in the huge crew will also keep their distance from you. Working in an isolated environment for at least a few months is definitely not a good filming experience. That's how things are, Sally. Wayne waved his hand nonchalantly, shifted his legs up and down, and after adjusting to the most comfortable position, he said in an unquestionable tone, "When rules are established, they create huge temptations for those who violate them." Charlize Theron was also overwhelmed by her overpass fame. She acted like a big star in the crew of The Matrix. At least when facing the Italian female star, she was able to use all kinds of tricks. It's just that the crew was The Matrix, and everyone, including Zack Snyder, maintained enough respect for her. But even though she was very inflated after becoming famous, she never forgot what those people respected. To put it bluntly, those people respected the man standing behind her. Every actor who can achieve success is not really stupid. Charlize Theron recalled what happened today, still shook her head helplessly, looked at the man beside her and said, "Dear, I was not completely overwhelmed by the 3 Matrix movies. So, I don't believe that honestly taking off my clothes to sleep with you can make you joke about more than $300 million for me. That's hard to say, Sally. In my opinion, your efforts are completely worthy of the gains." Wayne's voice was full of mystery that seemed true and false, and there was also a hint of ridicule. "If I were you, I would continue to perform well. Maybe the big director next to you will get you a rare little golden man to play with, if he is happy." After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the South African diamond with a face full of disbelief, turned his head slightly, and looked at another woman on his right. With the same outfit and the same snow-white bathrobe casually draped on her body, Angelina Jolie was much more bold than Charlize Theron, and did not give the bathrobe a chance to play a role. "Hey, can you stop looking at me like that?" Feeling the man's gaze, Angelina Jolie raised her head, and happened to look at Wayne. She twisted her body slightly in the chair, as if she suddenly felt uncomfortable there, and frowned slightly. "Damn, we just went a little too far," she whispered softly, and she couldn't help but look at the other woman, curious whether South African Diamond had the same feeling. "Huh, you are so beautiful now." Wayne shrugged, with no intention of moving his eyes away, and even raised the corners of his mouth with interest. "I have to say, you are hot and fascinating." "Really?" Angelina Jolie raised her head, slightly opened her sexy lips, and gave the man a kiss in the air. Then she rolled her eyes and teased, "It would be nice if you could be so gentle when you roll in the sheets." Facing the woman's complaints, Wayne had a comfortable smile on his face, looking at the night sky outside the balcony without caring, and leisurely smoking the cigarette in his hand. No one can understand him. Only in this calm moment can he continue to strengthen his confidence to move forward. Think about it, one is long-legged, cool and charming, the other is hot, explosive and curvy. Whenever these noble actresses in the eyes of ordinary people are manipulated by him, they can give him endless motivation to slack off. Wayne is actually a normal person. He will also slack off like normal people, but he understands better why he can get everything now, and will always keep this original intention. "Dear Director Greenberg, when can I join the crew?" Glancing at the script on the log coffee table, and looking at the man with a comfortable face, Angelina Jolie rolled her eyes and asked casually, "Soon, don't worry." Hearing the woman's question, Wayne tapped the armrest of the chair with his fingers holding the cigarette, and the smile on his face did not diminish. "What, are you getting impatient? If I were you, I would never have such an idea, and believe me, the filming process of this role will be more difficult than you think. You know, I've been studying the script." Pointing to the script of Wonder Woman on the coffee table, Angelina Jolie glanced at Charlize Theron casually, then immediately retracted her gaze, and looked at the man beside her seriously. "I have never stopped taking courses such as horse riding, fencing, body shaping, fitness, and action training, just to play this role well. I hope you will still have such confidence after the official start of filming." Wayne smiled and spread his hands, also looking at the script on the table. "Since you have studied the script carefully, you should know the special nature of this role and this project. Believe me, and after the official filming begins, my strictness in acting will definitely exceed your imagination." He could see that this woman was not lying. The script of Wonder Woman had obviously been read countless times, and it seemed that it had been thought about countless times. "Aha, how strict. I've heard that you've never been a bad-tempered person in the crew." Faced with the man's frivolous tone and the look that was patrolling her body, Angelina Jolie didn't think too much. She obviously knew what attracted her most to the other party. Under the man's gaze, she stretched out her tongue and gently licked her sexy lips. Looking at this exquisite face at its peak, Wayne suddenly remembered something, with a barely perceptible tyrannical smile at the corner of his mouth, and muttered something with a hint of meaning. Well, if there is a private jet now, you will definitely experience what a real bad temper is. What? The woman looked at Wayne with a puzzled face. Nothing. Although Angelina Jolie always behaved very honestly when facing him, Wayne knew better than anyone that this was a woman who played very crazy. If he hadn't interfered, this woman would be at her craziest and most rebellious period. It was hard not to remind him of some news. This woman was grabbed by the head by a man with a bad temper on a private plane and slammed against the wall. He punched his own wife and kicked his son. In the end, he poured strong liquor on her face, soaking the carpet of the plane and paying the airline more than $20,000. From this aspect, we can know that this woman has never been a quiet woman. Then again, there are no quiet good people in this circle. Wayne's face was brushed by the breeze of the Santa Monica beach. He took a big puff of cigarette. He knew that he was not a good guy. Rest early. I have to get up early to rush to the studio tomorrow. He put out the cigarette in his hand, stood up from the chair unsteadily, and turned to walk towards the big bed in the bedroom. Seeing him stand up, Charlize Theron looked at the other woman and followed him silently. You guys go to sleep first. I want to get some fresh air. Angelina Jolie looked at the man's back in doubt, shook her head, and put her eyes on the script on the table again. Now she was not sleepy at all, and she was thinking more about Wonder Woman. This is a very different script. When she read the complete story for the first time, she had already discovered its difference. She had heard and seen many big and small projects in the circle since she was a child, and it was because she found the difference in this script that she felt extremely excited. She studied and trained hard because of this, and now she just wanted to join the crew and start filming as soon as possible. First of all, this is a pure heroine drama, and it is a drama in which all the shots revolve around the heroine. It is because of her understanding of Hollywood movies that Angelina Jolie understands its preciousness. This year's Charlie's Angels is also a female-dominated movie on the surface, but the three leading actors themselves understand that this is a commercial film made completely for men to watch. The biggest selling point of the film is still the faces, figures, and hot and sexy action scenes of the three protagonists. As some film critics have criticized, it is a commercial film that is mainly about sex and a story. The audience is still male fans, and the perspective of the film is no different from other successful commercial films. Wonder Woman is completely different. This is a typical story of a heroine, where the heroine saves men in the world. A commercial film with such a huge investment in a heroine has never appeared in the history of Hollywood before. When her agent called her and made it clear that Warner Brothers only offered an insulting salary of $800,000 for this film, Angelina Jolie did not hesitate at all and yelled at her agent on the phone, "Damn it, agree to that shitty salary." Only after reading the script can you know what this project means to the actress. If someone else was in charge of the camera, she might hesitate, but when the director was Wayne Greenberg, there was no need to hesitate at all. This is the heroine of Wayne Greenberg's latest DC masterpiece. It is also a heroine movie that has never been seen before. The whole movie is a heroine project that serves the heroine. Because she has known Hollywood since she was a child, Angelina Jolie understands that good acting skills, a pretty face, and a hot body are not as important as an opportunity, let alone the appreciation and support of big figures. She is very sure that, as long as this Wonder Woman is released, even if it maintains the performance of Wayne's previous works, she will become a hit. Not the kind of popularity that Charlize Theron has, but the kind of popularity that Christian Bale has. DC superheroes are a universe, and the subsequent stories basically cannot bypass Wonder Woman Diana Prince. This character is too special. Looking back at the man who has fallen asleep on the big bed in the bedroom, she murmured to herself, "All the efforts are worth it, all worth it." In fact, even Wayne himself had doubts about the script of Wonder Woman in his heart at the beginning. In the late 1990s, if such a movie with a strong female lead and full of feminist nature was released in advance, could it achieve the ideal market results? No one can deny that all the movies with strong female leads in his memory all appeared in a special social background. The large-scale awakening of female consciousness, the Me Too craze, the evolution of several feminist organizations, etc. After entering the 21st century, the entire European and American society can be said to be constantly changing. When time goes back to the late 1990s, without the influence of social background, Wayne naturally still has doubts in his heart. But the arrow is on the string, and he must take this risk. The only source of his confidence is that he has patiently laid the groundwork in the past few years and has initially cultivated a DC storm. Without the influence of Marvel movies, the global fans have a huge demand for DC movies. Obviously, for a movie like Wonder Woman, the most important thing is not the story, logic, or even the indispensable special effects. The most important thing in Wayne's eyes is undoubtedly the characters. The plot, the rhythm of the film, even the logic and special effects, are actually all for the service of the characters. To this day, he still remembers that when the news that Gal Gadot was about to play Wonder Woman came out, it was questioned by all fans in the media. The center of the overwhelming doubts was that her breasts were too small, which did not match the impression of Diana Prince at all. That is to say, when Wonder Woman was officially released, most of the audience and media reporters walked into the theater with prejudice. But the result is that the reputation of the film rose rapidly in a short period of time, and the box office performance also went up all the way. It is precisely this character-centered production method that fully explains to fans that, if Wonder Woman really exists, it is like this in the movie. If you look carefully at the online comments, you will find that the most comments from fans are almost all "I was admiring Gal Gadot's figure throughout the whole process." Plot? Who would pay attention to the plot? I just stare at the long legs and drool. If Tom Cruise's movie is worth the price just for his face, then Wonder Woman is definitely worth the price just for Gal Gadot's legs. That's right, the whole Wonder Woman is character-centered, and Wayne is really reluctant to change the plot and setting. The same is true for the film he is about to shoot. This will be a film that is completely character-centered, 360 degrees without dead ends, to show how beautiful Angelina Jolie is. In fact, Wayne is more obsessed with Wonder Woman than anyone else. After all, he also swallowed his saliva while looking at those long legs. Unfortunately, the Israeli actor is still too young. It is precisely because of this film, which is an unprecedented all-round, no dead angle, slow motion film showing the true beauty of the heroine, that Angelina Jolie is getting more and more impatient. She knows better than anyone that once such a film is successful, it will bring about earth-shaking changes in her position in the circle. Wayne Greenberg, you make this script so different. Looking at the night sky of Santa Monica outside the balcony, she tightly grasped the Wonder Woman script in her hand, with the ambition unique to actresses flashing in her eyes. The tradition of movie scripts is to focus on the story, but you boldly focus on the characters. Chapter 712. Investigating the location. The final round of auditions for The Lord of the Rings ended very quickly. Most of the actors in this epic work actually did not change much from Wayne's memory version. The biggest change was that the actress who played the elf princess was changed from Liv Tyler to Naomi Watts. To put it simply, South African Diamond is a typical actress with a good figure and high appearance. As for the overly cold face and temperament, and the difference in the character of the elf princess, as long as the director in charge of the filming is willing, there will be countless ways to change these, so that the final film effect meets the requirements. In terms of finalizing the actor's contract, John Gray acted very quickly, and basically encountered no trouble throughout the process. The only possible trouble was Cheryl's Theron's salary and benefits, but South African Diamond's agent did not open his mouth too high and readily agreed to the $6 million offer from the crew. There is no doubt that this is almost the highest paid one in the Lord of the Rings crew, but for South African Diamond's current status, it is definitely not a high price. After all, this is a group play. The nature of the film has already determined that it is impossible to offer a high price for a certain actor, and the crew is unlikely to invite such an actor. The audition for The Lord of the Rings has just ended, and Wayne has not had any time to rest. He plunged into the preparations for Wonder Woman again. Not only does he have to discuss the problems and arrangements that may be encountered in the shooting with the main creative team behind the scenes every day, but he also has to draw the storyboards by hand according to his own habits. Time passed inadvertently, and slowly came to the beginning of October, and Warner production became lively again. The crew of The Lord of the Rings has just moved to New Zealand, and the crew of Wonder Woman has once again started a large-scale audition. Compared with the former, there are more actors eyeing the project of Wonder Woman. Everyone knows that this film is directed by Wayne himself, and from the perspective of Hollywood at the moment, the film directed by Wayne himself is the so-called guarantee of success. It was in this context that various personal calls were frequently made. After all, few people could call Wayne. However, the deputy director Schwartz, who had been in charge of the auditions in recent years, looked uglier day by day. It was obvious that he was under a lot of pressure. Boss, just before I walked into this office, guess who called me? Compared to the high spirits when he just returned from vacation, Schwartz looked quite embarrassed at this time, and he did not have the demeanor of a deputy director who held the power of the crew. With messy hair, bent beard, and a wrinkled suit, he looked as if he had just worked overtime for 3 consecutive days and nights. After sitting down on the sofa, he nodded casually with several others, and began to complain to Wayne. Pat Kingsley just called me, and mentioned your and Tom's names and your relationship with Tom. Damn. More importantly, she frequently mentioned Nicole Kidman and her relationship with Nami. Shit. Seeing that Wayne didn't even raise his head, and was still writing and drawing in his director's notebook, Schwartz's face became even more bitter. Everyone knows that, whenever Wayne's project begins preparation, he, the Iron casting director, will become a popular figure, but this time the situation is obviously different. He has received too many calls that he can't refuse, and now he feels like he is sitting on a volcano that is about to erupt. In Schwartz's opinion, he has no chance to enjoy these favors because he knows the crew leader too well. Relying on some minor supporting roles to get some benefits that all men understand, Wayne will definitely turn a blind eye and pretend that he didn't see it at all. But if he wants to use the power in his hands to stuff some inappropriate candidates into the crew, he is completely courting death. Ha, Schwartz. Editor Julia turned her head and looked at the embarrassed casting director, her eyes flashing with gossip. Tell us what role our Mrs. Cruz wants. Shit, who knows? Seeing everyone looking at him, Schwartz picked up the coffee angrily, raised his head, and took a big sip, then complained. Pat Kingsley didn't mention it. I'm just hoping that she's less ambitious now, not wanting her own client to play Diana Prince. His words, coupled with the awkward expression on his face, caused a burst of laughter from everyone in the office. However, everyone knew that there was no room for discussion on the role of Wonder Woman Diana Prince, and Schwartz was probably joking. Those who can sit in this office waiting for the meeting are basically either old people in Wayne's team or old hands who have been in the circle for many years. So in fact, some people know better in their hearts, but the benefits are not enough. If the benefits are enough, their bosses will definitely not mind temporarily changing the heroine. So in Hollywood, as long as the project has not officially started shooting, anything is possible. Even if some projects have already started shooting, it is not uncommon to temporarily replace the male and female protagonists, as long as the replacement can bring greater benefits to the project. Luke, I heard that you lowered Angelina Jolie's salary to the level of 3rd and 4th tier actors. Seeing that Wayne was still writing something with his head down, the team members who had already arrived were not in a hurry. They more or less understood his work habits. After teasing Schwartz, the lighting supervisor Steve looked at Luke Simmons and asked curiously. As the producer of the crew, Luke Simmons' presence was not strong. Seeing that everyone's eyes were looking at him, he shrugged nonchalantly. Yes, less than $1 million. Seeing that everyone's eyes were flashing with disbelief, he added fuel to the fire again. To be precise, it's $800,000, and this $800,000 is the total salary, except for the later share that the Screen Actors Guild stipulates. There will be no other income involved. Luke, you are becoming more and more like the boss, and your heart is really black. Yes, Luke, it's so disappointing. You have become a running dog of capital now. F***K, $800,000. You really have the nerve to bring it up, and you can make the other party willingly sign the contract. Facing the complaints of the crowd, Luke Simmons spread his hands without caring, and even blew a provocative whistle. That's not all, guys. Anyway, they were free, and Luke Simmons and everyone present knew very well that the crew leader sitting behind the desk actually liked to see them get along harmoniously, at least after the work started. In the actor contract signed by Angelina Jolie, there are strict anti-drug clauses, and even clearly marked clauses prohibiting alcoholism. Once the actor affects the normal work of the crew because of alcohol, leaf tobacco and other things, the $800,000 may not be fully received in the end. After he finished speaking, everyone did not continue to tease him for being cruel this time. Instead, several of them began to frequently sneak glances at Wayne. Everyone knew the relationship between Angelina Jolie and this man. They were also very sure that, if it were not for this relationship, the role of Diana Prince, who was being watched by all Hollywood actresses, would not have fallen into the hands of that woman so easily. The unspoken rules of Hollywood crews have always been to favor their own people, which is understandable. However, from the salary contract of this female lead, everyone found that their boss really made business a business, and business was just business. The matter is simple. If Angelina Jolie is unwilling to accept this contract, there are many actresses in the circle who are willing. At this moment, her personal relationship with Wayne was put aside. It was not the first time for those present to work together. Everyone looked at each other and chose to shut their mouths silently. This incident seemed to remind everyone again that the man sitting behind the desk would never hesitate to turn his face when it came to his own interests. Well, is $800,000 a low salary? Closing the book in his hand, Wayne let out a long breath, looked at everyone, and shook his head with a smile. I want to remind everyone that, if you want to star in my project, the actor had better not aim to make a lot of money. That's right. Basically, the salary for starring in the project directed by Wayne himself, especially for the new actors, is not in line with their worth. This is the price to be paid by default. This is the world. If you want the safest way to gain fame, you have to pay something. Hey, boss. After all, Angelina Jolie's Charlie's Angels has a box office of more than $100 million. Robert, the director of photography, raised his eyebrows exaggeratedly and complained to Wayne behind the desk. Don't forget, Robert, I also invested in Charlie's Angels. While chatting casually, Wayne opened the drawer to put away the director's notebook, stood up and walked out from behind the desk, sat down on the sofa, and slowly lit a cigarette. Of course I can double her value, but if that role is replaced by another actor, it won't make much difference. Okay, besides Charlie's Angels, what else can she do to convince me and Warner Brothers? Just as Wayne said, although Angelina Jolie is now famous, her main credit comes from Charlie's Angels. If you think about it carefully, except for this year's hit Charlie's Angels, she really has no outstanding films in terms of commercial performance. In this period, if you want to join the DC camp and play an important role, you can only accept exploitation. This is not only the case for Angelina Jolie, but also for other actors who will join the series in the future. If we push the time back a few years, Angelina Jolie and the Mr. and Mrs. Smith period would not have to be considered at all. Even if the price tag was increased tenfold, Warner Brothers and Wayne would have agreed without hesitation. But that is only if, in addition to the appeal accumulated by Charlie's Angels, she cannot reverse the strong position of both labor and capital. If you want to let the film companies chase you to join, you must first have enough fame and appeal to make yourself a scarce resource in the circle. At least for Angelina Jolie now, the best way to become a so-called scarce resource is to star in Wonder Woman. Schwartz, oh, my poor assistant director. Wayne sat next to the casting director, looked carefully at the deep eye bags on his face, shrugged and said, if Pat Kingsley calls you again and keeps mentioning my relationship with Tom, then let her contact me directly. It is obvious that Tom Cruise must not know about this, otherwise, with Tom Cruise's personality, he would call the man directly or visit him directly. There is a lot of trickery here, because the gossip tabloids and entertainment media are full of news about the conflict between the Cruise couple. Maybe other people will watch it as a joke. After all, this golden couple has always been the focus of discussion among ordinary people in North America, but Wayne will not. He knows very well that, if there is no accident, the conflict between the couple is already quite big. And from a god's perspective, Pat Kingsley's butt is obviously sitting crooked, and he has always been the one who is secretly taking sides. The combination of this well-known agent in the circle and Mrs. Cruise has been consuming Tom Cruise's influence for more than 20 years. At least Wayne remembers very clearly that except for the 1 or 2 years after the divorce, the films in which Nicole Kidman played the image of a victim performed well, but for a long time afterwards, they basically became box office poison. So there was a famous scene in which she would mention the happy past with Tom Cruise every time she was in public. If nothing unexpected happens, in a few months at the shortest and a year at the longest, this golden couple will start to officially separate. So at this point in time, it seems quite interesting. It is hard to say whether Pat Kingsley is paving the way in advance by relying on Tom Cruise's relationship. Hey, Schwartz, if I were you, I would just put a red sofa in the audition room. Tut tut tut. Seeing the casting director's bitter face, the black aunt editor Julia waved her fist viciously and began to give strange ideas in a weird tone. F***K, don't hurt me. Schwartz first looked at Wayne, then rolled his eyes helplessly at Julia. Boss, if you are interested in Mrs. Cruise, I will help you put a red sofa. What the F***K is this? Cough 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 cough. Wayne was happy to have everyone chatting, but he didn't expect Schwartz to point the finger at him again. He choked and tears came out before he could even take a puff of cigarette. Wow, the boss is so moved that he's crying. Schwartz, it seems you've come up with a good idea. Right, Schwartz, no wonder you're able to keep your lucrative position as a casting director. It seems you understand Wayne. F***K. Wayne slammed his cigarette into the ashtray and raised his middle finger to everyone with both hands. Okay, enough joking. His eyes moved around the people in the room, and the smile on his face gradually faded. Let's talk business. As he spoke, everyone put away their smiles and looked at him together. Schwartz, if there are any more calls from people who can't be refused, just agree to them all, provided that they must go through rounds of auditions. Okay. The casting director nodded with a sense of relief. Okay, I understand. This is the best way to deal with it, and the only way to save everyone's face. Even the actors who signed up for the audition through connections knew that this was a $200 million production project, and it was impossible to be selected without a strict audition. Wicks, contact the special effects team of Industrial Light and Magic. Before he could finish, Wick's heart nodded immediately. This was not the first time he had done this job, and he was the one who contacted Industrial Light and Magic almost every time. I follow up every day and make sure that all the special effects models needed are in place before the film officially starts. I will be back in 2 weeks at most this time. If you have any questions, call me as soon as possible. Okay, Wayne said seriously, looking at the core team members in the room. Everyone agreed together. No problem. This shoot is different from the past. Wonder Woman will be shot in multiple locations, and the crew will travel to multiple countries and regions. Just in Italy, they have to go around to find a location. If Wayne doesn't go around in person to make sure there are no problems with the location, he will definitely not be completely relieved. After arranging the relevant work for the crew, he and Luke Simonsi boarded a special plane to Italy the next day. Chapter 713. We have no time to rest. It is already early October, and relatively speaking, Wayne has little time to shoot Wonder Woman. All the work on this film must be completed by May next year at the latest. In the meantime, he has to take into account the preparation and shooting of Superman from time to time, as well as the Lord of the Rings crew, which has entered the final preparations in New Zealand. He can't ignore the King Khan crew and the John Wick crew and let these two projects grow wildly. So in order to save time, Wayne had to abandon the preparatory work of Wonder Woman and personally take producer Luke Simmons to inspect overseas locations. There is no doubt that, if Wonder Woman wants to shoot in Los Angeles, or in North America, it will take a lot of manpower, time and financial costs just to temporarily build the scene. Choosing overseas locations for shooting is a helpless move, and there is no better alternative. In fact, Wayne would rather shoot locally, even if North America has few tax rebates for the project. Considering various costs, he would rather place the crew's main shooting location in North America. Unfortunately, compared to the complex scenes of Wonder Woman, as well as a large number of action scenes and war background shots, the cost of setting up everything from scratch is too high, so high that he and Warner Brothers can't afford it at all. Moreover, the various scenes of Wonder Woman cannot be properly solved, even if they are placed in Australia, which has been popular in the circle in the past 2 years. Wayne is simply ready to put aside other work and shift all his work focus to this project. There is really no way. Once the crew is filming outside for a long time, he will inevitably not be able to take care of other work conveniently. This is a dilemma that must be made. After arriving in Italy and simply meeting with the head of Warner Brothers overseas company, Wayne and Luke Simon and others immediately changed planes and went to the small town of Ravello in southern Italy. The long-range view of the opening of the movie Wonder Woman, he plans to shoot here. French writer and Rageite commented on this place. This is a place closer to the blue sky than to the sea. The town of Ravello has about 2,500 residents. It is located on the high Amalfi coast, on the Gulf of Salerno. There are 2 romantic gardens with sea views and excellent beach views. Since the 12th century, this place has become the residence of the nobles at that time, and is also favored by artists of all ages. Ravello is located in a remote area. It takes an hour to drive from Naples to reach it through the mountain road. But it may be because of this mountain road that people can experience the vague romantic feeling it brings. Many celebrities are attracted by its magic. The famous musician Richard Warner was deeply fascinated by this beautiful town. He got musical inspiration here and created many amazing works. Wayne looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window and heard the introduction of the Warner Brothers staff. Before entering the town, he actually knew that he had come to the right place this time. This place can't be described as beautiful. It is exactly like the paradise people imagine. You know, boss. Several people got off the car and entered the booked hotel. Nina rarely had emotional fluctuations. She looked through the large floor-to-ceiling windows of the hotel at the intoxicating scenery outside the window and sighed. I have been with you and have been to countless filming locations over the years and have seen countless landscapes. Only here is really as beautiful as in the movies. That should disappoint you, Nina. Standing next to the assistant, Wayne glanced at Sergey, who was carrying boxes of luggage, turned his head, and looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window like a fairyland, and teased, "We won't stay here for too long. We have to set off again after tonight. Our schedule is very tight this time, and we probably won't have time for you to indulge yourself." I knew it. Pushing the glasses on her face, Nina had a fascinated expression on her face and muttered, "Anyway, we have to come here again for the filming. Next time we come, we must take a good look at the scenery here. Sergey, there's no need to pack your luggage. Let's go out for a walk." Wayne smiled and shook his head, turned around and waved to the Russian bear. "Dear Miss Clean, let's go and take a walk while we still have time. I don't want to leave you with any regrets." Since he was here, it was the first time he saw such a beautiful town, so he might as well go out and take a walk now. The reason was simple. The assistant lady was looking forward to the second visit. When the crew officially came here to shoot, it was even more impossible for him to stay too long, and it was even possible that he would not come at all. After all, only the distant view of Paradise Island would be shot here, which would be inserted into the beginning of the movie. After the official shooting started, it was likely that the photography supervisor Robert would bring a few photographers to shoot the scene. The production time of Wonder Woman was relatively tight, and some work that did not require Wayne to appear would definitely be arranged. No matter how beautiful this place was, it was not as important as focusing on the daily shooting work. Without disturbing the rest of the staff and Luke Simmons, Wayne and the other 2 went downstairs and began to stroll in this not so big town. I really hope to live here in the future. The 3 did not make a deliberate choice. They walked into a strange ceramic shop as they felt like they were in a strange mood. The goods in it were strange in shape, but full of strange beauty. Nina stroked a ceramic rabbit in her hand, her eyes flickering with a kind of joy. She refused Wayne's generous bill, took out a few dollars, and bought the odd-shaped ceramic rabbit herself. When she left this strange ceramic shop, she looked at Wayne with pure joy on her face, gesturing at the porcelain in her hand. When we go back, I will tell Fendi how beautiful this place is. Boss, do you think she will like this gift? Shaking his head helplessly, Wayne said, yes, definitely. He also felt it, or rather, all three of them felt it. This town seemed to have a kind of magic that would naturally make people walking on the street feel better, because there was a joyful atmosphere everywhere. Whether it was the weird ceramic shop on the roadside or the small spots on the hibiscus and bougainvillea, everything seemed particularly beautiful. The layout of the town was very compact, and the three of them did not deliberately speed up, but it took less than an hour to visit the entire town. The place where Wayne stayed the longest was Villa Simbrone. The history of this villa can be traced back to the 11th century, and it has not been fenced off by the local government. It is completely open to everyone. If possible, it would be great if I could buy this villa. Standing on the observation deck of Villa Simbrone, all the intrigues, work arrangements, and even the usual calculations were temporarily thrown behind Wayne's mind. This is the best place to enjoy the scenery of the Amalfi Coast, and it is also a place where people can forget all the unhappiness. Hey, boss. Hearing Wayne's praise, Nina rolled her eyes unceremoniously. Can you stop talking about money in this place? After smiling at each other with Shell, Wayne did not continue to bring up this topic. Women are always prone to emotionality about beautiful things, but Nina in this state is less common than usual. Whether it is the garden, fountain, boulevard, or exquisite sculpture, every corner here can form a perfect oil painting. The smiles on the faces of the town residents and tourists, the picturesque scenery that has been baptized by countless years. Even Wayne and Sergey, two grown men, deeply felt the beauty of the impact. After confirming that the location was okay, Wayne and others stayed only one night and then hurriedly took a car back to Naples to rush to the next location for inspection. In the Castello Monte in Italy, Wayne plans to shoot the scenes of Diana's life, riding, training in her childhood in Wonder Woman, and even the scene of Diana Prince taking the sword of the gods. The castle is about halfway between the Melfi Castle and the Royal Palace of Foggia, where Frederick dealt with political issues and administrative affairs at the time. There is an octagonal courtyard inside the castle. In terms of style, the Castello Monte belongs to the early Gothic architecture of southern Italy, although it is influenced by the Romanesque and Arab Norman styles. The castle located on the top of the mountain presents a mysterious but perfect octagon. 8 represents the foundation of infinity or cosmic power. These statements have cast a mysterious color on the castle. This castle has a long history in Europe. The castle pattern behind the 1 cent and the euro is it. Due to its wonderful design, it attracts many architecture fans and artists. No one can deny that the place where Diana Prince, the Wonder Woman, grew up has a strong mythological color, and this castle can just show a strong mysterious color. Especially on the mountain, where the castle is located, there is a Benedictine monastery, which adds a touch of religious color to the surrounding environment. This exploration trip to Italy is more like a perfect trip in Nina's eyes. Basically, every location is very beautiful. The only shortcoming may be that they states are short. Basically, as long as they are sure that it meets the shooting requirements, they will immediately set off to the next location. For example, the ancient city of Matera in the Basilicata region in southern Italy. The scenery here is like being in a magical movie scene. Wayne planned to shoot the scene of the market in Diana Prince's hometown here. No matter from which aspect, this place is very suitable for his shooting needs. The only headache is that there are surprisingly many tourists in this place that he thinks is relatively niche. Luke, you have a lot of work to do. After determining the shooting location, Wayne and his friends rushed to the next location again. He looked at Luke Simmons, who followed him all the way. Communicate well with the local municipal government and ensure that there won't be so many tourists when the crew is filming. Mr. Greenberg, Thomas Sandler of Warner Brothers. Italian branch looked at the bitter producer and carefully reminded him, it's hard for us to get the local municipal government to agree not to receive tourists, even if the crew doesn't shoot for a long time. Receiving tourists who come here for the sake of fame is the main source of income for most scenic towns in Italy. Then tell them that, if my movie is successfully filmed, it will be like advertising their hometown in front of fans all over the world. Wayne gave an unceremonious order after glancing at the company staff from Warner Brothers, and then he closed his eyes and rested, not continuing to discuss the topic. After running non-stop for several days, Wayne was in no mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery of the location. He was very sure that he didn't feel tired physically, but mentally, he felt unusually tired. "Boss, I suggest that after this busy year, we go to Italy for a vacation. You really need it." Sitting in the car on the way to Palinuro Beach, Nina frowned at Wayne's face and whispered, "You have been working non-stop for many years and you have never taken a long vacation in the true sense. If you continue like this, even if you are not physically ill, you will be crushed mentally sooner or later. Nina, you should know better than anyone that we don't have time for a long vacation." Hearing the assistant's suggestion, Wayne squinted and shook his head. "My work plan has been scheduled for 2 years after the turn of the century in theory, especially in the past 2 years. It is too important for us, and we can't relax at all. As for vacation, as long as these 2 years pass, the plan will go smoothly, and there will be plenty of time for us to take a vacation in the future. I knew it would be like this." Sergei turned his head and said something to Nina silently, then turned around helplessly and continued to look at the scenery on the road. Anyone who is close to Wayne knows how much mental stress he is under. Nina is even sure that if her boss talks to a psychologist, he will definitely be able to diagnose some damn disease. She always remembers that when she first came to him, he was still a young man full of sunshine and unlimited energy. But with the increasing success in recent years, Wayne has also become visibly mature, which is not necessarily a good thing. Nina is very sure that he needs a long vacation to completely relax his mind, and the beautiful town of Ravello, which is as beautiful as an oil painting, is very suitable for healing tense nerves. Palinuro Beach on the Salento coast of Italy is an isolated place just like Paradise Island in the movie Wonder Woman. Without any rest time, Wayne and others hurried to this beach after putting down their luggage at the hotel. In Wayne's plan, the scene in the movie where Diana Prince saves the hero and the first big war scene in the movie will all be filmed on this beach. This is very important. Why is it said that Wonder Woman has the color of feminism? Because at the beginning of the movie, it played a hero saving beauty against the norm. In traditional Hollywood commercial movies, or in mainstream commercial movies around the world, women are the ones who are saved. Even after another 20 years, there will be basically no big change. This is caused by people's traditional concepts. But Wonder Woman is different. It can be said that this is the first time that a woman saves a man on the big screen. Not to mention now, even if it is more than 10 years later in Wayne's memory, when similar films are released, the controversy caused is not small at all. It's just that this kind of controversy can't be said openly in that environment, but no one can deny the fact that movies with feminist colors are difficult to gain recognition from male audiences. Diana Prince is different. This character has been subtly influenced by the comic setting for decades. When people look at this female superhero, they don't arouse similar feelings too much. The inherent hero setting can minimize the vigilance of male audiences. This is also the reason why Wayne dared to try to shoot a plot about a woman saving a man in this year, and all the stories of Diana Prince and the male protagonist began on the beach under their feet. This place is very important, Luke. Bending down and grabbing a handful of sand, Wayne's eyes wandered back and forth between the sea and the reef cliff behind him. The most important and first large-scale war scene in the film will take place here. We must negotiate with the local government in advance, and it is best to sign a contract as soon as possible. I understand. Luke Simmons shrugged and said seriously, "Don't worry, I will take care of all the locations before the crew officially comes to Italy to shoot." Nodding silently, Wayne turned and walked towards the crowd waiting for them. That's it. Let's get the preparations in Los Angeles done as soon as possible and rush to Italy for shooting. Without any nostalgia for the beautiful scenery, they only stayed at the beach at Palinuro for one night. Early the next morning, the group boarded the plane to the next shooting location again. But this time it was not Italy, but the equally ancient British Isles, London. In the project of Wonder Woman, Wayne also needed to use a large number of overseas locations for the first time. In addition to Italy, where the most shots were taken, there were also London, France, Greece, and the Aegean Sea. In order to achieve better shooting effects, and with enough production funds in hand, he had no reason to make do with some places. The standard of this film, for him, was to shoot it as real as possible and make it as perfect as possible. After all, he was no longer the poor little director who was a photographer, director, producer, screenwriter, and other positions when he filmed Happy Death Day. Since he could fight a rich war, he chose to be as extravagant as possible without hesitation. It took less than 2 weeks for Wayne and his team to observe all the overseas locations and drag their tired bodies back to Los Angeles. It was just that others could rest, but he couldn't. He had already made an appointment to discuss the financing plan with Christopher Rockencourt and Steven Spielberg, but his work intensity kept delaying. When he just returned to Los Angeles, he immediately asked Nina to meet with Christopher Rockencourt, the wealthy New Yorker and generous film investor. At the same time, a file package personally investigated and sorted by Anthony Pellicano, the Hollywood Eye, was placed on Wayne's desk. Chapter 714, Hollywood Fraud. A grey-yellow document bag was slowly unsealed in Wayne's hand. The thickness of the printed paper inside was obviously beyond his expectation. A thick stack of neatly stacked papers was placed together. Even before he looked at it, his brows slightly frowned. On the balcony of the bedroom in the main building of Greenberg Manor, Nina and Naomi Watts were both curiously watching the man's actions. Even the assistant who was in charge of this matter personally was still unclear about what was written in the document. You know, Nina had always been in charge of the communication with Anthony Pellicano of Hollywood Eye. This was the first time that the other party solemnly put the results of the investigation into the document bag and sent it to the manor. Let's talk about what you think of this person. Finding that the eyes of the two women were all burning with gossip, Wayne shook his head with amusement and was not in a hurry to look at the thick documents in his hands. Instead, he crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, and looked at the two women around him. Many people know him. To some extent, Wayne, he is more famous than you in the circle. Naomi Watts blurted out without any hesitation. A descendant of a European earl, the grandson of Sophia Loren, he is always surprisingly generous. He is a frequent guest at high-end parties in the circle, and there is always a lot of female stars around him. And, aha, what else? In the eyes of countless people, the two of you give people a very similar feeling. You always like to chase female stars. Of course, such a rich man who spends a lot of money is destined to be surrounded by female stars. The Australian girl said bluntly in front of the man with a pout. The fingers holding the cigarette shook left and right between the two of them. Wayne didn't care about the other party's complaints. Anyway, his most powerful talent in this life is that he is thick-skinned enough. Well, this is the nature of men, Nami. In fact, it's not just Wayne, and it's not just the high-profile Christopher Rockencourt. As long as you are doing well in this circle, who doesn't have the same virtue? It's just that some people are low-key, some like to show off, and some don't care about other people's eyes at all. This is related to the profession. Generally speaking, the big stars standing on the stage will be more stylish. The executives of the film companies or the powerful behind-the-scenes workers are not so secretive about this. It's not just men. This kind of thing is two-way. The famous female producers in the circle, the female film company executives, and even the female stars who have completely established their status, all play stamp collecting to death. Multiple media selected the two most famous, most unique, and most unattainable and impossible to imitate cars in the entire Hollywood. Thinking of the reports in the entertainment newspapers, Nina said with an obvious joking tone, "Boss, guess which two they are? That Christopher Rockencourt's car?" Wayne looked at the assistant with interest. "That's right." Nodding, Nina continued, "The 16-cylinder black Hummingbird sedan he drove is the most eye-catching car in the industry in the past 2 years. It is said to be from Diana's lover." Upon hearing this, Wayne laughed unceremoniously, holding a cigarette in his mouth, and asked in surprise, "No one really believes it, right?" Before Nina could continue, Naomi Watts' eyes flashed with a strong fire of gossip, completely ignoring the doubts on the man's face. In her opinion, Wayne must have been petty again. She smiled and hugged the assistant's arm, and her gossipy attribute was full. "Where's the other one?" "Nina, what car is the other one?" "It's downstairs." Looking at the Australian actress with amusement, the assistant raised her eyebrows and shook her head to indicate that it was right below the balcony, next to the small fountain in front of the main building. You ride it often, don't you? Damn, I thought it was some top-notch supercar. Obviously, Naomi Watts didn't get the answer she wanted. At least in her opinion, this kind of extended and bulletproof car would only be liked by old men and those dirty and cowardly politicians. Don't underestimate this car, Naomi. Nina glanced at Wayne and explained with a smile, there are only a few Rolls-Royce Phantom sedans in the world. Except for the boss's one, the remaining two are all in the hands of a certain country's royal family. Since this kind of car is specially customized for the royal family, it will never appear on the market in the future. The preciousness is definitely much higher than you think. Only an old man like Wayne would like this kind of car. Naomi Watts rolled her eyes and still didn't change her opinion. Then she no longer cared about what Wayne was holding, picked up a novel on the table, lowered her head, and began to flip through it. The conversation between the two women did not affect Wayne. He was also looking at the things sent by the Hollywood Eye. However, as time passed, Nina was aroused by the changing expressions on his face. Interesting, interesting, tut tut tut. About half an hour later, Wayne threw a dozen sheets of printed paper together on the table. He lit another cigarette, one hand kept groping on the stubble on his chin, and his eyes flashed with a look of rapid thinking. This investigation report was very detailed, even to the childhood of the rich man. What made him interesting was that many things in it did not match the rumors and what the rich man said in person, and it could even be said that they were completely different. In fact, the two completely different statements were what made people confused. Wayne was sure that the guy was indeed wealthy, otherwise there would not be so many big stars in the circle who would treat him as a guest of honor. Don't think that big stars don't have enough brains. The reality is that no star who can succeed in this circle is really stupid. Even if the star himself doesn't have enough brains, there is often an extremely shrewd agent around him. So, those big stars are not easy to deceive. At least it can prove that Christopher Rockencourt is indeed very rich. Otherwise, with the extremely realistic personality of female stars in the circle, it is never a low-cost investment to ask them to take off their clothes on their own initiative. Take a look, Nina. Believe me, this is very interesting. In a trance, Wayne woke up from his daze. He glanced at Naomi Watts, who was holding a novel, stretched out his hand, and clicked on the investigation report on the table, indicating that the assistant lady should read it herself. The balcony returned to silence again. Except for the occasional sound of turning pages in the hands of the two women, there was only the sound of the man sipping black tea from time to time. Nina read very quickly. It was probably less than 20 minutes. The top student who graduated from New York University also had a strong mood of thinking on his face. Two possibilities, boss. The assistant also glanced at Naomi Watts and unnoticeably put the investigation report back into the gray file bag and patiently tied the sealing rope. Then she looked into Wayne's eyes and whispered her analysis. First, everything on it is fake. The so-called Hollywood Eye is no longer reliable, but I don't think it will happen. Anthony Pellicano knows very well what the consequences of fooling us will be. He is a smart man. He would rather tell us that he has found nothing than to think crookedly for tens of thousands of dollars. Recalling the contact with each other over the years, Nina's tone became more and more certain. At this point, her eyes also showed an interesting light, and she continued to analyze as she looked at Wayne. If everything on this is true, I suggest that we cancel the appointment with Christopher Rockencourt. We don't have to take such a risk. Boss, even if the possibility of this thing being true is less than 1%, we don't need to find out the truth at all. He continues to be a Hollywood tycoon, banker, businessman, and film investor, and continues to go to high-end cocktail parties in the upper class. Everything has nothing to do with us. Let me think about it. Let me think about it. After listening to Nina's advice, Wayne leaned his upper body into the recliner, not even looking at the file bag that was pressed by the assistant's hand, and turned his head to look at the garden downstairs. There were several gardeners there, diligently pruning the garden, and further away, two security guards could be seen patrolling along the woods inside the manor. Even he still has things that he doesn't remember or understand. After all, in his previous life, He was just a projectionist in a movie theater, one of the most inconspicuous among ordinary people. It is normal that he doesn't know much about Hollywood in the 1990s and even the first few years of the 21st century. In fact, Wayne is trying his best to search his memory, trying to get some clues from it. Sometimes he himself feels that the 1990s are not as good as the years after 2000. At least the further back in time goes, the deeper his memory of relevant information is. Unfortunately, this kind of thing is not under his control. Indeed, he has no memory of Christopher Rockencourt at all, and he is even very unfamiliar with this name. But this is completely normal. There are many unknown things about the big men behind the scenes in Hollywood, who are not big stars. But there is a similar thing that keeps warning him, that is, the thing that made the earth grass Leo fall. This matter was once a sensation around the world, because Leonardo DiCaprio returned the Oscar statuette. The protagonist of the incident is Mr. Zuoliu. This guy spent a lot of money to propose to Zhao Yaxuan but was rejected. However, he slept with most of the female stars in Hollywood in the image of a little fat man. Two well-known heirs of Hilton Hotel are proud to date him. Lindsay Lohan is his predecessor, and even Miranda Kerr almost put on a wedding dress for him. When he saw this news, Wayne once suspected that all foreign girls like fat guys. In fact, to put it bluntly, it is because this fat guy has huge superpowers. This guy spent money like water when he first arrived in Hollywood. In a few months, he spent more than $80 million and smoothly joined the upper class of Hollywood. In a few months, he held carnival parties non-stop, bought multiple luxury houses without blinking, and spent money on female stars in a high-profile manner. The sports car driven by a Kardashian to this day was given by this fat guy, and the pigeon egg diamond ring worth $1 million on Miranda Kerr's hand also came from his generous wallet. Why do people say that Miranda Kerr almost put on a wedding dress for him? Because he gave him more than just a pigeon egg. What about a piano worth more than $1 million, a luxury yacht worth $250 million on the sea? Not to mention a world supermodel. Any woman can resist such an offensive? Not only women, but also in his interactions with Hollywood male stars, he often plays a role of a checkbook. This guy is a diehard fan of Leo. When he learned that his idol was short of money for a new film, he made up all the funding gaps for The Wolf of Wall Street with a wave of his hand. Investing in movies is like a stepping stone, like a Picasso painting worth $3.2 million. As long as Leo likes it, he will not blink an eye and take out his wallet to buy it for the other party. Not only the famous paintings, he was particularly disappointed to learn that Leo could not get the Oscar statuette again and again. In order to comfort his idol, he directly spent a huge amount of money to buy Marlon Brando's Oscar statuette and gave it to his idol. When doing these things, this top Chinese tycoon was only in his early 30s. Many people have doubted where he got such a huge fortune, but he was not able to hold back and was finally exposed. He is not only a businessman, rich man, film investor and financial tycoon, but also a century-old swindler. At that time, this news was very big, and various gossips continued to spread on the internet, but the big stars in Hollywood, who were related to him, had different reactions. The worst one was undoubtedly Leonardo DiCaprio, who not only took the initiative to return the little golden man, but also starred in The Wolf of Wall Street, which was controversial. Speaking of Hollywood in the 21st century, this Chinese-American Hollywood century-old swindler is definitely in existence that cannot be avoided. At this time, Wayne saw Christopher Rockencourt's personality and deeds in The Circle and felt familiar at the first time and naturally linked the two together. There is no way the way these two people entered Hollywood, even the choice of spending money lavishly and the method of picking up female stars are too damn similar. Coupled with the investigation report sent by Hollywood Eye, it is hard not to connect the two together, so Wayne said it was interesting. He was never afraid of what was exposed, just like he was not afraid of Harvey Weinstein from the beginning. As long as it was exposed in front of him, he had plenty of ways to deal with it. It was precisely because of the complete lack of understanding that Wayne became more cautious. Therefore, what he had been thinking about was the process of the other party and himself getting to know each other. After knowing the identity of Christopher Aucourt, Wayne had a strong premonition that this well-known rich man in the circle was deliberately approaching him. From the first meeting at the Oscars Vanity Fair cocktail party to the continuous release of Goodwill, it all showed that there was something that the other party liked about him. Looking at the diligent gardener in the garden, Wayne murmured to himself, "TSK, dear Mr. Aucourt, do you say, will you give me a chance?" From the personal experience of a very famous mountaineer, Mr. Zhang Dongsheng, it can be found that when a person asks you if you can give him a chance, he is not just asking for a chance, he is also giving you a chance. However, Christopher Aucourt was destined not to know the story of this mountaineer. In a business club in Beverly Hills, a small private social wine tasting party was taking place. Undoubtedly, Christopher Aucourt was the initiator of this wine party. "Excuse me, everyone." Putting away the mobile phone in his hand, Christopher Aucourt picked up the red wine on the table, apologized and sat back on the sofa. "I just received a call from Ms. Nina Clean, inviting me to visit Greenberg Manor tomorrow." "Wayne invited you to his house?" asked Jean-Claude Van Damme, who was sitting opposite. Nodding indifferently, Christopher Aucourt took a sip of red wine. "Yes, you know, Wayne and I have always had a good personal relationship." Hearing his answer, the faces of the few people present did not change, but looking at him, they all paid more attention to him. There is no doubt that in the entire Hollywood circle, the number of people who can be invited to the home of Wayne Greenberg can be counted on two hands. Countless people want to get close to him, but even if they just get to know him, they have little chance. This is a big boss who appears to be a gentleman and sunny, but is extremely difficult to get along with in private. This is a well-known fact in Hollywood. Think about it, who are the people that Wayne Greenberg can call his good friends? Tom Cruise, Will Smith, Bruce Rosenblum, Townsend Rothman, Tim Burton, Steven Spielberg, George Lucas. No matter which name is picked out, they are all the top power beasts in their respective industries. Compared to Jean-Claude Van Damme, Mickey Rourke, who was sitting next to him, was much more direct. He looked at the man holding the red wine and said casually, "There have been rumors in the circle that Wayne Greenberg's film studio will start a series of cooperation projects with Warner Brothers this year. Will it be?" "That's right." Waving to everyone, Christopher Aucourt nodded casually and said, "You know, Wayne and I have always had a good relationship privately. He may have encountered some difficulties in funding now, and it happens that I don't have any good investment channels recently, so he plans to invite me over to have a chat." The people present looked at each other and all felt their eyes brightened. The success rate of Wayne Greenberg's production projects, such as the Matrix trilogy and Charlie's Angels, had long been proven countless times. Investing in such projects is definitely the first choice for people in the circle. Unfortunately, it is too difficult to get in touch with the young Jewish boss. Everyone knows that, as long as Wayne Greenberg nods, countless people in the circle will line up to give him money. But Christopher Aucourt has become the other party's first choice for financing, which has fully proved the relationship between the two. Chris, I wonder if Wayne Greenberg's funding gap is big. As Christopher Aucourt's current girlfriend, the latest Oscar-winning actress Helen Hunt asked with wide eyes. "As far as I know, the project that Wayne Greenberg has invested in is Tolkien's epic masterpiece The Lord of the Rings. It is a trilogy, and the investment is at least more than $300 million US. There are also John Wick and King Kong that were reported some time ago. The investment in the former does not seem to be high, but the latter has been announced to the public to exceed $150 million US. Everyone knows that Wayne Greenberg likes to play big projects. Chris, the projects that can be valued by him must not be small. Who knows, you can accompany me to visit tomorrow." At his girlfriend's kind reminder, he shrugged at everyone and joked to himself, "I hope Wayne's funding gap won't be too big, otherwise, even if I have some funds, I can't help him." "Really, honey?" Helen Hunt obviously ignored her boyfriend's self-mockery and focused all her attention on the previous sentence. She widened her eyes and said, "Honey, shall I go to Greenberg Manor with you tomorrow?" Looking at his girlfriend, Christopher Aucourt rolled his eyes slightly and said cheerfully, "Of course, this is not a big deal. If things go well, I will talk to Wayne privately and ask him to reserve a brilliant role for you in the project." You know, Wayne has always been very good to his own people. The conversation between the two was heard very clearly by everyone present, including Jane Claude Van Damme and Mickey Rourke, who all raised their glasses thoughtfully. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 715, Adding Bait. Those who have achieved some success in Hollywood basically don't have to worry about lacking money. The reason why this circle attracts people is because the income is much higher than that of other industries. Fame and wealth have always been complementary. As the latest Oscar winner, Helen Hunt is naturally not short of fame, and she is not short of money. Of course, not lacking money is only relative, and everything depends on who you compare it with. Compared with most ordinary practitioners in the circle, she is definitely a member who has already succeeded, but compared with the top bosses in the circle, her income from filming or endorsements is still not enough. Beverly Hills is generally the choice of practitioners in the circle. It is the traditional wealthy area in Los Angeles. There are only a few wealthy areas in Los Angeles. Compared with the Santa Monica Valley, where wildfires inexplicably burn every year, and the relatively far Malibu Beach, Beverly Hills is the first ideal place for successful people in the circle to live in, no matter from which aspect. Even countless men and women from all over the world who come to Los Angeles and Hollywood to pursue their dreams. Many people dream of owning their own house in Beverly Hills. The living environment and safety here are top-notch experiences. The only drawback is that the top luxury houses also have top-notch prices that far exceed the market price. For Christopher Rockencourt and his partner today, they witnessed what the top luxury houses are from the moment they drove into Mulholland Road. Unlike Helen Hunt, Christopher Rockencourt drove the car and did not show envy even when facing the security check at the entrance of Greenberg Manor. At least his face remained calm, which was completely in line with the knowledgeable personality of a descendant of an ancient earl. "Honey, this place is so shocking." Looking at the marble columns on both sides of the manor gate, the Oscar-winning actress murmured with longing in her eyes. Unlike the mansions they saw on the road, the gate columns of this manor are full of traces of years. All the columns are carved with simple floral patterns, and they are unusually clean, without the common stains of years. Facing his girlfriend's muttering, Christopher Rockencourt shrugged and said nothing. After a simple inspection by the security personnel, his car finally slowly entered the manor. In fact, in the depths of his eyes, there was also a trace of imperceptible shock. Living here can avoid all prying eyes from outside. This is the feeling that the two people have after entering the gate of the manor. The car has slowly entered the manor, but in front of us can only see the guardroom and patches of woods. The view in front is also blocked by a huge garden. I'm afraid that no practitioner in the industry will dislike such a design for privacy. The car drove along the winding main road all the way, in the sight of the two people, in addition to the garden that was slowly left behind. The main buildings of the manor built on the mountain and fully utilizing the mountain began to come into view. At the end of their sight, there were huge crepe myrtle trees connected together. It was precisely these crepe myrtle trees surrounding the manor that perfectly blocked the prying eyes. It was easy to draw a conclusion that, if you wanted to enter here without the owner's permission, you had to either fall from the sky or climb the cliff at the back of the main building of the manor. Christopher Rockencourt drove the car and slowly stopped beside the fountain in the small square in front of the main building. Facing the housekeeper Hella, who took the initiative to open the car door, he thanked her like a gentleman and stood beside the car and looked up at the main building. This is a huge 3-story villa main building, made entirely of granite and marble. The deep walls are full of the sense of time, and the first impression it gives people is heritage and precipitation. "Please come this way, Mr. Greenberg is waiting for you." Unfortunately, Hella completely ignored the exploration of the main building in the eyes of the man and woman, and politely invited the two to walk towards the awning on the lawn. Following the footsteps of the housekeeper, Helen Hunt curiously observed the interior of the manor. Not only did she feel it, but the man beside her also felt an invisible pressure when he entered the manor. Christopher Rockencourt's eyes were a little erratic, and his mind became confused at this time. He had already regretted accepting this invitation. But as long as he thought of the seeds planted before and looked at the environment he was in, an irrepressible throbbing and excitement slowly rose from the bottom of his heart. "Hi, Wayne." Coming under the awning, looking at the young man lying on the lounge chair, his eyes instantly became firm. After nodding to thank the housekeeper, he greeted him very familiarly. "The environment of your manor is great. Well, the scenery is amazing. Hi, Chris." Reaching out to take off the big sunglasses on his face, Wayne turned his head gently and also looked at the men and women around him with a smile. "Hi, Miss Hunter. I'm sorry, I fell asleep just now. Welcome." He pointed to the chair beside him. "Sit down and chat. There are drinks in the ice bucket. Help yourself." During the short time they met, the two men were observing each other, especially Wayne. Facing the visitor's familiarity, he did not show any displeasure. Instead, he greeted the visitor warmly, as if he were an old friend who had not seen each other for a long time. Looking at Christopher Aucourt, he could not help but nod secretly. In terms of appearance and etiquette, there was really nothing wrong with this guy. Seeing that the movies you invested in are constantly selling well, and there are also popular peripheral products like The Matrix. Pulling out a bottle of beer from the ice bucket, Christopher Aucourt raised his head and took a big sip. Putting down the bottle, he looked at Wayne, who had already sat up, and said cheerfully and directly, "It always gives film investors like me an illusion that investing in Hollywood movies can always make a lot of money." At this point, he shrugged his shoulders and flattered the other party without leaving a trace. When he saw the smile on the face of the man sitting opposite, he continued, "It's just that every time this illusion floods into my mind, I will force myself to remind myself that continuous hugely successful film investments are only individual phenomena for geniuses like you." Wayne raised the bottle in his hand, smiled and shook his head, and clinked his hands with the other party, but did not continue the topic. He knew that these seemingly superficial exclamations were also a test of the other party. But what the other party said was also true. Not to mention other movies, the gratifying box office figures of The Matrix, since the first release, have been driving the sales of peripheral products. The special phenomenon of the hot sales of peripheral products of The Matrix is hard to see in R-rated films, let alone family-friendly films. Once the peripheral products become a big hit, the so-called box office revenue has become less important. Peripheral products will become the protagonist at this time and become the main source of income for production companies and distribution companies, which can be called a low input and high output income guarantee. The most notable point is that before the two projects Wonder Woman and Superman that are being prepared officially started shooting, Warner Bros. Has signed manufacturing and sales contracts with as many as dozens of peripheral manufacturers. In order to sign a contract with Warner Bros. In advance, countless peripheral product manufacturers are willing to accept Warner Bros. Commission. The reason for this phenomenon is very simple. That is, the director and producer of the film is called Wayne Greenberg. No one can deny that. As long as this name is included in the film producer column, the peripheral products will often show a trend of explosion, and basically there has never been an accident. Okay, let's talk business. After the two exchanged pleasantries, Wayne nodded to the inconspicuous Nina beside him. The assistant took out a few documents at the right time and put them on the table between the two men. "Chris, Greenberg Studio has launched a series of cooperative projects with Warner Bros. This year. I believe you must have known about it before you came to me." Christopher Aucourt nodded slightly and turned the top page under Wayne's gaze. Yes, in fact, he has been paying attention to relevant news. When he learned that Greenberg Studio would face financial difficulties, he also called to recommend himself as soon as possible. "This year, my studio has invested in 2 projects in succession." Seeing the other party flipping through the prepared materials, Wayne lit a cigarette and introduced the relevant information slowly. The 2 projects of John Wick and King Kong, as well as the upcoming Lord of the Rings, basically emptied most of the studio's cash flow. Listening to the introduction, Christopher Aucourt flipped through the materials on the table. In front of him were 2 project plans that had not been reported by the media. The first thing that caught his eye was a genre film that was different from mainstream commercial films. To be more precise, it was a feature film about animals. Of course, there was no particularly specific information in this plan. After all, it was different from the detailed plan submitted to the film company. The main purpose was to let investors understand the background of the film and the market prospects to be faced. $18 million US. Without any hesitation, he turned directly to the last page. When he saw the estimated investment figure of the project, he raised his head in surprise and looked at the man across the table. Yes, the investment in this project is not large. Exhaling a puff of green smoke, Wayne shrugged and replied, "It's just a feature film. As long as you don't invite big stars to join, the production cost will not be particularly high." Nodding gently, Christopher Auconcort lowered his head again and continued to look through the materials behind. He knew very well that, although the production of a feature film with a cost of nearly $20 million US was extremely luxurious in the industry, everything made sense after the producer was replaced by the man across the table. It is well known throughout Hollywood that Wayne Greenberg likes big money. He is a filmmaker who can spend money and make money. If it was just this feature film project, this little money would not be worth the other party's financing. There is no doubt that the bulk of the funding gap is still in the following projects. When seeing the second game adaptation project, Christopher Auconcort sighed in his heart. It was indeed the case. This game, Tomb Raider, which has just been released for less than 2 years, did not expect that the film adaptation rights were already obtained by the other party. When he saw the last page of this project, marked with a terrifying investment of up to $80 million US, he was not surprised, nor did he choose to ask again, but continued to turn to the back. At the end of this project, he found that it was still a game adaptation project, and this game adaptation project with zombies as the background. The protagonist is still a woman, and the production cost is also as high as $3,500 US. When he saw this, he inevitably frowned slightly. Closing the information on the table, Christopher Auconcort looked at Wayne. If these 3 projects were taken out by others, he would definitely throw them back in the other party's face at the first time, and then spit a mouthful of thick phlegm fiercely, and let the other party get out. Regardless of how long he has been in Hollywood, to some extent, he is definitely a qualified film investor. At least he has basic common sense. But any qualified investor can see that none of the 3 projects in front of him are normal mainstream films. In comparison, the first animal drama with a smaller investment is actually the most reliable one. As for the latter 2 projects, one is more outrageous than the other. There are countless people in Hollywood who have thought about game adapted movies, but as long as you know a little bit, you will find that so far, there is not a single film that can be called a success. What's more, the absolute protagonists of these 2 game adapted projects are actually women. That is to say, the person who took it out was Wayne. If it was anyone else, Christopher Auconcort would not even bother with the superficial work. How is it? Wayne saw the changing emotions on the other person's face without missing a single detail. He did not try to explain anything, but instead asked casually, "Are you interested?" Christopher Auconcort had obviously figured this out. Sitting opposite him was Wayne Greenberg, so there was no need to explain the specifics of the project to him. He was sure that, if he said he was not interested now, someone else would come with money tomorrow. 3 projects. He took a sip of ice beer, looked up and said with a hint of hesitation, looking into the other person's eyes, "Wayne, I'll be frank. Just frankly, Chris. According to your plan, these 3 projects will be co-produced with Warner Brothers, so I wonder how big your funding gap is." After a slight pause, Wayne nodded thoughtfully, looked across the table and asked, "It seems that you have a lot of interest in these 3 projects." Seeing that the other party nodded without hesitation, he thought about it for a while and said with a smile, "The cash flow of my studio must give priority to the 3 projects that have been launched, so the funding gap for these 3 projects will be around $50 million US. Since he dared to invite the other party to come, Wayne was not afraid of the other party's big appetite at all. From his point of view, the bigger the appetite of this descendant of the European Earl, the better. Hearing his words, Christopher Auconcort smiled immediately, giving the impression to the people present that an investment of $50 million US was not a problem for him at all. "I need some time to think about it, Wayne." He gently patted the 3-point project information on the table and raised the beer bottle cheerfully. "You know, Wayne, this is not a small amount of money. I need time to think about it. Okay. The two clinked the bottles and Wayne nodded. But it can't be too long, Chris. I can tell you clearly that there are other people who have expressed a strong willingness to raise funds to me. I can't wait for you too long. The reason why I talk to you first is because you are the first one who has the intention to invest. In the eyes of Christopher Rockencourt and Helen Hunt, it is normal for the other party to behave like this. After all, this person is called Wayne Greenberg. As long as the project produced by the other party has not encountered the first failure, there will be no lack of potential investors. 3 days at most. He stroked the 3 project information and looked at Wayne and said, at the latest, I will give you an accurate answer in 3 days. Okay, I'll wait for you. Wayne was very easy to talk to. Even Helen Hunt, who was standing aside, sighed in her heart. Everyone said that Wayne Greenberg was not easy to approach privately, but in fact, rumors were just rumors. The young gentleman who appeared in front of her was gentle, polite, steady, tough and handsome. He was not as overbearing as the rumors in the circle said. She attributed the fact that he was so easy to talk to because of his boyfriend's face. Even he didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Christopher Rockencourt glanced at the 3 project documents again. A trace of struggle flashed in his eyes and then hid in the deepest part. Wayne, can I take these 3 things back? No problem. Waving his hand generously, Wayne directly signaled that the other party could take them away. Although there is nothing particularly confidential in it, Chris, I still have to remind you to keep it confidential. After saying that, he secretly looked at the assistant lady. In fact, even he didn't expect that the descendant of the European Earl would be so happy. What's more, he didn't expect that the investment of $50 million did not make the other party hesitate at all. The two exchanged a message in their eyes almost at the same time. This guy's appetite was either bigger or smaller than they had imagined before. Chris, actually. Seeing that the business was about to be finished, Wayne showed hesitation on his face. Looking at the man sitting across the table, he slowly said, actually, I didn't expect your cash flow to be so abundant, and I didn't expect you to be so interested in all 3 projects. Although he didn't know what the other party wanted to express, Christopher Rockencourt still shrugged exaggeratedly and said cheerfully, hey, this is a project produced by Wayne Greenberg. Who in Hollywood would refuse to invest in a project produced by Wayne Greenberg, right? His exaggerated ridicule made the 2 men smile. After laughing, Wayne seemed to have made a temporary decision. He looked across the table and said, in fact, Greenberg Studio has a bigger project plan. Steven Spielberg was originally interested in participating in the investment. If you are also interested. Christopher Rockencourt was stunned for a moment and subconsciously said, aha, of course. Then he reacted and nodded without hesitation. You know, Wayne, I'm very confident in your project. Although I may not have sufficient cash flow, as long as you give me some time, I can raise a large amount of cash in a short time. Wayne waved to Nina, and the assistant took out a thick document from her briefcase and put it on the table between the 2 of them. Just when Christopher Rockencourt wanted to reach out and open the project document, Wayne, contrary to his usual behavior, also reached out and pressed on the document. In the other party's surprised eyes, he put away all the expressions on his face and said seriously, Chris, whether you participate in this document or not, I don't want the outside world to have any news about this project, okay? Okay, I know the rules, Wayne. The more cautious Wayne was, the more excited Christopher Rockencourt was, and he nodded without hesitation. If you need, I can sign a confidentiality agreement. Then he took back the hand that was pressing on the document. No, I trust you, Chris. About half an hour later, the second document that Nina took out was left intact, and Christopher Rockencourt took Helen Hunt and the first 3 project documents and left the manor in a hurry. It's not that he didn't want to take the one on the table, but Wayne made it clear that he could only take this thing after making a definite investment decision. There's no way, this thing is too important. Looking at the black Hummingbird sports car that started up next to the small fountain, Nina habitually pushed the glasses on her face and turned her head to look at the man on the recliner. I thought you wouldn't start the second plan. No way. Wayne sighed and took a big puff of cigarette. I shouldn't have invited him to the manor. I believe you have also discovered that this guy has been trying hard to hide some kind of uneasiness since he sat down. But his appetite is so big, so I will simply provide him with the best stage. Obviously, the whole manner put a lot of pressure on Christopher Aucourt. Wayne even suspected that the pressure was so great that the bait he took out earlier would not work. Therefore, he simply increased the amount of bait again to prevent Nina from being forced to cancel the plan she had worked so hard to think of. You must keep an eye on him, the assistant lady sneered, looking at the project information on the table, and said with a sarcastic tone, "Don't worry, as long as he still has desires, no matter what choice he makes, he can't escape the big net I have woven." Watching Wayne put on his black sunglasses again and seize the time to enjoy the rare leisure time, she picked up the project information on the table and threw it into her briefcase. To put it bluntly, this thing was not from Wayne's hand at all, but Aviadella, a small part of the plan made with the amazing copyright in their hands. But as long as it is taken out, the confusion will be directly pulled to the fullest. Think about it, Wayne Greenberg produced the film and the superhero project. When these two terms are put together, even Christopher Aucourt still doesn't think that the production cost of $150 million is high. What's more, Nina personally explained that this superhero project is not a joint production with Warner Brothers. Chapter 716, The Dragon Slayer becomes a dragon. Hollywood has lost its aesthetic of letting 100 flowers bloom and gradually abandoned the art it was proud of. Sitting in the dressing room of the Warner Studios, Matt Damon spread out a newspaper on his lap, lowered his head and leisurely spent the waiting time to calm his relatively complicated mood. He was just flipping through the newspaper out of boredom, but he didn't expect that the report from the Chicago Sun-Times aroused his great interest. Looking back at the year 1998 that is about to pass, people will find that the current North American annual box office rankings are weird. From the first place The Flash to the following The Matrix Revolutions, Armageddon, and even X-Men, Collision Impossible and other films, all of them are works that represent the advanced film industry system of Hollywood. Big scenes, realistic special effects, simple and brainless stories with logical flaws, as if not doing this, it would not attract more fans to the cinema. In recent years, most of the Hollywood blockbusters are in this category. Is this really a good thing? Especially this year, Warner Brothers' big investment sequel series of films have been constantly exploding since the summer season, leading the weekend box office trend in turn. Starting from the movie The Flash in early May, it seems that the tone has been set for the entire summer season. Without super big scenes and exquisite special effects, it is better not to survive in this period. As for the movie story, it is increasingly ignored by the whole Hollywood, and its representative film is The Flash. The story of this movie is simple and brainless, and even Wayne Greenberg is unwilling to spend a little more time to design a brilliant villain. However, it is such a movie with special effects as a selling point that has become the king of North American box office this year. From the brilliant 1980s to the early 1990s, North American movie fans are the happiest. The golden decade is a golden age of literature and art that Hollywood has lost. It is also in this short golden time that Hollywood movie masters have emerged frequently. Until 1993, the golden age of Hollywood literature and art finally had to usher in the last dawn before dark. That year, Hollywood movies bloomed, so much so that the 66th Academy Awards became the most difficult one in history because there were too many good movies. There were 3 miracles that year, which are still talked about by countless filmmakers. The first one is that 2 films directed by Steven Spielberg won 10 awards. One of them is The Great Schindler's List, which is a great film dedicated to all mankind, and will be ranked at the top in the history of world cinema. The second miracle is Tom Hanks. That year, he also had 2 films enter the Oscars, and both films are worth recalling. One is Philadelphia and the other is Sleepless in Seattle. The third miracle is that a young man named Wayne Greenberg used a DC comic adaptation film Joker to teach the arrogant Hollywood film industry a lesson. This year is the end of the golden age of Hollywood movies. Schindler's List, Jurassic Park, The Fugitive, The Trap, Philadelphia, Sleepless in Seattle, The Wire, The Assassination Order of Goose Pond, Indecent Proposal, Clerks and The Fall, etc. Different types of good movies are gathered together to shine. It was also the year that Wayne Greenberg personally smashed the golden decade of Hollywood with the DC comic adaptation film Joker. Starting with Joker in 1993, he basically opened the trend of DC comic adaptation superheroes with a frequency of one film per year. Film critics are fascinated by his unique and distinctive personal style, and movie fans are immersed in unprecedented visual stimulation. But looking back, no one can deny that Hollywood's current trend of sensory stimulation is deeply influenced by him. Until recently, Wayne Greenberg simply abandoned the artistry and the most important story attribute of the film, and began to abuse visual effects in The Flash. It is such a film with fragile logic and simple story that has become the North American box office champion this year. Is this really a good thing? Countless media and film practitioners swear that it was Wayne Greenberg who opened another brilliant diamond era in Hollywood in 1993, but the price is that fans have lost all kinds of good movies in full bloom, and all film companies are desperately piling up special effects and shooting big scenes. Once upon a time, people regarded Wayne Greenberg's works as a black pearl in the Hollywood assembly line film system. He was so different and deeply fascinating. Now it seems that he is just promoting the development of another assembly line industry. At least from the current situation, this is a story of a dragon slayer who eventually becomes a dragon. Don't read the nonsense of Roger Rabbit, the old rabbit, Matt. The door of the dressing room was gently pushed open. Ben Affleck, who was extremely strong, curled his lips with disdain after seeing the newspaper in his friend's hand. After suffering from cancer, this old rabbit likes to preach more and more. Such film critics who can only talk nonsense always hold the fantasy of saving the film industry. Only fools believe their words. Matt Damon smiled and shook his head and threw the newspaper on the dressing table. Facing his friend's complaints, he didn't say anything. Listen, Matt. After sitting down, Ben Affleck straightened his face slightly and looked at his friend very formally. I have already said hello to Schwartz before, and I just went to Wayne's office again. You should understand what I mean. Yeah, I understand. Matt Damon nodded gently. This was the third time he went to Wayne's crew to audition for a role. At this moment, he felt that he was a little hopeless. After all, he is no longer the same as he was a few years ago. In fact, he has no shortage of movie invitations. And the friend's meaning is very obvious. The other party went to say hello to Schwartz before and went to Wayne's office again. In fact, it can't affect the ownership of this role. However, once the performances of several auditioners are not much different, and there is a scene where no one will make much difference, Ben Affleck's movement will have a huge effect. Hollywood crews never lack personal connections, otherwise casting directors would not be so popular. Do you know who is interested in this role? Matt Damon asked his friend. This role is actually quite embarrassing. After recalling for a while, Ben Affleck whispered, Matt, this movie is called Wonder Woman. Even if you use your toes, you can guess that the male protagonist will not have many roles. There is a high probability that the male protagonist will only serve as a foil to Diana Prince. But according to the information I have heard, there are many actors interested in this role. I mean those who are already famous. Just now after I came out of Wayne's office, Nina Klein revealed to me that even Brad Pitt's agent is actively striving for this role. Dude, you are not going to use a beauty trap on Wayne's personal assistant just to find out the news, are you? Hearing that Brad Pitt also wanted this role, Matt Damon first teased his friend, then inevitably frowned slightly and asked, will Wayne Greenberg personally host the audition? Not sure, maybe he will, maybe he won't. If we infer from his previous work habits, he will definitely appear in the audition room and make the final decision. But Matt, this Wonder Woman is a little different after all. Everyone knows that the most important absolute protagonist has already been selected by him, and he has even been training for this role for several months. I believe you have heard that he has a lot of work on hand now, and there is a very high probability that he will let the casting director and producer make the decision themselves. Moreover, if your main competitor is Brad Pitt, I think your chances of winning are very high. Matt Damon was stunned by his friend's words. He tilted his head in surprise and looked at his friend and said, although I'm happy that you said that, Ben, normal people would choose Brad. No, Matt. Before he finished speaking, Ben Affleck stretched out a finger and shook it back and forth between the two. You have to know that Wayne Greenberg never likes to use big stars, never likes it. After a little recollection, Matt Damon nodded thoughtfully, and then a smile appeared on his face. If it is according to what his friend said, then his chances of winning are really very high. Not far from the dressing room, in the director's office of the studio, Wayne had several actors' resumes in front of him. However, he did not focus on the resumes, but instead read a newspaper with great interest. Yes, it was the Chicago Sun-Times that Matt Damon was also reading. If it were not for Sergey, who kept the habit of buying newspapers every morning, he might not have the leisure to read such reports. This thing is very confusing. Nina sat on the sofa, flipping through the fashion magazines casually, making a rustling sound. She raised her head and glanced at her boss. Seeing that there was no anger on his face, she spoke. After this report came out, many people said that it was you who ruined the golden age of Hollywood movies, making the films on the market more and more investment, big scenes, and big special effects. Can I have such a big influence? Throwing the newspaper aside casually, Wayne looked at the assistant with a smile, pointed a finger at his face and asked. Closing the magazine in her hand, Nina pretended to be serious and said with a straight face, if you look at the deep feelings in this report, I feel that there is nothing wrong with this statement. Boss, you destroyed the flourishing film market in Hollywood with your own hands, and in just a few years, promoted the blockbusterization of Hollywood movies. Shit. After swearing in a low voice, Wayne simply slumped his upper body in the chair, crossed his legs, and grabbed a cigarette from the table. While tilting his head to light a cigarette, he relaxed back and forth in the chair, turning slightly left and right. Well, let me tell you, Nina. He took a deep puff of the cigarette, accompanied by the white mist from his nostrils, and his voice was mixed with a strong sense of sarcasm. I'm not that powerful, and I can't change Hollywood, just like the author of this report, who can't save the so-called art with his mouth. Even without me, Hollywood movies will tend to be blockbusters and tend to stimulate the senses of movie fans. This is the trend of the times, and it will never appear because of a certain person. I don't think so much of myself. After saying that, he picked up a few actor profiles on the table and stood up, holding a cigarette and preparing to leave the office. Nina shook her head with a smile. In fact, she was the one who knew Wayne best. She knew better than anyone that the reason why her boss was always a successful person was because he never overrespected himself. Wayne in the eyes of the media, the public, and even those women was actually completely different from himself in his own eyes. Over the years, countless media have praised him, but he has never really immersed himself in it and expanded himself. There is no shortage of media scolding him and reports that are sarcastic and roundabout, but he still just smiles and treats it as a joke. In fact, over the years, Nina has never seen him overvalue his influence. Just as Wayne said, he is not that powerful and cannot change the trend of Hollywood movies. She seems to be in pain. An area in the middle of the huge studio was isolated as a small practice field. Looking at the woman whose hair was soaked with sweat under the guidance of the staff, Nina stood beside Wayne and sighed. She really paid a lot for this role. This is just the basic professional ethics of an actor. Wayne also stared at Angelina Jolie, who had joined the crew. As long as the crew did not officially start shooting, she would definitely receive as much training as possible. After several months of continuous contact, the woman's figure looked even hotter. The muscle lines of the legs, shoulders, back, and even the waistcoat line on the waist were all very obvious. Although Angelina Jolie has been exercising for a long time, the first impression she gives people is not strong, but much thinner than before. Wayne needs her to show a Valkyrie-like toughness under the camera, but it is impossible to really let her train very strong. After all, this is a movie. As an actress, even though she has been trained in various movements for a long time, she can still hear her groaning every time she stretches her muscles and ligaments. As long as she is a normal person, she will definitely feel pain. TSK, this expression as an actress who did not learn dancing since childhood. Many movements are deadly, especially bending down and splits. Wayne smiled and shook his head, turned around and waved to Schwartz, who was also watching the fun. Boss. After the casting director came over, he took a look at the actor's resume in his hand and asked, the audition will start in a while. Is there anything you want to tell me? I'm going to Zach's place in a while. You and Luke will host the audition together. I have written down the specific opinions on it. Shaking the resume in his hand, Wayne handed it to his casting director. You are not participating. Schwartz took the resume unexpectedly. Oh, okay, no problem. I will host the audition with Luke. It was not until Wayne turned around and returned to the office with Nina that he looked through the things in his hand. The top one was the most famous candidate for the male lead. But it was precisely on this resume that a pencil used to draw storyboards had made a big cross. The preparations for Wonder Woman were going very smoothly. As long as the final round of auditions for the main supporting roles were completed, Wayne would immediately start filming. It would take a long time, and he would lead the crew to shoot overseas, so he had to hurry up and try to handle other things. The crew of Superman was also preparing at the Warner Studios, and he planned to hurry up and take a look. As for the auditions for the main supporting roles, he had actually marked the candidates he was interested in. That guy invited a lot of people in the circle today. After leaving the studio, where Wonder Woman was located, the two did not take the tram, but walked to another studio not far away. Nina covered her mouth and answered a phone call, then reported to Wayne in a low voice. The specific information is still unclear. Sergio's people and Anthony Pelicano's people were all unable to sneak into the party venue. It seems that things are moving in the direction you imagined. Wayne thought for a moment and ordered, Nina, tell Sergio to have his people keep a close eye on that guy. I don't want to end up with a mouthful of fur instead of meat. Don't worry, boss. Nina lowered her head and said with certainty, with this guy's greed, there will be no accidents. He should come up to us on his own initiative by the afternoon of the day after tomorrow at the latest. Chapter 717. A rare good guy in the circle. If the right opportunity is given, I will not hesitate to invest in any project of Wayne Greenberg. In the reception room of a villa in Santa Monica, Los Angeles, Mickey Rourke leaned on a large sofa and tasted a thick cigar. He held a glass of deep red wine in his hand, gestured to Christo Frockencourt sitting opposite him, and took a sip with his head tilted up. That's right. Jean-Claude Van Damme, who was flipping through a project document, nodded involuntarily when he heard his sigh. If these things were taken out by others, I would never look at them again and throw them directly into the trash can. But if the producer was replaced by Wayne Greenberg, at this point, he deliberately paused, threw down the simple project plan in his hand, raised his head, and looked at the other people present, and finally stopped his gaze on Christo Frockencourt. His subtext was precisely understood by all the people present. That's right, a warm drama about animals. 2 game adaptations that have never been successful in Hollywood, and the protagonists are definitely women. If it was any other producer who took out these things, they would definitely be thrown into the trash by most investors in the industry without hesitation. But the one who took out these things was Wayne Greenberg. To be frank, even if these projects only had this symbol of success attached to their names, there would be countless movie fans who would buy them without thinking, and this is what makes everyone excited. Some media have done statistics. Wayne Greenberg's income in recent years is basically all in large amounts of cash. Russell Crowe, who was sitting at the end of the sofa, glanced at the project information on the table with a puzzled look on his face. He looked at the people around him and said, he is the director with the strongest ability to make money in recent years. Guys, don't ignore him. He is also one of the producers with the strongest ability to make money in the circle. The Greenberg studio in his hands is a terrifying gold-making machine. To put it bluntly, Wayne Greenberg's money-making speed is not much slower than the Federal Reserve's money-printing machine. I just calculated that, if he and Warner Brothers co-produced these 3 projects, the funds required would be about $60 million. Of course, this amount of money is a lot of money for everyone, but for him, it should not be a problem at all, right? I remember a few months ago, I accidentally saw an entertainment news report that Warner Brothers paid him hundreds of millions of dollars in cash at one time. In the eyes of countless self-proclaimed elites in the circle, Wayne is undoubtedly traditional and conservative. Everyone knows that he has money, and especially likes to hold large sums of cash in his hands, but he doesn't like to invest it out to preserve its value. If such a top rich man in the industry said that he lacked money to invest in a low-cost movie, anyone would be confused and wonder if there would be any hidden problems or potential crises in the project in front of him, causing Wayne to be unwilling to take risks with his own money. When it comes to large sums of money, no one is not cautious, let alone tens of millions of dollars. This amount of money is a life-threatening sum no matter when and where. I already knew about this when Wayne came to me. Seeing that Russell Crowe's question aroused everyone's doubts, Christopher Rockencourt smiled confidently. There is also an animation studio under the name of Wayne Greenberg. According to the information I have learned, this animation studio can be called a money-burning machine. Almost all of the software and hardware are purchased from Pixar. When they heard about the animation studio, everyone present showed a look of surprise. Everyone is not at the bottom of the industry who doesn't understand the extent of money spent by animation studios, especially computer animation. Its degree of money spent is much higher than hand-drawn animation. The latter requires a large number of excellent painters, or what is needed is the foundation accumulated over the years. The former is completely different. If you want to enter this industry, the first thing you have to do is to pay tuition to Pixar. There is no other way. The studio in the hands of Steve Jobs, which is like a cheat, holds more than 90% of various software patents and copyrights. They are making their own animated feature films while developing and selling related software and hardware. Also, Wayne Greenberg is not without major consumption, but what he pursues is completely different from other successful people in the circle. Turning his head confidently, his eyes swept across the faces of everyone in the room, and Christopher Rockencourt continued to explain. I also learned that Wayne Greenberg has frequently purchased the copyrights of best-selling books, games and other film and television adaptations in the past few years. By the way, he also has the copyrights of many Marvel superhero characters. Using his own money to invest in large quantities in film projects, frequently purchasing film and television copyrights, and supporting an animation studio that burns a lot of money. Shit. Jean-Claude Van Damme and Mickey Rourke looked at each other and counted on their fingers. Shit. His next step, won't he want to get involved in the distribution industry? This is really a lunatic. As we all know, even a medium-sized Hollywood film company can hardly support an animation studio. There is no way. At this time, the speed at which animation studios burn money is too fast. If you think about it carefully, there are only 6 giants in the film companies that have their own animation studios. In addition, like a media group, it is like a monster of film and television copyright, so it is difficult for people to be confused by his actions. If you want to make money, at least for Wayne, you don't have to bother so many circles. Ahem. What he wants to do has nothing to do with us. After deliberately coughing twice and attracting everyone's attention, Christopher Rockencourt's face showed obvious hesitation and struggle. The reason why I asked you to come here is to ask you if you have any intention to invest together. At this point, he seemed to be relieved suddenly, his eyes were filled with tenderness, and he looked at his girlfriend who had been silent beside him. Most of my money is still in the stock market. You know, internet stocks are going crazy this year. It's a pity to take it out now. Helen raised $10 million US, and I still have nearly $10 million on hand. If you are interested, my money in the stock market will not move. Of course, if you are not interested, $50 million US is not a problem for me. Here it comes. This is what everyone in the room is waiting for, and it is also the purpose of their willingness to come to the party. The party downstairs was still going on, and the people present understood that the other party held this party in order to select capable collaborators. I can't help it. Wayne Greenberg will soon take the crew to Italy to start filming Wonder Woman, so I'm too tight on time. The eyes of the people intertwined with each other, and the first to speak was Jean-Claude Van Damme. As the other party's best friend in Hollywood, he naturally smiled. Of course, Chris, of course I'm interested. No one can refuse Wayne Greenberg's project. $50 million of financing is needed. It seems that Wayne Greenberg is really short of money. Russell Crowe nodded, looked at Christopher Rockencourt, and said, I don't have much cash on hand. I can only take out $5 million in a short period of time. Chris notified you first. New Oscar-winning actress Helen Hunt raised her head and said with some pride, "We are going to hold another party tonight." Her meaning is very clear. In everyone's eyes, this is a sure win business. If they can't raise the required funds, then this door to making money while lying down will be open to others. That's right, in her eyes, investing in these projects is making money while lying down. Otherwise she wouldn't have simply mortgaged her house and used the wealth she had accumulated over the years to raise $10 million. In fact, if there is more time, she would rather raise more money herself. Even this morning's party and the party to be held tonight are invitations she sent to many potential investors using the relationships she has worked hard for many years in the circle. Chris, $50 million is indeed a lot. Mickey Rourke smiled and shook his head, glancing at the woman opposite. But for us, this amount of money should not be a problem to collect. That's right. The taciturn director Curtis Hanson looked at his friend Russell Crowe and nodded. Well, I'll set up a temporary studio. Christopher Aucourt was very satisfied with the current situation and raised his glass to everyone. Let's discuss an investment ratio as soon as possible. At the latest before tomorrow, everyone will notify their lawyers. As long as the money is ready, I will immediately contact Wayne to sign a financing contract. Okay, that's it. Cheers, I wish us a happy cooperation in advance. Things went even better than expected. Christopher Aucourt listened to the dynamic music that was faintly heard downstairs, smiled and raised his head, and drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp. At this time, no one knew what he was thinking. In the eyes of the few people present, he has always been that generous businessman. This time too, in the face of a good opportunity to make money, he is still willing to share the benefits that are about to come. Such good people have always been rare in the circle. I want to remind you that the investment in Wayne Greenberg's project must be kept confidential. Seeing everyone's eyes rolling, Christopher Aucourt seemed to remember something in an instant and slapped his thigh fiercely. There is no way. When I talked to Wayne about this matter, I promised him that the money would not be a problem for me. Everyone knows that there are more investors eyeing his project than just us. As far as I know, if I can't solve the financing problem, he will discuss this matter with Steven Spielberg. You know how good the relationship between the two of them is, so. Several people at the scene were stunned at first, and then they all nodded gently to show their understanding. As we all know, Wayne Greenberg has always been an old-fashioned style. He doesn't care about the eyes of the outside world at work, and likes to take care of his own people, let alone his good friend Steven Spielberg. Look at those actresses who desperately threw themselves on him. Which one of them didn't become famous because of his care and support? The people present had some self-knowledge, and they all thought that once Wayne knew that the funds came from crowdfunding, he would most likely choose Steven Spielberg directly. Seeing the embarrassment and apology on Christopher Aucourt's face, they all expressed their understanding and promised to keep it confidential until the investment was completely recovered and would never make things difficult for him. The party lasted until the afternoon. When the villa was quiet again, Helen Hunt stood by the second floor window, watching the party company employees cleaning the venue, and curiously asked her boyfriend, "Why didn't you mention superheroes? It's too early now." Shaking his head gently, Christopher Aucourt stood beside his girlfriend and explained with a smile, "All three projects have production and completion times, but Wayne did not disclose the specific production time for the superhero project. I need to find an opportunity to talk to him again. Dear, do you think Wayne Greenberg will agree to let me join?" In fact, this is Helen Hunt's main purpose. Although she is an Oscar-winning actress, she immediately became interested after learning that the two game adaptation projects are pure heroine dramas. And Christopher Aucourt also promised her that he would personally talk to Wayne after the preparations for the two projects began and help her join one of them. Oscar-winning actresses are still very valuable in Hollywood, but not necessarily in the eyes of film companies. Helen Hunt knows better than anyone that the fastest way to improve her status and worth is to prove herself in commercial projects and prove that she has enough box office appeal. Don't worry, I will talk to him about this. Believe me, who would be stupid enough to refuse an Oscar winner? Christopher Aucourt squinted his eyes and said to his girlfriend confidently, "Now that the investment has been settled, everyone's fundraising efficiency is outstanding. On the morning of the second day after the party, the participating investors signed the agreement accompanied by their lawyers and waited to negotiate the financing contract with Wayne. Everyone will deposit the money into the studio account. Christopher Aucourt did not hesitate. That afternoon, he rushed to Warner Studios with his girlfriend. Unfortunately, he did not see Wayne. The leaders who received and discussed financing with him this time became Nina and Jimmy. Although it involves large sums of money, it is still impossible for Wayne to come in person every time. He is too busy with work. After determining the direction of film financing, he will naturally hand over the specific matters to the people below to discuss. Obviously, Christopher Aucourt also understood this, so he didn't care, but communicated seriously with Jimmy and Nina. The two sides finally reached a consensus in a harmonious atmosphere. There are generally only two ways for Hollywood film projects to raise funds externally. The first one is more like a loan from a bank or a film foundation. The film company and the investment institution agree on an interest rate that both parties can accept. As long as the principal and interest are repaid after the film is officially off the shelves and the investment is recovered, the two parties will complete a cooperation. Generally speaking, the interest rate of such a loan-like financing method is much higher than the bank's loan interest rate, which is why many foundations choose to lend. As for the second one, it is much simpler. Investors invest according to the proportion of the production cost of the film project. Without involving the ownership of copyright, the investor's income and loss depend entirely on the market performance of the project after its release. For film investors, the advantage of the first one is that it is a sure win. Although the money earned is relatively less, basically as long as this financing method is chosen, it means that the profit and loss of the film project has nothing to do with the investor, and the normal repayment is done at the agreed time. Generally, those who choose this investment method are all large foundations. The main purpose of the money they invest is not to make money, but to preserve value. As for the second more mainstream film investment method, the risk you need to take will increase sharply. If you are an outsider and want to enter Hollywood, this first step will make you pay a large amount of tuition. Although investing in movies is like gambling, under the dazzling halo of Hollywood and the emerging myths of wealth creation, there are still countless people who step into this industry. The most typical example is the son of madman Larry Ellison. Although his investment in Hollywood was successful in the end, he still paid a tuition fee of tens of millions of US dollars when he first entered here. Investing in movies has always been a livelihood full of uncertainty, but at least for people in the industry, it can reduce more than 80% of the trouble. Therefore, Christopher Aucourt chose the mainstream investment method. He will sign a formal financing agreement with Greenberg Studios, and then get paid according to the investment ratio of each project. The official contract should be signed by the end of this week at the latest. In the studio of Warner Studios, Nina and Jimmy stood beside Wayne, watching the actors who were training in the middle of the venue. The assistant took her eyes off Matt Damon and reported to the man beside her in a low voice. "Hurry up, we don't have time to play games with him." Slowly, Wayne nodded, without avoiding Jimmy at all, and directly ordered, "Keep a close eye on him, and don't let the unexpected situation of withdrawing early appear." "Don't worry, boss." Speaking of this, Nina was full of confidence. "I have made a request to him, and it will also be reflected in the contract. The money must be deposited into the account of the established project studio as soon as possible within 3 days of signing the contract. Moreover, this guy either really wants to invest or has huge ambitions, but no matter what he wants to do, he won't get any opportunities in the early stage." Wayne nodded and did not continue to talk about this topic. He raised his leg and walked towards the props group, ready to continue to check the progress of the props group's preparations. To put it bluntly, he just wanted to borrow a chicken to lay eggs. In fact, he and Nina both knew that the money the other party took out was not their own. It was very likely that it came from many well-known practitioners in the circle, and he didn't have to do more. With so much money involved, those investors could not have no regulatory measures in the early stage. In this circle, who can really trust whom? With so much money, even fathers and sons, brothers can still fall out, let alone cooperation between other people. So, Wayne is not worried at all that the other party will play any tricks at this point in time. Christopher Aucourt has always established a generous and wealthy persona in the circle, and it is impossible for him to take a huge risk and lose the persona he has established for several years at this point in time. Obviously, whether the ambition is big enough or there are other ideas. As long as he wants to make a move, it must be when the money invested is transferred back to the other party's account. But at that time, this money has nothing to do with Wayne, right? He just wants to know whether the superhero bait he threw out can be harvested. Even if this huge and delicious bait did not catch anything, he was not disappointed at all. After all, he had found a sucker who was willing to borrow his chicken to lay eggs when he was most in need of money. As long as he could hold on until next year, whether it was the producer's share of X-Men, the box office share of The Flash, or even the investment income and movie peripheral income of Charlie's Angels and The Matrix 3, all would be settled one after another. By then, once Wayne was no longer short of money, he would naturally look down on Christopher Aucourt's investment. So, he didn't even think about playing too many tricks on this investment. It's not worth it, and it's not worth it. After all, he can't guarantee now whose wallet the money comes from, and it's not worth offending so many people in the circle at once. The preparations for Wonder Woman have entered the final stage, and more related news are being released bit by bit under the plan of the distribution department of Warner Brothers. It can be said that this film has already started the publicity plan before it officially started shooting. The first is naturally Matt Damon's joining. Accompanied by his agent, he became the focus of pursuit from the moment he signed the actor's contract. At the entrance of Warner Studios, more and more media reporters began to gather around, and the leading actor and actress were their primary targets. Just like the previous DC projects, the actors attracted huge attention before the filming even started. The crew occasionally released some seemingly plausible news. Every 1 or 2 days, 1 or 2 Angelina Jolie's makeout posters would be leaked to entertainment newspapers, and sometimes 1 or 2 pages of Wayne's manuscripts would be leaked. As the start date of Wonder Woman got closer, Warner Brothers' various publicity also gradually increased in frequency. Chapter 718, just keep moving forward. Unlike traditional Hollywood directors, Wayne is very clear about his position. Others can go on a vacation for weeks, months, or even years after a film is completed, but for him, these are all luxuries that he occasionally thinks about. Success, success, and continuous success. At least in the past 2 years, he must ensure that he is always in the circle of successful people, so that he can push forward his huge plan at a certain moment. The cooperation with Christopher Aucourt is more like a small episode for him. It is nothing more than calculating the other party after understanding the possible calculations of the other party. The more important things in front of him are undoubtedly the 2 projects of Wonder Woman and Superman, and the former has entered the final preparation stage. The mature behind the scenes team can share the huge workload for Wayne, so that he can squeeze out time to care about other things while busy with the preparation work. The progress of Superman is relatively slow. Zack Snyder and his assistant director are scouting locations everywhere like a flying man. Most of the work of the crew is actually carried out under the auspices of producer Charles Roven. Everyone knows that Wayne is destined to focus most of his energy on the project Wonder Woman. At least he will have to wait until he finishes the overseas filming before he can turn around and take care of Superman. Of course, this does not mean that Superman is a stepmother's child, nor does it mean that Superman is not important. It is simply because of the release time of these 2 projects that they have to appear in a sequence of one after the other. Anyone who is experienced in the industry can understand how much pressure it is to be pressed by 2 top productions in the industry in a row. Even if we put aside the invisible pressure, just finishing the previous project and immediately entering the next project can make the director crazy with endless busy work. Fortunately, Zack Snyder also understands this. All the preparations he is doing now are to reduce the burden on Wayne. In fact, in the hearts of many people in the crew, they all know very well that as long as Wayne has not officially joined the group, Zack director is equivalent to the leader. To a certain extent, his ability is fully qualified. It is also because of this idea that Zack Snyder's preparation work has been smoother. At least from the beginning, the most common power struggle in Hollywood crews has been avoided. At the Warner Studios, a special visitor came to the door of the preparation studio, where Wonder Woman is located today. Since the audition was over, it has been difficult for strangers to enter and exit the studio freely except for the staff with work permits. "Excuse me, ma'am, you can talk to Ms. Nina Clean on the phone." Sofia Coppola raised her hand helplessly and slapped her forehead. The security guard guarding the door of the studio made her head ache. "Damn, I've shown you that my mobile phone is out of battery." Even if she tried hard to control her emotions, her voice inevitably rose gradually and began to become sharp. Seeing the black security guard in front of her, she shook her head firmly again, and she was so angry that she stomped her feet helplessly. She raised her wrist to check the time. It was only about 11 o'clock in the morning. This time point was what made her feel more bored. It is the busiest time for work inside now. If nothing unexpected happens, it is almost impossible for anyone to go out now, even the assistant who is responsible for buying coffee for the workers behind the scenes. "Hey, man." Sofia Coppola stretched out a finger, pointed at her face, and said to the security guard weakly, "Look at this face, okay? I'm Sofia Coppola, the assistant director of Wayne Greenberg's last project. Damn, haven't you seen me?" Her words seemed to arouse the interest of the black security guard. He tilted his head and looked at her up and down with interest, but finally chose to shake his head. "No, ma'am, I haven't seen you. I'm new here." Sofia Coppola was very troubled and lamented that she was unlucky to meet such a stubborn security guard. She tried to ask the other party to go to the studio and find a staff member to take her in, but this guy was afraid that he would sneak in after he left. Even if there are more than one bold paparazzi who have done this, does she, Sofia Coppola, look like a paparazzi? Are there paparazzi as unprofessional as her? Which paparazzi doesn't carry a camera? Looking at the wooden security guard in front of her, she racked her brains, but couldn't come up with any good ideas. Now she was considering whether to go to the coffee shop at the entrance of the studio first and come back when the crew took a break at noon. "Hi, Sofia." A deep female greeting with a puzzled tone suddenly sounded. Turning around suddenly, what caught Sofia Coppola's eyes was a strong middle-aged black woman. The aesthetic of most black women is the same. This woman, who was carrying 4 or 5 incubators in her hands, was wearing a bright red dress and overpainted bright red lips. "Oh my god, Lillian." Just like a person who suddenly grabbed a life-saving straw when drowning, Sofia Coppola threw the briefcase on the ground, exaggeratedly opened her arms, and hugged the black woman. Hey, Sofia, be careful with what I have in my hands." Lillian opened her hands to maintain the balance of the lunchbox in her hands, but the smile on her face was still warm and bright. She stared curiously at the woman who had hugged her. "Long time no see, how come you have time to come here? I heard from Nina that you went to make your own project. Oh my god, you are now a director with your own crew." Stop, Lillian. Recalling the enthusiasm of the black assistant, Sofia Coppola immediately surrendered and turned around to pick up her briefcase. "I came to visit the class, to visit all of you, and by the way, I want to talk to Wayne about something." At this point, she glanced at the security guard with a headache. "You can see it all. Obviously, this conscientious guy blocked me outside the studio. Come on, let's go, I'll take you in." Lillian shrugged and said with a smile. This time, the security guards finally didn't ask Sofia Coppola for the pass. They watched the two women with amusement and walked into the confidential studio together. You can't blame Schroeder. He is a responsible and good guy. After the audition, paparazzi sneaked in several times to take pictures. Those people were just like crazy people. But since Schroeder came, no paparazzi can sneak in anymore. Helping to carry a bag of lunchboxes in her hand, Sofia Coppola listened to Lillian's chatter while nodding and greeting acquaintances from time to time. From the moment she entered the studio, the familiar feeling returned to her. No one would underestimate the low-level assistant next to her, who looked like a black aunt. Many old people have completely gotten used to her existence. You know, this is the earliest miscellaneous person in Wayne's crew. After each new project is launched, she is the first to notify the crew to report. For so many years, there has been no exception. This black woman is illiterate and her appearance does not conform to the mainstream aesthetic. She is no different from other low-level staff. Her main job is to deliver coffee. The exception is that she not only serves the staff behind the scenes, but is also the only handyman who can deliver coffee to Wayne. In addition to Nina, she is also the only low-level assistant who is qualified to help Wayne get lunch. The reason is simple, because Wayne appreciates her work attitude, and because when she was in the small workshop-like crew, she quietly served tea and water to all the staff behind the scenes. This is an ordinary person who struggles to survive at the bottom of Hollywood, but is liked by everyone in Wayne's backstage team. Sofia Coppola still remembers that during the filming of The Flash, Patrick Dempsey acted like a big shot to her, and finally bowed politely to apologize to this low-level handyman under the serious gaze of assistant director Guillermo. Obviously, in Lillian's eyes, it was Wayne, the leader of the crew, who gave her the last bit of dignity in her life. So, she became the only assistant in the crew who could let Nina rest assured and help get Wayne's lunch. Perhaps in front of Wayne, his behind-the-scenes team has always been very tacit and united. Everyone has a good professional attitude and cooperates to help him produce the project. This has been the case for so many years. But in Sofia Coppola's eyes, this team is no different from other well-known behind-the-scenes teams in Hollywood. The water is still very deep. Not to mention the supervisors of various work departments, just say the low-level assistant walking beside him. I'm afraid that he is the only one in Hollywood who has received an apology from a big star. Hi, Nina. Pushing open the door of the director's office, Sofia Coppola skillfully put the lunchbox on the table while greeting the assistant lady who was flipping through the magazine and looking at the man behind the desk who was lowering his head and drawing the storyboard seriously. Hi, Sofia, how come you have time to come here today? Nina put down the magazine and stood up to help organize it. Look who is here. Hearing the greeting, Wayne raised his head and looked at Sofia Coppola, and a smile also appeared on his face. No matter how the outside world evaluates him, it cannot be denied that he has always been a very nostalgic person. I heard that you are going crazy these days. Seeing Wayne put down the pencil in his hand, Sofia Coppola shrugged and sat on the sofa with a briefcase. That's right. Opening his arms and stretching hard, Wayne looked at his former assistant director and laughed and teased. Don't say that you heard that I was crazy busy and took the initiative to come to help. Silently shaking his head, Sofia Coppola's face was a little hesitant and her eyes looking at the man were also full of struggling emotions. What happened? Seeing her like this, Wayne slowly put away the smile on his face, grabbed the cigarette on the table and lit a cigarette, and whispered, if you need my help, just say it, Sofia, we don't have to be polite. If judged simply as an assistant director, there is no doubt that Sofia Coppola is very competent. At least in the limited cooperation between the two sides, he is very satisfied with this woman's diligent work attitude and her attentive learning attitude anytime and anywhere. No matter what others think, when this woman joined his team, she did not have the intention of gilding or brushing a good work experience. Instead, she was full of professional attitude when facing work. I have a project here. Can you help me take a look? After gritting her teeth and thinking about the purpose of coming here today, Sofia Coppola still chose to speak. Sofia, you are going far away instead of near. After hearing the woman's words, Wayne was stunned for a moment and looked at her with amusement. Wayne, I know your time is precious, but this project is very important to me. I need you, a successful person, to give me some advice. Holding the briefcase with both hands, Sofia Coppola's face was full of seriousness. It will be my first feature film in my life. I hope you can give me some advice. As the heir of the Coppola family, she is not short of various resources in the circle, especially the most difficult problem facing novice directors: funds. Just for the surname Coppola, there will be countless people willing to invest in her, and there is no need to spread the word. Some of them are her father's old friends in the circle, who are willing to help her on the road to success. But in her eyes, what she values more is undoubtedly not money. She just hopes that her first feature film in her life will not be messed up by herself. The scene of the worst supporting actress in the history of the Golden Raspberry Awards is still vivid. Sofia Coppola hates the taste of being a loser. Looking back on her past life, the man in front of her is undoubtedly a winner. Just because she has been his assistant director and even has the title of deputy director, she knows more about this man's talent and his definition of success. Take it out. Looking at the serious expression on the woman's face, Wayne shook his head helplessly, waved his hand and said, "I think you must be ready. Give it to me. I'll take a look now, and we'll have lunch together after watching it." The moment he opened his mouth, Nina, who was standing aside to organize the lunch boxes, waved her fist and gave Sofia Coppola a "come on, clean up." Obviously, the two women get along well, and she also hopes that her boss can help Sofia Coppola. Before receiving the simple project plan, Wayne actually had a guess. He guessed that this project was most likely the one that used the buttocks of Black Widow at the beginning to confuse the audience for the whole show. When he watched this movie that year, he never thought that the most explicit shot in the whole movie was just the beginning of the movie, the rendering of Black Widow's figure. But after opening the script, he realized that he was overthinking. This is a drama called Girl Goes Forward. Compared with the focus of male directors, the delicate side of women's sensuality can be clearly seen from the script. Did your father give you some advice? He kept flipping the script slowly in his hand, holding a cigarette from time to time, and flicking the ash in the ashtray. Wayne's hands were very steady. Whether it was a casual chat with Sofia Coppola or Nina, who was equally curious about the script, it did not affect his speed in reading the script. Sofia Coppola shrugged. He hopes that I can do the work I like, but he didn't say anything about the project. A qualified and good father, isn't he? Wayne smiled and shook his head, taking a big puff of his cigarette. To a certain extent, Francis Ford Coppola's daughter does not need to care too much about the type of project. This is the role of having a good father. For other directors who have just entered Hollywood, if they fail the first time, there is a high probability that there will be no second chance. But for Sofia Coppola, even if she fails several times in a row, there is still no shortage of people willing to pay for her. Since the Golden Raspberry Awards, this woman seems to have become the kind of second-generation star in people's impressions. But if this woman is really like the vast majority of mediocre second-generation stars who have fallen, there will be no discussions around her. There is no way. If anyone is born in the Hollywood Kennedy family, and their father is the winner of 2 Golden Palms, 2 Golden Men, and countless major film awards, they will be shrouded by the brilliant aura of their father's achievements. Aha, noir element. About 20 minutes later, Wayne put down the script in his hand in surprise, and looked at the woman sitting on the sofa with some surprise. "Don't tell me that you were influenced by me." Without any hesitation, Sofia Coppola nodded directly. "I had been hesitating about how to show the emotional conflicts of a family in distress until I read your early works again. This is a smart woman." Wayne smiled and tapped the script with his fingers, thinking about how to give some useful suggestions. The story that Sofia Coppola wants to shoot is not complicated, but the theme is very popular, that is, family emotions. And from the beginning of seeing the script, he already knew that this film is very suitable as a debut work for a novice director. Through the addition of noir element, it can better show the humanity in emotions, or it can be called humanistic care. Although such a way of expression will inevitably appear a bit cruel, this woman obviously knows what she wants. This film is not for making money or commercial performance. It is just an ultra low-cost drama art film. If it is an art film, there is no doubt that as long as there are no mistakes in the finished film, it will definitely be recognized by some film awards. Let's talk about the script, Wayne. Sofia Coppola saw him smoking and thinking, and said somewhat impatiently, "In the past 2 years, people's impression of your works is that they are obviously large scale, but I always remember that you have always been an academic storyteller. Well, it's my honor to receive your praise." Looking up at the woman, Wayne curled his lips and said, "Sofia, I suggest that you don't show too much cruelty when shooting the film. You are one of the few female directors in Hollywood. You should show more delicate things in emotions through film." As he said, he picked up the script, turned to the second page, pointed to one of the paragraphs with his finger, and continued, "For example, the arrangement of the suicide of the youngest daughter in the family. I suggest you change the way of expression." There is another potential reason that Wayne did not say directly, that is, the issue of children must be taken into consideration. in this land, even in horror movies, once it involves cruel harm to minors, it will be expressed in a euphemistic way. Hollywood has always emphasized creative freedom, but everyone still abides by some of the most basic potential red lines. For example, in commercial films, even if a character's destructive power is shown, the camera will never shoot a large-scale cruel harm to ordinary people. Sofia Coppola frowned and muttered to herself, "Change the way of expression." Okay, I'll be frank. Seeing that the other party didn't quite understand, Wayne put down the script, crossed his hands on the table in front of him, looked at the woman in deep thought and reminded her, "Don't show the scene of the little girl committing suicide directly. This is not the way to use black element. I suggest that you use black humor to package all the scenes in the script that directly show cruelty." Black comedy? Hearing his words, Sofia Coppola was stunned, and then reacted, her eyes lit up instantly. Yes, black comedy is the best way. Yes, Sofia, you'd better package this good story into a black comedy. But be careful not to abuse the absurd element. This is a real black comedy that can happen to you and me at any time. If a film wants to be outstanding, especially for art films, it must at least be able to show the director's emotional output and make the audience understand it as much as possible, and even make the audience like it. The theme of family has long been played out by countless directors, but this theme will never be outdated, especially in this country. And a family drama with delicate emotions and a little black humor can at least attract the audience to watch it completely. I will seriously consider your suggestion. Thank you. Sofia Coppola looked at Wayne seriously. She didn't mean to tease him, but really wanted to express her gratitude. Finally, I'll give you one more piece of advice. This type of art film must be made so that the audience can understand it. Wayne waved his hand and finally reminded him, just like the name of your first feature film, Girl Goes Forward. Sofia, whether you take slow steps or small steps, just keep moving forward. That's it. Let's have lunch together. When Sofia Coppola packed up the script and left Warner Studios, she stood in the distance, looking at the studio where the Wonder Woman team was located, with a faint smile on her face. Wayne, you're right. Whether you take slow steps or small steps, just keep moving forward. She was very glad that she decided to come here today. If it had been a few days, the Wonder Woman crew would have flown overseas, and she would have missed this meaningful conversation. Chapter 719, Tripping the Elephant. In late October, Wayne led the crew of Wonder Woman and boarded a plane to Italy. Countless media heard the news, and almost all major mainstream entertainment media sent reporters to Italy tacitly. Wonder Woman has never lacked attention. Although Warner Bros. Slowly released relevant news according to the publicity plan, the crew, including the main actors and the main behind-the-scenes team members, have basically not accepted public interviews since the audition. The crew news is silent, which is usually the favorite method of big directors. There was James Cameron before, and now there is Wayne, and there will be no shortage of other directors doing this in the future. However, Wonder Woman is a commercial film after all. It is basically impossible to completely block external interference and start shooting in a low-key manner. Wayne once fantasized about avoiding all media flashes and letting the entire crew devote themselves to work. But if they do this, Warner Brothers will definitely be the first to jump out and oppose it. They can assume that Wayne temporarily silenced the crew news in order to raise more suspense, but they will never allow the company to invest $200 million in a top-level production without any movement in public opinion. This is inconsistent with business logic. No film company would be so extravagant as to do this. If there is, it must be that the film company is not professional enough, and there is no other reason. The location of the start of Wonder Woman is far away in Italy. In Los Angeles, another project invested and produced by Walt Disney, the launch conference caused considerable controversy. Just after Wayne led the crew to set off, another highly anticipated major project, Pearl Harbor, held a formal launch conference. This project, which was announced to cost as much as $140 million, attracted huge attention on the day of the start. Both movie fans and media reporters have high expectations for this movie. The performance of this year's Saving Private Ryan is still vivid. After the announcement of the establishment of the World War II epic Pearl Harbor, everyone's expectations were instantly raised to the maximum. However, at the press conference, Michael Bay, who was full of energy, faced the questions of reporters and declared without hesitation that he was already one of the best directors in Hollywood and that his upcoming film Pearl Harbor would definitely surpass Wayne Greenberg's project in the summer of next year. No one can be successful forever. Wayne Greenberg's domination of the summer season will be ended by my work next year. I'm of course aware that is The Flash this year performed very well, but it is precisely this film that shows that Wayne Greenberg's talent has been exhausted. I will become the new ruler of the summer season. Even though producer Jerry Bruckheimer saw that something was wrong and hurriedly ended the press conference, Michael Bay's remarks also caused great controversy. If you look at it objectively, Michael Bay is undoubtedly one of the most proud directors in Hollywood this year. In the eyes of relevant practitioners and movie fans, he is highly recognized. However, one thing can be confirmed, that is, no one will compare him with Wayne. From any perspective, the two are not at the same level, and there is no comparability or discussion. Once his remarks were exposed by the media, they immediately set off a storm among all the well-known entertainment media. No one knows why this trend has arisen, but it seems that overnight, this Hollywood director who has produced films such as Bad Boys for Life, The Rock and Taken, has been labeled arrogant, ignorant and shallow. I suggest that Michael Bay go and take a look at Wayne's previous works. If he does that, he will discover his own shallowness and ignorance. Kenneth Turin of Los Angeles Times, a director who can only explode, and explode again, actually wants to use endless explosions to compete with the great dark art. Michael Bay must be crazy. David Denby of The New Yorker, a madman who can only play with explosives, wants to collide with another madman who plays with the dark human nature. Michael Bay has absolutely no chance of winning. His remarks are like an elementary school student who has achieved a good grade and is frantically clamoring to fight an adult professional boxer. Apart from this, I can't think of any metaphor that is more in line with the actual situation. Todd McKenzie of The Hollywood Reporter, several well-known North American film critics almost tacitly expressed their views on Michael Bay's remarks in their newspaper columns. However, some careful fans have also discovered that the film critics who chose to speak out at the first time were almost all Wayne supporters in previous years, and they were all in the two big cities of New York and Los Angeles, while well-known film critics in other cities in North America chose to remain silent. The reason is simple. For most North American film critics, the name Wayne Greenberg is a name that makes them hate it. It was him who encouraged Warner Brothers to cancel the routine public relations with film critics on the eve of the film's release. Many people know this, but no matter what angle they stand on, trying their best to discredit Wayne's film has almost no effect in the summer season. Looking back, Michael Bay's reputation among film critics is not as good as Wayne, the guy who wants to smash their rice bowls. Since his debut, this guy has never lacked big scenes in the movies he shot, especially various explosion scenes with full visual impact, which have become the label of his works. This is exactly the case. Starting from Bad Boys, Michael Bay seemed to have opened up his Renandu meridians. He suddenly found that, even if he didn't consider the logic of the plot, the story was self-consistent. As long as there were explosions, and explosions, there would definitely be no lack of support from fans. Any words related to film art can be said to be a shame for Explosive Bay. This guy shoots movies completely from the perspective of most fans. He shoots whatever fans like to watch. So Michael Bay's reputation in the professional field of film is simply so bad that it can't be any worse. Whenever his new film is released, there will always be countless film critics who attack his work, as if it is no different from dog shit. When these two are mentioned together, most film critics are all holding an attitude of watching a good show, and naturally it is impossible to make remarks that favor one side. It's just that Warner Brothers deeply understands that the group of film critics is indeed slowly declining, but the first to die are always those middle and low-level practitioners. At least in this period, the influence of the well-known film critics in North America cannot be underestimated. Therefore, Warner Brothers has been maintaining its public relations with Todd McKenzie and others. Even if we put aside the commercial works of the summer season, no company can directly ignore these vampires if they want to gain something in the award season. If the individual voices of the film critics are not enough to push Michael Bay's remarks into the hot news, the editors-in-chief of the major entertainment media who followed closely behind have said even more unpleasant things. Bob Strauss, the well-known editor-in-chief of Hollywood Daily Entertainment, made an unceremonious comment in the latest issue of the newspaper. "I suggest that Michael Bay must watch Wayne's Joker, which was released in 1993. Not only will this film make him see the huge gap between the two, but it will also make him realize that he is just like the name of the film, funny as a clown." Bella Grant, editor-in-chief of the entertainment section of the Los Angeles Times, also spoke in her own newspaper, saying, "Hollywood has never lacked talented directors, but every talented director who is struggling in Hollywood must maintain the minimum respect for Wayne Greenberg. The person they have to face is the winner of the Oscar for Best Director and a film master whose works rank at the top of the list of the top 100 films in the past 100 years in North America." Austin Collins, editor-in-chief of Vanity Fair, even said bluntly in an interview with the media, "Michael Bay just wishfully thinks that he can be compared with Wayne Greenberg. In fact, if Wayne looks at him for even more, it is an insult to himself." Compared to the relatively polite celebrities, the fans' reactions were much more intense. Just one day after the relevant discussions fermented, dozens of Wayne's extreme fans surrounded the filming site of Pearl Harbor. They held banners and urged Michael Bay to retract his arrogant remarks. "Someone is deliberately making trouble." In the temporary studio of Pearl Harbor outside Los Angeles, Michael Bay's agent Chris Karam took advantage of the crew's lunch break to climb onto his client's director's trailer and whispered, "Damn it, you'd better finish the scenes in the studio as soon as possible, and then take the crew to the military base on Oahu to shoot." Hearing the agent's exasperated voice, Michael Bay's brows slowly frowned. "Those extreme fans are still outside?" "Yes, not only those extreme fans, but also dozens of reporters from different media." Michael Bay nodded gently. Of course he knew that someone was deliberately making things bigger. In fact, when he said these words, he did have some of the swell after success, but more of it was to cooperate with Touchstone Pictures, that is, Walt Disney's publicity plan. To put it bluntly, there are so many directors who try to copy Wayne Greenberg every year that you can't even count them on your 10 fingers. They all just want to expand the influence of their films at the beginning of filming, but no media has ever really called them out. Seeing that his face was not looking good, the agent walked carefully to the trailer door, put his ear to the door, listened quietly for a few seconds, and then quietly sat back next to his client. "I got some information through some channels of CAA." Looking at the silent Michael Bay, agent Chris Karam paused for a moment while organizing his words. He continued slowly, "Through relevant information, CAA came to a conclusion that Warner Brothers and Walt Disney should have reached some kind of tacit understanding. These two giants secretly promoted Public Opinion, obviously wanting to promote the movie better and earlier. Mike, I have to remind you, don't trust Jerry Bruckheimer so much. Without his nod as a producer, Disney's distribution department would never do this." Leaning lightly on the back of the chair, Michael Bay suddenly laughed. He looked at his agent, shrugged and said, "You and I know why I said those things. It's just that I didn't expect that Public Opinion would condemn myself one-sidedly. TSK, 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 Walt Disney. He is not a small figure who has just entered Hollywood. It stands to reason that, if a film company wants to create public opinion for publicity, the situation that emerges is usually that both sides have media supporters, and then through the voices of supporters of both sides in the media, the information of the two films is constantly hyped. The ultimate goal is to let more ordinary people hear about the two films and raise the expectations of more ordinary people for the two films. This is the most normal tacit win-win approach of large Hollywood film companies. But what about now? Even Michael Bay himself thought that the Walt Disney distribution department must have seen the one-sided condemnation of himself, which is more conducive to the long-term fermentation of public opinion. So the current situation has emerged. Everyone who can succeed in this circle still has at least some pride. He lowered his head and glanced at the scattered newspapers on the table, which were full of various reports mocking himself. Artistic quality? Humanistic care? Ha. Michael Bay's smile did not diminish, but there was no warmth in his smile, but instead a strong sense of sarcasm. who said my film can only explode, when everyone thought that he was overestimating his own abilities and trying to compare the shallow commercial film with The Dark King. He really wanted to prove that if he really wanted to make such a movie, he would definitely do his best. Especially in recent years, the critics have ridiculed and attacked him. Even when the global box office of Armageddon broke through $500 million, those critics did not shut up. Instead, they always regarded him as a shallow and ignorant commercial film director. Some critics, who probably have not even seen Armageddon, can't wait to give bad reviews. When facing him, this group of people who claim to be the leaders of the film industry have already risen to the point of attacking his life. The reason for this Pearl Harbor is that Michael Bay wants to prove himself. He wants to tell everyone that, as long as he wants to transform, he can still make the movie a hit, while taking into account the so-called humanistic feelings and social thinking. Saving Private Ryan gave him a good inspiration. Is there anything that can better reflect humanistic feelings than war movies? The more cruel the battlefield is, the more precious the emotions between people will be. Reflection on war has always been the mainstream thought of Western society. Michael Bay is very ambitious, and his continuous success has given him the confidence to try transformation. He received an unprecedented high investment for this film, so it must have an unprecedented grand show. In order to reproduce the cruel and heroic war scenes of World War II on the big screen, he received the strong support of the North American Department of Defense for the first time. The five corners of North America specially allowed the crew of Pearl Harbor to enter the Pearl Harbor in the US military base on Oahu for filming. That's not all. Michael Bay has greater ambitions. After receiving the investment from Touchstone Pictures, a subsidiary of Disney, the first thing he did was to spend a huge amount of money to buy back 15 old US military fighters. Moreover, he is prepared to restore the war scenes in the film, those explosions, air raids, and naval battles as much as possible with real guns and live ammunition. Not only that, with a large amount of production funds in hand, Michael Bay waved his hand and started construction at the same time in Los Angeles, San Francisco, Mexico, and England across the ocean, where the crew needed to shoot, to build the giant studio needed for the crew to shoot. In short, this project in his hands has shown what is called heroism from the beginning. Just watch, Chris. Michael Bay looked at his agent with a firm look, put away all his expressions, and said seriously, it's really uncertain who will become a joke in the end. As long as an ant dares to stretch its legs, it can still trip an elephant. This is Hollywood, where miracles happen, and I'm not a small ant. In Los Angeles, various public opinions were very lively, but they did not affect Wayne, who was far away in continental Europe. After the crew landed in Rome, the capital of Italy, without any rest, they immediately divided a part of the people, and led by the camera supervisor Robert to shoot. Nina's dream, the beautiful town of Ravello, which was half of heaven, was not visited in the end. Led by Wayne, the crew headed straight to Palinuro on the Salento coast in southern Italy. This isolated beach in the past immediately fell into a busy state with the arrival of the crew. Schwartz directed a large group of assistants to do the final simple site repairs, while Gilmore led a group of women and told them how to move tirelessly. Have you heard, Wayne? Someone wants to snipe you in the summer of next year and completely end your domination of the North American summer season. Wayne, who was leaning over to look at the director's notebook, raised his head and saw Angelina Jolie standing in front of the sun. The simple linen dress on her body just covered the key parts of her body. Closing the notebook in his hand, he tilted his head, looked at the woman in front of him with interest, and nodded slightly. The body and movement training for several months was completely worth it. This kind of healthy lines trained by humans themselves cannot be compared with post-correction. I'm never afraid of competition, and I have never lost a competition. Smiling and waving his hand, he looked at the messy set behind him, and secretly calculated the shooting time. It was this extremely confident feeling that made Angelina Jolie look at the man with a unique appreciation. No matter what the media reported, she knew that what the man said was not wrong at all. He has never been afraid of competition, and he has never lost in competition. If you observe carefully, you will find that the other party has been growing rapidly with cruel competition since entering Hollywood. I heard that the benchmark of Pearl Harbor is Saving Private Ryan. Recalling the report in the newspaper, Angelina Jolie joked, "A World War II epic that is definitely not an 18+ R-rated movie." Wayne, everyone says that Michael Bay is the director who understands the needs of movie fans best in the circle, and there is no one else. You won't fall, right? TSK. When he heard the name Pearl Harbor, Wayne couldn't help but sneer, then took out a cigarette from his trouser pocket and took a long puff of it, comfortably facing the sea breeze. "What are you laughing at?" Seeing that the man didn't take her words seriously, Angelina Jolie rolled her eyes back and forth twice and said playfully again, "My agent has found out that Michael Bay's World War II epic is completely different from all his previous works. It is definitely not just explosions." Cough 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 cough. Before the woman finished speaking, Wayne almost choked to tears because of the content of the other party's words. He raised his hand to take the cup of water handed by the assistant lady, raised his head, and gulped down most of the cup before he recovered. Angelina Jolie saw through the man's actions at a glance. He was choked by the smoke because he couldn't help laughing. "Damn, what's so funny? I'm telling you, girl." Seeing that the preparations in the crew were about to be completed, Wayne shook his head and said directly, "If Explosive Bay doesn't play with explosions, what do you think he will have left?" After that, he ignored the surprised woman and turned around with Nina to walk to the main departments of the crew. Before officially shooting the first take, he had to check again. In fact, when Wayne heard that Jerry Bruckheimer initiated and produced the film, and Michael Bay was the director, and the latest big project of this golden partner was Pearl Harbor, he almost couldn't help laughing. He knew better than anyone what would happen if Explosive Bay stopped playing with explosions and pursued art instead. He still remembers that Michael Bay was almost abandoned by the entire Hollywood film company on the road to seeking transformation. He was able to recover in the end because he realized this himself. To put it bluntly, this is a typical example of a person who was fooled by film critics and then repented. Otherwise, there would be no Transformers movies. Raising his wrist to check the time, Wayne turned his head and looked at the reporters not far from the crew, frowning slightly. Finally, he waved to the assistant director Guillermo and instructed him, "Just find a few assistants to give those reporters some drinks, and then tell them that I hope that after the crew officially starts shooting, they can not make any noise or movements that affect us, especially the flash of the camera." "Don't worry, boss." Guillermo wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded in agreement. "Just now, I have communicated with the group of reporters. After the official shooting, they will not affect the crew." Reaching out and patting Guillermo on the shoulder, Wayne's eyes revealed appreciation. "Okay, check it one last time. We will officially shoot the first shot in 10 minutes. This future one of the 3 great men in Mexico also has great ambitions, and he certainly knows this. And his own crew certainly can't keep him for a long time. If possible, Wayne is ready to give him a chance to choose after finishing the project. Gilmore has a talent far beyond ordinary people, and as his assistant director, he has done his job conscientiously and carefully learned how to control a huge crew. No matter from which aspect, Wayne is willing to give him a chance to direct, just like Zack Snyder did back then. Chapter 720 Opening. As Wayne sat in the director's seat, the filming site gradually became quiet, and everyone sped up their hands. In fact, even if he did nothing, he still firmly attracted the attention of all the staff. This is the influence of a successful crew leader. "Hey, Matt and Guy, come to me." Waving to the male and female protagonists, after both of them came to the director's seat, Wayne took advantage of the little gap before shooting to make the last instructions. "Matt, play your corpse well. I just observed the waves. You may feel a little uncomfortable lying in it, but if you don't want to be choked by seawater frequently, try not to make mistakes. Quickly shoot this simple shot, okay?" Although it was the first time to cooperate with each other, Matt Damon was fully prepared. Hearing the other party's instructions, he nodded without hesitation. Seeing that his leading actor was fine, Wayne turned to look at Angelina Jolie, and after a little thought, he said, "If it is according to my work habits, I usually like to put the particularly difficult scenes at the beginning. But this time is different, and you should understand why I arranged this simple scene." "Yes, I know." Angelina Jolie agreed crisply, full of confidence. I'm afraid that only God knows how much preparation she has made and how much suffering she has suffered for this day. Seeing that both of them are in a good mental state, Wayne waved his hand. Okay, go get ready. We will start shooting immediately. In fact, the opening scene that is about to be shot is not difficult. The leading actor Steve, played by Matt Damon, accidentally broke into the Amazon Paradise Island while being hunted. Then he was rescued by the heroine Diana Prince. In the background setting of the film, this is the first time Diana Prince has seen a real man since she was a child. This shot is actually not difficult at all. As long as the heroine's emotions are in place, there is no difficulty for professional actors. The reason for arranging this simple scene was, on the one hand, because of the nature of the film. It can be said that most of the shots in the film will chase the heroine, so Angelina Jolie must get into the state as soon as possible. On the other hand, there were reporters from dozens of media around the beach. Wayne couldn't let his first scene of the startup frequently end in front of everyone. Even if it was just for a good start, he wanted to complete the planned shooting plan smoothly on the first day. As for the long war scene between the female warriors of Paradise Island and the pursuers after the heroine rescued people, he didn't plan to shoot it today at all. The characters on the first day of the startup were very simple, with only a few shots of saving people on the beach. The scene became quiet quickly. Less than 5 minutes later, hundreds of people looked at the direction behind the director's monitor. Wayne walked out slowly from behind the director's monitor with a megaphone in his hand. He carefully checked Matt Damon, who was surrounded by 6 cameras of different heights and angles, and briefly communicated with the lighting supervisor, before nodding to Guillermo. Wonder Woman. First scene. First act. The scriptwriter received the assistant director's signal, raised the script clapper in his hand, and put it in front of the camera lens. At the same time, except for the sound of the waves, the entire shooting scene was quiet with only the script writer's voice. Now, start. With a click, as the script clapperboard was tapped, the male protagonist, surrounded by multiple cameras, lay motionless on the beach with the surging waves. The whole process lasted for no more than 3 or 4 seconds, and Wayne, who was standing at a close distance, shouted into the loudspeaker, "Cut." Then the cameras surrounding the male protagonist dispersed. This was just the beginning of a transition scene, mainly to give the male protagonist a simple close-up and introduce his situation. Without any rest, the camera crew quickly retreated to the reserved camera position, and everyone looked at Angelina Jolie until she walked in front of the male protagonist. The scriptwriter tapped the clapperboard in his hand again. There is no doubt that this is a mature behind-the-scenes team. From the camera crew's cameraman and lighting technicians to the small script supervisor, all of them entered the working state instantly. This is also the benefit of a mature behind-the-scenes team. They are all familiar with each other and Wayne's working style, so there is no pause at all, and they directly start shooting the next shot. Hearing the sound of the clapperboard, Angelina Jolie in front of the camera leaned down and knelt on the beach, with a strong curiosity in her eyes, looking at the man lying on the ground who was rescued by her. There was seawater on her face. She stretched out her right hand and wanted to touch the face of this man who was different from herself. Before her hand touched the other's face, she shrank back with curiosity. Cough, cough. Just at this moment, Matt Damon, who was lying on the beach, woke up in time. Stop. Without giving the two any space to perform, Wayne's voice suddenly sounded on the scene. A cameraman who followed the male and female protagonists in and out also took a few steps back at the first time. All the old employees of the crew knew that there must be something that made the director dissatisfied. "Hey, Miss Jolie, listen." All the people around seemed to have not seen the director's actions and lowered their heads to finish their work. Only the male and female protagonists were left, all with a puzzled look on their faces, looking at the icy face walking towards them, speaking coldly without emotion. "Who swore to tell me that it was okay? You just dragged this man back from the sea, okay? Put away your relaxed and carefree attitude. What I need you to show is the state after intense exercise. Do you need me to teach you what the state after exercise is? Accelerated heartbeat, slightly heavy breathing, combined with curiosity about seeing a man for the first time. Eyes, I need you to use your eyes to show the right emotions. facing Wayne, who was completely different from usual. Both Angelina Jolie, who was scolded, and Matt Damon, who looked innocent, felt a little confused in time and space for a while. Fortunately, the woman reacted quickly, just like a primary school student who made a mistake, nodding frantically without hesitation to admit her mistake. Remake them up, reset them all, and do it again. Wayne frowned slightly, waved his hands around, and turned to walk out of the center of the camera. Sometimes actors are like this. You have to allow them to make the stupidest mistakes, but you must give them sufficient warnings when they make mistakes for the first time, and this must not become the norm. Don't worry, as long as the crew gets into operation, the boss will become like this. Makeup artist Lily helped Angelina Jolie to tidy up her clothes. Seeing that the male and female protagonists still had a hint of surprise on their faces, she shrugged and explained. Matt Damon turned his head slightly and glanced in Wayne's direction secretly. The expression on director Greenberg's face just now, I thought I saw a robot. Lily smiled softly, like an emotionless ice cube. That's right. Angelina Jolie nodded frantically, like a chicken pecking at rice. I'll give you a piece of advice, Miss Jolie. Seeing that no one was paying attention, makeup artist Lily thought about it, looked into Angelina Jolie's big eyes, and whispered, in the crew, never try to talk to the boss about personal relationships. Once the work starts, there will be no personal relationships with him. And the most important thing is that during the filming, you must not touch leaf tobacco or anything like that, for sure. Nodding silently, the male and female protagonists looked in the direction of the director, both showing a thoughtful look. The crew fell into silence again, and this shot started to be filmed for the second time. With the prompt just now, Angelina Jolie put away her casual emotions, and this time her performance was much more normal. Cough, cough. A camera, like the male protagonist's perspective, continued to give Angelina Jolie a close-up. After Matt Damon woke up with a cough, he looked at his face in the sun in front of him and spoke. Wow. Angelina Jolie seemed to have discovered a new world, with surprise in her eyes. You are a man? Yes. Don't I look like one? Looking at the beautiful face in front of him, Matt Damon answered somewhat at a loss. He shook his head left and right, and asked subconsciously, where are we now? Paradise Island. What? Who are you? As soon as Angelina Jolie asked who you were, the two turned their heads together and cast their gazes in the direction of the sea, as if there were really a large group of pursuers there. Cut. Wayne's voice sounded at the right time, and the two actors and all the behind-the-scenes staff around them all looked at the director involuntarily. Well done, this one is great. He first praised generously, but none of the staff around him showed a happy expression. They knew the leader of the crew too well, and knew that, if they didn't shout directly, they would definitely continue to repeat this shot. Sure enough, Wayne's words rang out next, and he came in front of the two actors, stretched out a finger, and pointed at Angelina Jolie's lips. Smile, Angie, smile. The camera keeps giving you a close-up, so smile brighter. You found a man you've never seen before, so show more joy. Your beautiful lips are your advantage, show them. Okay. Okay, I understand. Until Wayne nodded and turned to leave again. Two makeup artists immediately surrounded him and urgently touched up the male and female protagonists. After not returning to the director's monitor, he stood outside the camera with his arms folded in front of his chest as usual, watching the staff prepare. After watching the two takes, assistant director Gilmore slowly came to Wayne's side, also watching the preparations, and whispered, "Boss, I have some ideas here. If you have any ideas, just say it directly." He glanced at his assistant director and saw a hint of hesitation on the other's face, so he encouraged him. Angelina Jolie is very beautiful in the camera, a healthy, positive, sunny, sexy beauty, but Guillermo slowly organized his words, observing Wayne's face, and said, "It's just that her figure seems a little too hot, especially in close-up shots. The degree of hotness is far beyond my imagination. Should I cover it up with makeup and lighting?" "This is not a bad thing, Guillermo." Wayne smiled and shook his head, explaining softly, "This is her advantage. What we have to do is to find a way to magnify this advantage. I hope that, when the film is released, men all over North America and even the world will be crazy about her screen image." Hearing this explanation, Guillermo shrugged and said nothing more. Obviously, neither Wayne nor Warner Brothers thinks that Wonder Woman's hot figure is a defect. Even in real life, even a fool knows that a woman with a thin waist, long legs, delicate skin, beautiful face, and a strong chest can never become a fighting master. Movies are movies after all. In some places, it is impossible to follow the facts. If Wonder Woman's image on the big screen is a fierce woman with a strong body, then it respects the laws of physics. But who will watch it? Wayne crossed his arms over his chest, watching the third filming start again, muttering to himself. Sexiness is never a bad thing. In his memory, for a long time, DC relied on the film Wonder Woman to fight against all Marvel superheroes. As a result, the long-legged Israeli actress became the most popular female superhero in Hollywood in those years. Although countless people licked Gal Gadot, whether at the beginning of the film's preparation or after the film achieved good results, a voice still exists. That is, Gal Gadot is beautiful, but not sexy enough. For the role of Diana Prince, the most classic will always be the first-generation Wonder Woman Linda Carter. This call is not without reason. Linda Carter's figure is very hot, and coupled with the retro blue and red clothes, that hot bomb-like figure is fully reflected. Finally, even Warner Brothers couldn't ignore the fans' calls and decided to invite Linda Carter to star in Wonder Woman 3 again, so that the most classic Diana Prince images of the previous and next generations will appear on the big screen together. So, a hot and sexy figure is not a disadvantage for this role at all, but an image that most audiences recognize. Of course, no one can deny Gal Gadot's image. She does not have such a hot figure, but she is a Miss Universe and the winner of the Miss Israel pageant. Her figure and appearance are in line with the mainstream aesthetics, especially the two long legs, which completely make fans ignore the small breasts. It was just a simple scene of a beauty saving the male lead. The crew had been tossing from morning to noon before finally getting Wayne to nod and shout. The male and female protagonists, who thought they could handle it easily, were all exhausted. After hearing the notice to take a break for lunch, they followed their assistants and left the beach for the first time. Seeing that the two of them sat on the prop box to rest at the same time, Wayne walked over with his arms folded. "How does it feel? It's more difficult than you thought, isn't it?" Matt Damon shrugged. Now he didn't feel the beauty of the sea at all. Hearing Wayne's words, he bared his teeth and made a vomiting expression. Director Greenberg, can you understand the feeling of lying by the waves for a whole morning? I suggest you experience this feeling yourself. Damn, I don't remember how many mouthfuls of bitter seawater I drank. Just by looking at the other person's expression, Wayne knew that Matt Damon was joking. This actor gave him a very good feeling. At least his professionalism was very high. Normal people would not feel comfortable lying on the beach for half a day, but this guy did not show any discomfort during the filming. "How about I give you to a private snack?" He shook his head with a smile and reached out to pat Matt Damon on the shoulder. "Forget it. No." Unexpectedly, the two protagonists looked at each other and shook their heads together without hesitation to refuse. Angelina Jolie pouted. "I saw the Chinese food Nina prepared. That kind of food is the natural enemy of actors. After eating one meal, I need to exercise like crazy for 3 days to consume those greasy calories." Matt Damon nodded in agreement. "Don't think that male actors are different from female actors. In fact, in terms of body management and control, men are more stringent than women. There are also women who are born not to gain weight. Male actors must follow the advice of nutritionists to make their bodies look stylish and have obvious muscle contours. They must strictly control their mouths and stick to exercise and body shaping. In this circle, it is difficult to take shortcuts to succeed, especially for those little people with no background. You know, Hollywood has never been popular with delicate flower boys. That type is not the aesthetic point of European and American women at all. Only guy will like weak flower boys. Okay, take some time to rest. Our shooting plan for today is only this continuous shot. Since the two people don't like Chinese food, Wayne didn't force it. Before leaving, he said, "If you want to finish work early in the afternoon, find the tacit understanding between you as soon as possible and find your best performance state." Everyone slowly dispersed to rest and eat lunch. After observing the state of the hero and heroine, he also returned to his director's trailer to enjoy the Chinese food that Nina specially found. Well, it's just not so authentic. In fact, the reason why Wayne is extremely strict with today's relatively simple scenes is to find the state for the actors and crew. As he said, the shots shot on the first day were easy. He needed to use relatively simple work to get the huge crew into a good working state from the beginning. It won't take too long. Starting tomorrow, the big action shots on the beach will be shot. The war between Paradise Island and the Nazi pursuers, the collision of cold weapons and hot weapons. Of course, this action scene involving many characters is also very stressful for Wayne himself. So in order to make the subsequent filming go smoothly, he moved this important scene to the front, which also meant practice. Jimmy and Christopher Rockencourt signed a financing agreement this morning, and the money has been deposited into the specially established studio account. While Wayne was eating, Nina opened her work discipline book and began to report one by one. Bruce Rosenblum called and explained that Los Angeles was hyping up Michael Bay's remarks. Warner Brothers and Walt Disney were pushing it together tacitly. Such public opinion is very beneficial to both companies. Basically, the name of the movie has spread throughout North America before the filming is completed. Seeing that her boss did not make any comments and just buried his head in a box of red beef with chopsticks, she pushed her glasses on her face and continued to report in a low voice. John Wick will start filming by this weekend at the latest. Director Wolfgang Peterson called and asked if you have time to appear at the press conference. Damn it, this is not the way to cook boiled beef. Just as Nina was waiting for Wayne's answer, he put down his chopsticks angrily, pointed at the red and greasy beef in the lunchbox, and complained impatiently, "My tongue has stopped working. I can't taste anything except chili." Shit, Nina, the Chinese restaurant you are looking for is not opened by Mexicans, right? Who knows? The assistant raised an eyebrow. I tried it, and it's pretty good. The director of John Wick. We can't go back to North America before the filming in Italy is finished. Waving to Nina, Wayne lowered his head and lit a cigarette without even looking at the lunch on the table. His mood was originally pretty good today, but it was all ruined by this unsatisfactory lunch. After thinking about it, he looked at the assistant and reminded her, several projects may be launched recently, not only John Wick, but I'm afraid we won't have time to rush back when King Kong starts filming. You should say hello to Roland Emmerich in advance. Okay, I understand. Chapter 721 Older than my hemorrhoids. On the first day of the filming of Wonder Woman, everything was going in a good direction. The main managers of the crew behind the scenes were all veterans in the team. They knew clearly how to work in order to meet the habits of the director with a nice face. The two actors, the male and female protagonists, were tortured by a group of not so hard shots for a whole morning and half an afternoon, and everything else went smoothly. The reporters surrounding the beach set also got what they wanted. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wayne announced the end of the first day of filming, and also announced the lifting of the news silence within the crew. This means that the main actors and the main behind the scenes team members can accept media interviews unscrupulously. The price paid by the media reporters was that they were notified by the producer that the crew cancelled a launch conference, but they could interview everyone freely. Of course, the premise is that the interviewees must be willing to be interviewed. At the end of the first day of work, most of the crew members were still in an absolutely energetic state. There was a lively scene on the beach, including the actors. Nearly 200 people were chatting while cleaning up the filming site. In addition, the media reporters rushed in without waiting for the male and female protagonists to remove their makeup. The beach was like a vegetable market that suddenly opened, buzzing non-stop. However, for Wayne, who was standing next to the director's trailer with his arms folded across his chest, he didn't seem to find these chaotic noises annoying. Instead, he looked at the noisy set with a smile on his face. Only then could the crew see a smile on his face. Everyone knew that once he entered the working state, he would definitely become that robot again. It can be seen that you enjoy the feeling of being on the set. Producer John Gray, dressed in a decent suit, was out of tune with the chaotic environment at this time. He didn't bother to wipe the sweat on his forehead and stood beside Wayne, breathing heavily. I like the feeling of being in control of the set. No, it's not like. Maybe it should be called obsession. Turning his head to look at the somewhat embarrassed producer, Wayne frowned slightly, and suddenly a bad premonition surged in his heart. With a helpless sigh, John Gray swore that he definitely didn't want to bring any bad news, but accidents don't happen at any time. Something happened to your little actor. She was taken by her mother to a plane back to Los Angeles at noon. Wayne had a question mark on his face and subconsciously asked, "What?" "Yeah, it's what you heard." Seeing the smile on the other person's face slowly disappear, John Gray kept cursing at the mother and daughter in his heart, but on the surface he put on a helpless expression. Little actress Emily Alper started to get chickenpox a few days after the audition, but her mother kept it a secret from the crew. Now those pimples had spread to her face. Knowing that she could no longer hide it, her mother informed me of the news and hoped that the crew would wait for them for a while until the problem on her daughter disappeared before filming Diana Prince's childhood scenes. What the F **K? Before Wayne could say anything, assistant director Gilmore, who had just come over, looked at John Gray with a look of astonishment and cursed. Then he rolled his eyes without any hesitation and walked out. Who does she think she is? Let the crew wait for her for a while? Why not just let her die? Looking at the two directors standing in front of him, John Gray tilted his head and shrugged. I've told them to go back to Los Angeles. The crew will discuss with them later about terminating the actor's contract. After a long breath, Wayne lit a cigarette in silence. Although the producer seems to be very angry, in fact, the reason for his anger is probably that weird and awful mother. There are countless similar things in Hollywood, and even many child stars' awful parents live by sucking blood from their children. Relatively speaking, Diana Prince's childhood scenes are not many, and the performance is not difficult. If it were in Los Angeles, a qualified actor could kick down the door of the crew within a day. But now in Italy, according to Wayne's plan, the scenes on this beach can be done in about half a month. And the next location is to shoot a clip of Wonder Woman's childhood life. If there is no suitable actor temporarily, he can only change the shooting plan urgently. Notify Schwartz, Steve, Robert, Brooks, Weeks and other heads of various departments of the crew. Let's have a small meeting. After returning to the hotel, the fingers holding the cigarette rubbed back and forth on the stubble on his chin. Wayne stopped the two people beside him from complaining and whispered. After saying that, he turned around and got on the director's trailer, leaned back in his chair, and began to recall carefully in his mind, trying to find a reliable little actor. The first day of shooting ended early, and the crew's huge convoy left the beach and drove towards the hotel in the seaside town. After the Hollywood crew signed a contract with the actor, it was common for the actor to be unable to join the crew on time due to force majeure. Generally speaking, when faced with similar situations, the crew producer will make two completely different choices. The only factor that can affect the producer's choices, whether the actor is replaceable or the size of the star. The first option is to let the actor go without hesitation, just like John Gray has done, and then the crew will quickly find a replacement. This situation usually only happens to small supporting roles with not heavy roles. The other option is more like a compromise under forced helplessness, that is, either wait for the actor to solve the situation before joining the crew, or spend unexpected costs and force the play to go on. The daily shooting tasks of the Hollywood crew basically have strict plans. Although the director or producer will give relatively generous time and budget when making the plan, no one in charge of the crew is willing to use this potential insurance for the situation of the little actor, unless they have to. But if it is replaced by the main characters that cannot be bypassed in the crew, the situation is completely the opposite. Even if the producer spends a greater price, he must first ensure that the film is shot. In fact, it is okay for the actors to get sick. As long as it is not a very serious disease, at least they can recover, right? What makes the crew more headache is that the actress is pregnant, because it is impossible, and you dare not find a reason to let the actress go. No matter where in the world, expectant mothers are the first group to be protected by morality and law. For example, Scarlett Johansson, the widow, did not know that she was pregnant until she entered the crew of Avengers 2. It's like a fruit candy wrapped in Coptis chinensis. Even if it is bitter, the director team has to find a way to swallow it. Moreover, unlike other characters, Black Widow has a lot of action scenes in the setting. The director team had to mark the face of Black Widow, and later used AI technology to move her face to the stand-in. Yes, that's right, it's the kind of AI technology you often see It's just that Hollywood has used this technology earlier than everyone imagined, and it is much more sophisticated than the crude face-changing technology you often see. The more famous one is actually Gal Gadot. When she was filming Wonder Woman, it was also after she joined the crew that the director team knew that she was 5 months pregnant. Unlike Black Widow, who has been famous for many years and has a stable status, the first reaction of the producers at that time was actually to replace Gal Gadot. But based on the production cost, after careful consideration, Warner Brothers decided to continue to let her play. In order to complete the shooting of various shots, the director team had to cut a triangular green cloth and cover Gal Gadot's bulging belly. The camera was shot as usual, but it added a lot of work to the post-production, because her growing belly had to be reduced in this link. In such a huge project, the indispensable main actors can enjoy the treatment given by the producers. There is no doubt that after such unexpected situations, the production cost, shooting time and shooting difficulty will increase more than a little. Therefore, when a character needs to be changed by the crew due to unexpected situations, the producer's first choice is always to replace him and let him go. No one can find any fault with John Grace doing this. The only headache for Wayne and others is that they are now in southern Italy, not in Los Angeles where actors are everywhere. It is not as simple as imagined to find a suitable replacement at once. And once the shooting starts, the entire behind-the-scenes team will work day after day under a strict shooting plan. Who doesn't have the time to go back to Los Angeles to re-audition a small supporting role? Besides, for such a small supporting role, no crew will be extravagant to hold an audition event. My requirements are not high. You just need to be smart in front of the camera and know how to act. At a simple meeting in the evening, Wayne said to several main behind-the-scenes members of the crew, "If anyone knows a suitable child actor, you can talk to John directly. DC projects are definitely popular choices in Hollywood. He believes that there will definitely be no shortage of interested child stars, but the speed must be fast, and the crew has no time to wait. This is not filmed in North America. In each location in Italy, Wayne must rush to the next stop immediately after filming. It is impossible to disrupt the filming plan, which will cost a huge amount of money." After handing this over, he turned around and put aside the issue of the actor of young Diana Prince. Compared with the large-scale war scenes that are about to be filmed, this matter is not so important for a while. The next morning, the crew's huge convoy drove out of the hotel, and the beach in southern Italy became lively again. Unlike yesterday, a large number of actors started practicing their positions over and over again under the leadership of Assistant Director Gilmore early this morning. The stunt team followed the whole process and patiently reminded every actor who needed to show his face in the close-up of the action requirements. The action scenes seen on the big screen are magnificent and shocking, but in the actual shooting, the scene is so chaotic that people and horses are thrown to the ground, and the chaotic sound fills the entire beach. There are no warships on the sea now. Nina stood beside Wayne curiously, looking at the messy preparation scene, and pointed to a large group of extras wearing Nazi uniforms in World War II. That's the work that Industrial Light and Magic needs to do. Shaking his head gently, Wayne didn't explain too much. He is not a director like Christopher Nolan who pursues the extreme of real-life shooting. He doesn't have much energy and time to make such complicated preparations. Everyone says that he is a traditional academic director in his bones, but Wayne knows what he is doing better than anyone else. This is a commercial film, and it is a hooligan to force it into art. So here, he usually does it in a way that saves time and trouble. Especially when there is a lot of production funds in hand, the work that can be handed over to special effects will never be done with great effort. This is the director's personal habit and choice. It is also a pragmatic choice that is in line with the interests of the production company. Aren't you going to take the camera yourself? Seeing that all the work was ready and a large number of actors looked at the director's position, John Gray found that Wayne took the initiative to step aside this time. The person who directed the team behind the scenes became the stunt supervisor with a megaphone. Looking at the stunt supervisor, who was finally communicating with the camera crew, Wayne shrugged and said casually, "Professional matters should be handed over to professionals. And they are the most professional people for action scenes." John Gray smiled and nodded. He actually understood better than anyone that the other party was indeed a power beast in the crew, but it had long passed the period when he needed to show his presence from time to time. Leaving professional matters to professionals is also the choice of many big directors. Some directors like to do everything by themselves, from camera, lighting to set design, as if they would not feel at ease if they did not do these things personally. But some directors have always had a clear positioning, such as Wayne. Except for the first film in which he had to push the camera himself, he was more like a foreman in other projects, a foreman who arranged all the work on the construction site, but would not easily start working. Prepare for battle. The shooting officially began. On the reef cliff by the sea, a group of female warriors drew their bows and arrows. The camera crew was shooting this scene from different positions. Fire. With a shout, the actors let go of their bows and arrows in the face of the non-existent enemy. The scene presented on the big screen was that the two sides shot each other at a distance, but in the actual shooting, only the female warriors shooting arrows would be filmed first, and then after this group of shots were shot, the shots of the Nazi soldiers being shot and firing back would be filmed. For a whole day, Wayne was a bystander, watching the fragmented action shots silently. These were not his forte, so he would never intervene blindly. He would only inform the temporary action director, that is, the head of the stunt team, of the shooting requirements in full, and then stand aside and observe silently. As long as the action scenes are designed to meet his requirements, he will never interrupt the filming. And this kind of work will continue for about 10 days. The large-scale action shots are much more troublesome than shooting literary scenes. It is normal to shoot one shot at a time. Even in the first 3 days of shooting, the male and female protagonists were not involved at all. The camera was always around other people. After the 4th day of work, Wayne gathered the behind-the-scenes team members again and sat together in the living room of his suite. Damn, this is 12 years old? Gilmore held a photo in his hand and looked at John Gray sitting next to him with an incredible face. He pointed a finger at the girl in the photo and complained in surprise, "John, I swear, this girl said she is 18 years old, which is absolutely not an exaggeration." Everyone was looking through the photos and actor resumes on the table. There were candidates recommended by them, and there were also candidates sent by Warner Brothers through John Gray. Looking at the assistant director's face with a ghost expression, he turned around and found that everyone's attention was attracted. Producer John Gray shrugged and said helplessly, "Alexandra Daddario is indeed 12 years old. Well, I don't know what this child has eaten since she was a child. She has such a hot body. Her father has a very good network in New York." After hearing that the crew of Wonder Woman needed a child actor, he sent his daughter's resume to Los Angeles through the relationship with Time Warner. "Well, Bruce Rosenblum gave it to me. Having been here for many years, and in Hollywood for many years, Wayne is actually not surprised by the appearance of more and more familiar faces." Listening to the explanation of his producer, he also looked at the photo of Alexandra Daddario. In fact, it is no wonder that Guillermo complained. This little actor who was born in 1986 has a hot body that is even hotter than some adult women. What about the others? Ignoring the producer and assistant director's idle chat, Wayne threw the photo on the table, turned around and looked at the people around him and asked, "Who do you think is more suitable? How about this Amanda Seyfried?" Seeing that no one spoke first, Schwartz simply looked at the director and producer and said, "A child star, a model, with some acting experience. Disney's soap opera Make the World Go Round has decided to make this little girl a resident actor. Speaking of auditions and selecting actors, he is actually the one with the most connections." Schwartz handed the photo to Wayne and pushed the resume across the table. It was another familiar name. Wayne lowered his head to look at the photo, and John Gray also tilted his head and looked at the photo of the little actor curiously. "The image is good. You can be one of the backup options." As for the resume, that was pushed over. He didn't even flip through it. The little actor who could get it on this table almost couldn't have any problems in acting. At least they all had some working experience. "There is another candidate I think is good." Steve, the usually taciturn lighting supervisor, rarely spoke up. "Some time ago, when I was chatting with a friend who works at Disney, he mentioned a little girl Lindsay Lohan, who performed very well in the audition for Disney's The Perfect Match project." "Ha, another Disney star making product?" Hearing the candidate he proposed, props group supervisor Wix Hart muttered immediately. Throughout Hollywood, Disney has a first-class ability to create stars with its unique advantages, especially in the category of child stars. However, in comparison, the fate of most child stars is not very good. There are basically only a very small number of those who can maintain their childhood fame into adulthood. More than 90% of them are abandoned by Disney when they are a little older. Not to mention child stars, even adult movie stars who have already become famous still seem powerless when facing the keyword of transformation. Moreover, premature fame brings premature exposure to the dark side of society. In the Hollywood circle, the most abundant thing is various temptations, like promiscuity, leaf tobacco, alcohol. Seeking mental stimulation through various means has always been the most common situation in the circle. These temptations that exist at any time in life are all the source of the downfall of child stars. Not bad. It can also be one of the alternatives. Ignoring Wix's muttering, Wayne glanced at the photo and nodded to John Gray. You should contact their actual guardian as soon as possible. The producer nodded. Okay, leave it to me. Originally, a simple meeting was about to end, but Nina came over unexpectedly, looked at the few people sitting on the sofa, and reported in a low voice. Boss, Steven Spielberg called and heard that your crew is short of a child actor and wants his goddaughter. Shit. Hearing the assistant's words, Wayne couldn't help but burst out a swear word. Sometimes he had to sigh that this good old Jewish man took too much care of his godchildren. Just think about the age of his two goddaughters. He reached out helplessly to grab the cigarette on the table. Hearing this, Guillermo opened his mouth in surprise. Oh my god, how old are Steven's goddaughters? One is 2 years younger than me, and the other is 5 years younger than me. Wayne shook his head with a smile and gave the answer. Yes, he remembered very clearly that Gwyneth Paltrow was 2 years younger than him, and Drew Barrymore was 5 years younger than him. Wow, let them play a little girl around 10 years old? Wix Hart shook his head in disbelief and joked, let a girl older than my hemorrhoids play a little girl? Damn it. Everyone laughed it off and patted Wayne on the shoulder before leaving. Everyone knew that this matter looked like a joke, but in fact it was more of a joke. The crew leader would never play such a big game for a favor. The working habit of Hollywood crews is to deliberately choose a little older actor when choosing a child actor. There are many benefits in this. At least it can reduce a lot of troubles encountered during filming, but it is impossible to choose such an exaggerated age. That's right, there are the best makeup artists and stylists in the world here. A slightly older actor will look much younger than his actual age after the makeup artist's help, as well as the adjustment of angles and lighting during filming, and the editing during post-production. But if the character's age is set to be a dozen years younger than the actor, these methods are nonsense. Unless Wayne is crazy, he would choose to take such a bland favor to compete with the $200 million production cost and take a risk. Find some time to call Steven back. Rubbing his forehead hard with the hand holding the cigarette, Wayne said with a smile, just say that I'll treat him to a drink when I return to Los Angeles as an apology for standing him up for financing. As for the role, tell him it's already been decided. Well, that's it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 722 Earthball Flower. Time slowly passed October and came to November. In his spare time, while filming Wonder Woman, Wayne was constantly communicating with other project teams he invested in, keeping an eye on the relevant progress. Even though he was in faraway Italy, the trend in North America still affected most of the crew. It seemed that overnight, everyone was discussing stocks or discussing internet company stocks. Even Wayne had accidentally heard a lot of staff chatting during the crew's break. In their mouths, the current North American internet stock market seemed to be full of US dollars. Just find an internet company to buy, and then all that was left was to wait and make a lot of money. Notify Colin Howard to exchange all the stocks of Google, Microsoft and other companies in my hands for fruit stocks as soon as possible. In the director's trailer on the Italian beach set, Wayne took advantage of the break from lunch and suddenly told Nina, "Be quick." The assistant opened her mouth in surprise. "What?" Recently, the crazy rise in the shares of North American internet companies has almost become a normal state, and there is a trend of getting crazier and crazier. Not to mention other people, even the low-level workers in the crew. The content of their chats is full of topics about stocks, which shows how much money they make. Her boss chose to do the opposite at this time, which made Nina want to rush up and peel off her boss's face to see if there was a fool underneath. "Nina, don't forget." Seeing the assistant's face full of surprise, she was stunned for a while, and she didn't even notice that the fashion magazine she was reading fell to the ground. Wayne shook his head helplessly, put down the sandwich in his hand, stretched out a finger, and shook it left and right in front of the other person's eyes. "I never thought about making money from the stock market. The main reason why I bought shares of Google and other companies was to preserve the value of my funds." Nodding thoughtfully, Nina turned her glasses back and forth behind her thick glasses. After hesitating for a few seconds, she couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "Boss, do you think it's dangerous now?" She still remembered that when Wayne first entered Hollywood, part of his film remuneration was invested in the stock market, and the operator was Colin Howard, the son of Howard Sr., the accountant of the Greenberg family. After this part of the money was thrown into the stock market, her boss never paid attention to it again. Even if he later took out a loan to buy a manor or to invest in Warner Brothers, he never thought of using this part of the money. Facts have also proved that with the speed at which her boss makes money, there is no need to think of using this money. Whether it is the loan for the manor or the loan for the investment in Warner Brothers, it is nothing compared to his money-making speed that is comparable to a money printing machine. Just now, when the stock market is growing wildly, the boss of the company is actually doing the opposite, trying to sell the shares that others can't even grab and choose to exchange for the fruit company. There is no doubt that the other party has seen the crisis that others have not seen. Believe me, Nina, it's not just me who feels the danger. Speaking of this, Wayne tapped his fingers lightly on the table and said mysteriously, "It's like a balloon. Everyone is desperately blowing air into it. No one is willing to stop. Even if a small number of people have noticed the danger of the balloon exploding, they will pretend to be stupid to the end. I even think that most people know the danger, but they are extremely confident that there will definitely be someone behind them who will take over their position and continue to blow this balloon desperately." After thinking about it carefully, Nina couldn't help but suggest, "Boss, my personal analysis is that this crazy growth trend will continue for at least a few years." "Are we?" "Nina, I said that my funds are for value preservation. There is no need to take any risks to increase the value." Jay shook his head firmly, and Wayne emphasized again, "Go and inform Colin Howard. I remember that I didn't buy many shares back then. I should be able to withdraw from the position soon." In fact, in the early 1990s, the fundamental reason why he chose to buy shares of Google and Oracle was to leave himself a way out. At that time, even he himself was not sure whether he could continue to be smooth sailing in Hollywood. After all, anyone who is not a fool can understand that in this circle, talent is not even worth shit. To continue to succeed, you have to rely on opportunities and luck in the early stage. At least when buying those shares back then, he could live a good life when Wayne completely failed and was completely abandoned by the production company. Now it seems that this part of the insurance is obviously redundant. Not to mention other things, just holding the shares of Warner Brothers and the film copyrights of Greenberg Studios can not only ensure that he will not lack money for the rest of his life, but also ensure that little Fendi will not have to worry about money since childhood. "Boss, I must remind you that this money is probably much more than you think." Her boss may not care about this money, but as a close assistant who controls his entire wealth, she will not ignore this money. Nina still remembers that since 1995, with the popularity of the Mosaic browser, the internet has begun to attract public attention on a large scale. Of course, the old money and investors in North America, as well as the group of vampires on Wall Street who control the world's finance, have also been interested. So since 1995, the shares of internet companies have been slowly increasing, especially the shares of three major technology companies. including internet network infrastructure companies, such as WorldCom, internet tool software companies, such as Netscape, and the most important and conspicuous portals, such as Google and Yahoo, all have been driving on the fast track. Especially Yahoo, since its first public offering in 1996. The price increase has been unreasonable, even bystanders will be scared. It just so happens that Wayne invested in these three major internet companies. Nina recalled for a moment and continued, I remember that Colin bought about $10 million worth of Microsoft and Oracle stocks according to your request, and later bought shares of Google, Apple, etc. Boss, if you choose to cash out the money you invested in the stock market at this time, the total value is expected to be no less than $100 million. This does not include a small part of Apple's shares. Don't take out this money. Wayne shook his head directly. Although he was also surprised by the money, he had no intention of cashing out and leaving. Change it all into Apple shares and keep it in your hands. Okay. Although she didn't understand the boss's actions, Nina nodded. I will notify Colin after lunch. That's right. Wayne was an ordinary person at the bottom of society in his previous life, and he was also an ordinary person with a very small circle of friends. It can be said that all the information about internet companies he learned came from various self-media that were becoming increasingly convenient, but in fact he didn't know the value of them. The reason why he chose to invest in Microsoft and Oracle was because Gacy and Kuangren were too famous. They were so famous that in the subconscious of countless people, Gacy had always been the richest man in the world. Of course, there was another more famous person, that was Boss Joe. Now it was the end of 1998, and everyone was red-eyed and staring at the time point of internet shares. Wayne knew that this situation would continue for more than a year until the balloon exploded with a bang, and then countless people would line up on the top floor of the Empire State Building and jump down like dumplings. He couldn't remember the specific time of the internet century bubble, and he couldn't remember how much companies such as Google, Microsoft and Oracle lost in this bubble, but he always remembered that, even before he fell asleep, the supply chain master cook was still harvesting leeks all over the world with fruits. Therefore, Wayne's choice was very clear, that is, to sell other shares and exchange them all for safer Apple. There is a piece of information that is very telling. That is, the current star internet company Amazon has a market value of about $50 billion, and he remembered that the market value of this company before he came here was 20 times that of the current one. Amazon is like this, and Google, Microsoft and the like must be even stronger. But Wayne's purpose is not to gamble. Even if he knows that these companies have recovered after 10 years of the internet bubble and even developed on a larger scale, he has no need to gamble. Because this is no different from buying at the top and then being locked up for 10 years. At least in the 10 years when these internet companies are catching their breath, this part of the money cannot be moved. If we analyze it from a God's perspective, for a long time, these star internet companies have not only not been shaken in this bubble, but also are obviously underestimated compared to their later scale. But in the short term, these companies are obviously overvalued. The fear of stock market investment is to buy in the short-term holding mentality with the reason of optimistic long-term value. That is a tragedy and a feast of horror movies. In fact, not only Wayne understands, but many people also think that, after seeing the increasingly crazy internet stock prices, such endless and rapid balloon blowing will definitely explode one day. It's just that 99.99% of people think that they are the exception and someone will definitely take over their shares in the end. There are never just one or two people who hold this fluke mentality, and there is never a shortage of people all over the world. If we look at the entire history of the United States, we can find that this country has never had any great plans. It has always taken one step at a time and then continued to rely on technological breakthroughs made by top elites to survive. The relative national conditions also represent the thinking of the people on this land. That is, there is no long-term plan, and it can even be said to be short-sighted, because they always believe that, even if something bad happens, there will be elites who suddenly jump out to solve the problem. This is a thought that has been rooted in the hearts of ordinary people in North America for hundreds of years, and it is also the value that the North American elite class exports to the ordinary class. The essence of similar values is actually to prevent ordinary people from uniting. Everyone knows that in this world, ordinary people account for more than 99% of the total population, and the wealthy people in the elite class are a minority. The significance of the existence of similar values is to make ordinary people believe that this universal value will help them hold the last bottom line and protect them when ordinary people need help. As the elite class, they should also abide by the rules of the existence of this universal value and cannot infringe on the rights and interests of most ordinary people. However, what is the real situation in the world? Throughout the history of North America, plunder and oppression have never disappeared, but have been replaced by capital in many good-looking ways to continue to achieve it. The rapid rise of internet stocks has even made the crew members in Italy talk about which internet stocks are rising fast. Wayne stood at the door of the director's trailer with his arms folded, as if he saw a group of figures draped in darkness, standing behind countless ordinary people, silently waving their sickles at a high speed. After lunch break, the crew continued to shoot intermittent action scenes. Quite chaotic scenes continued to be staged on the beach, and Wayne was also thinking about everything related to the film. He knew that the highly successful Wonder Woman was actually made by a female director, so in the handling of many shots and stories, he could stand from a female perspective without any obstacles, which is one of the reasons for the unique charm of this movie with a female lead. If you say it, the situation faced by the female director at that time was completely different from what he is facing now. Speaking of Patty Jenkins, if there was no Wonder Woman, she would be a pure art film director in the subconscious of most people. But Wayne is completely different. Although he also has a strong artistic attribute, from the day he entered Hollywood, people knew that this young man cared about commercial achievements while taking into account art. So when he was shooting Wonder Woman, his purpose was not so pure, and the degree of freedom he got was not comparable to that of a female director who was eager to transform. In comparison, the era in which Wayne lived caused this film to have both advantages and risks. The advantage is that in the late 1990s, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, which was still the mainstream idea of commercial films and the idea that was best accepted by movie fans. The risk, of course, is the perspective. Wayne made almost no major changes in Wonder Woman, so to some extent, without the blessing of universal feminist thinking, some male audiences will definitely feel disgusted. The current situation is actually quite similar to when he made Joker. It is rare to see such a film in which all the shots revolve around a woman, and a movie with a production cost of up to $200 million has never appeared at all. What Wayne has to face is the strange eyes of fans from the beginning, and then find a way to make fans accept such a type of setting. And all his confidence comes from this role that is familiar to countless people, and the character setting is extremely in line with the taste of fans of this era. That is, tall, big and complete. At least in Diana Prince, he designed it this way. But there is another special character, that is Clark, the Superman later. In fact, he has given enough hints from the previous few films. Wayne will ruthlessly strip the tall, big and complete character from Superman, and then find a weakness for Superman, and pull him down from the throne at the beginning. Regardless of the environment he grew up in or other designs, at least let the fans see the humanity in Superman. This step is undoubtedly in preparation for the Justice League. Otherwise, once Superman appears, everyone else will become dispensable. Especially Batman, who is extremely popular. Compared with Superman's invincibility, this hero with the superpower of being very rich will definitely be set off as a dispensable minion, or a cheerleader. On the set, Diana Prince's action scenes were being filmed. Wayne never easily expressed his opinions on these scenes that he was not good at, and all relied on the action director and stunt team to direct. And only when he encountered a performance that made him dissatisfied would he come out from behind the monitor. Boss, I don't know if it's good news. Seeing that the crew was about to finish work and end today's filming, Nina covered her mouth and hung up the phone, leaning close to Wayne and reporting in a low voice. Wayne asked casually, "What's wrong?" Nina tilted her head gently in the direction of Angelina Jolie. "A European actress is coming to visit you." "Ha, it's the one you mentioned, the global beauty. I hope she and the hot chick Angelina Jolie won't fight in your suite." Do you want me to notify her in advance so that our Wonder Woman can go back to her room? Global Beauty? F***K. You mean Monica Bellucci? Chapter 723. The most seductive movie character in history. Monica Bellucci, like a peach that has just ripened from the inside out, wearing a simple pair of light blue tight jeans and a pure white t-shirt, with a curious look on her face, broke into the rather chaotic beach set. In comparison, her popularity is not high, but she has attracted the attention of all men since she entered the set with her extremely simple daily outfit. Monica Bellucci, who has been accustomed to such scenes, does not care about the praise or the stares in the eyes of the crew. She followed behind the assistant director Schwartz, curiously observing the crew, while thinking in her heart how to regain contact with the man this time. Today, Monica Bellucci, even in her hometown of Italy, has not developed smoothly, and the thing she regrets most now is that she ran back to Europe from Hollywood and missed the little network she had built with great difficulty. Hi, Monica, long time no see. Wayne never cared about other people's eyes. When he saw the woman coming with Schwartz, he opened his arms and hugged her. Monica Bellucci showed her charm different from that of a North American girl, with a smile on her lips. Long time no see, Wayne. Observing the woman in front of him, Wayne nodded secretly, with a playful look in his eyes that all men understand. Monica Bellucci is now undoubtedly at her best age. This woman is different from traditional European and American women. On the contrary, as she grows older, her temperament becomes more fascinating. Are you curious? After the two of them exchanged a simple greeting, Wayne saw that the other party's eyes were wide open, curiously observing everything around him, especially the staff packing up the equipment and the venue, the main actors who were removing their makeup, and the reporters surrounding the actors. He lit a cigarette and stood beside the woman and asked casually, "How is it? Is it very different from the filming scenes in Europe?" Nodding slightly, Monica Bellucci said directly, "I thought the crew of The Matrix was already large and complicated enough, but I didn't expect your crew to be even larger. The traditional European film crew does not have so many staff members involved, and most film directors will have multiple positions." Wayne certainly understood what the woman said. Although the birthplace of the world's 8th art, film, is on this continent of Europe, if you really talk about it seriously, the location of the world's film center has gradually shifted to Los Angeles as early as the 1970s and 1980s. A very important point is commercialization. Under the increasingly perfect commercial framework of Hollywood, the film industry has basically been divided into countless professional types. Professional people doing professional things has become a common consensus. But in Europe, which has gradually lost the last bit of glory of film, it is still stubbornly following the ancient tradition and constantly shooting films with obvious artistic attributes. For this kind of film, not to mention film investors, even ordinary movie fans know that it basically does not make money, so it is relatively difficult to obtain investment, and the amount is much less. Wayne believes that no director is willing to take on multiple roles and work in a small workshop-like crew. In fact, they are all forced to do so. "Do you want me to take you around?" The crew's huge convoy drove away from the beach set. After the car started moving, Monica Bellucci's big eyes turned twice, looked at the man next to her, and suggested, "If your time permits, I can take you around. Some places in my hometown are very beautiful." "Forget it, my work schedule in Italy is very tight this time." Putting down the director's notebook in his hand, Wayne calculated the shooting time and shook his head. He turned to look at the woman next to him and asked curiously, "Why did you call to visit me on duty?" "Well, I mean, how did you know I was in Italy? Hey, there are entertainment media in Italy too." Monica Bellucci resisted the urge to roll her eyes, looked at the man's tough and handsome face, and asked stiffly, "Don't say you don't welcome me. How is that possible?" Shrugging exaggeratedly, Wayne deliberately moved his head closer to the face of the woman next to him, and under the other's gaze, he gently put his head close to the woman's ear and whispered praise, "You are so beautiful that it is unbelievable. Believe me, no man would not welcome you." They were all adults. After a simple test, the two of them tacitly accepted the relatively ambiguous distance, and the strangeness of not seeing each other for a long time quickly disappeared from the two of them. In fact, Wayne knew very well that the few days they spent together in Los Angeles was a pure transaction. The woman gave her body that interested her and got a precious opportunity to appear in Hollywood. Although the role in The Matrix was not big, it was not so easy to get. The transaction was over, which meant that there would be no more entanglement between the two. The rules of the game for adults have always been like this, and Monica Bellucci also deeply understood this truth. So after filming The Matrix, she never took the initiative to contact Wayne again. Both parties got what they wanted, which meant that this transaction made both parties very happy. Under normal circumstances, there was no need for contact between the two. It happened that this woman took the initiative to find him again after such a long time, and Wayne had guessed something. Unless he was a fool, he would believe it, because of the so-called reminiscing. To put it bluntly, there was no past to talk about between the two of them. What they had was just a transaction between an adult man and a woman, pure as could be. So, you want to go to Los Angeles to try your luck again. After slamming the car door shut, the two got off the car in the hotel parking lot, and Wayne turned around and chatted with the woman next to him. Yes, Wayne. The woman did not hide anything, walked slowly beside the man, and said directly, "I'm 34 years old this year, and I don't have much time to waste." While waiting for the elevator, Wayne deliberately looked at the woman next to him from top to bottom again. To a certain extent, this woman's appearance and figure are definitely the most resistant type, especially compared with traditional European and American women. She is like being favored by God. You know, the youth preservation period of North American women generally declines rapidly after the age of 30, but on this woman, not only has her figure not changed, but even the most common wrinkles have not appeared. Monica Bellucci, who is already 34 years old, seems to have just reached her most beautiful age. With a simple light makeup and the most ordinary clothes in life, she has become the most perfect fantasy object in the hearts of all men. When they walked into the hotel lobby and waited for the elevator, they only saw countless men's eyes, all of which were either hidden or blatantly focused on her back, and they knew how much temptation this woman had for men. Wayne found that the men who were checking in had their eyes straightened when looking at Monica Bellucci, and some of them were holding the newspaper upside down when waiting for the elevator at a close distance. More staff members in the crew naturally showed the envy that all men understand on their faces. After getting on the elevator, he thought about it for a while and turned his head to look into the woman's eyes. "How about this, Monica? If you are willing, you can contact me in Los Angeles after June or July next year." There is no way. Before June or July next year, my work plan is extremely intensive. Next year. The woman's face instantly bloomed with a faint smile, and it was obvious that she had initially achieved her desired goal. The rest is nothing more than paying the price in advance. Without caring about Nina and the tall surgeon who were in the elevator, Monica Bellucci reached out and hugged the man's arm without thinking and said happily, "As long as you haven't finished filming in Italy, I will always be with you." Nodding slightly, Wayne's mouth corners slowly turned up. He likes sensible women, especially the woman next to him, who is so sensible that it is impossible to refuse. Since it is a deal that both parties have tacitly agreed to, then just show the only bargaining chip without hesitation. As for why he proposed next year, it is because he knows better than anyone that this woman is infinitely close to the movie that makes her famous all over the world. The director who made Cinema Paradiso in his second movie is probably now finished making The Legend of 1900. Then there is no doubt that the beautiful legend of Sicily that made this woman the flower of the earth has probably been prepared by the other party. Beautiful Legend of Sicily was released in 2000, and the filming time should be next year. And this Italian earth flower will become completely famous when she reaches the age of 36. Wayne didn't want this movie, or the role of Melina, to leave this woman because of his influence, so he pushed the time to next year. If this woman still yearns for Hollywood at that time, he will certainly not refuse to give her a chance. And the value of a completely famous Monica Bellucci is definitely not what it is now. Of course, there is Wayne's bad taste and feelings in it. The Beautiful Legend of Sicily is a movie that has influenced countless teenagers around the world. Someone once commented that this is a movie that every man wants to watch. Being called the most seductive movie in history and the most seductive role in history by countless men, he certainly doesn't want to disappear because of his influence. To this day, Wayne still remembers the version of The Beautiful Legend of Sicily that he watched in his youth, which was castrated for at least half an hour because of its bold scale. It was not until he started working in the film industry that he saw the original version on a certain website. Are you surprised to see me? Pushing open the door of the presidential suite, Wayne and his party just entered the room and saw Angelina Jolie sitting on the sofa. She immediately stared at Monica Bellucci, and then seeing the expressions of everyone, she said openly, "Don't forget, since I came to Italy, I have never returned to my room." Sitting on the sofa and picking up a cup, Wayne poured a cup of black tea by himself, completely ignoring the awkward Monica Bellucci, and looked at Angelina Jolie opposite. "My friends are visiting the set, and I thought you would go back tonight. I have some questions about the role, and I want to discuss it with you." Angelina Jolie knew what kind of person the man in front of her was, so she was not surprised at all. Instead, she stared at Monica Bellucci with interest and said frivolously, "Aha, it seems that you will have a hard time tonight. Not only do you have to guide me in acting, but there are also new friends joining us." Monica Bellucci frowned slightly. She now had a strong urge to turn around and leave, but looking at the provocation in the other woman's eyes, she did not feel embarrassed. She sat down next to the man in silence. Wayne's eyes kept wandering back and forth between the two women, and a smile began to slowly appear at the corners of his mouth. That's right, he originally thought that Angelina Jolie would take the initiative to return to her room after seeing Monica Bellucci to avoid any embarrassing situations. But now it seems that guiding one actress in acting is not as interesting as guiding two together. Especially Angelina Jolie, this woman has always been bold and unrestrained. It's not like she hasn't experienced three people together in Los Angeles. And Wayne also found that there was a hint of excitement in Angelina Jolie's eyes, which was interesting. Monica Bellucci looked at Wayne directly. This face, like a ripe peach, I'm afraid no man can resist it. He didn't hesitate at all, and even didn't bother to eat dinner. After nodding to the assistant lady, he immediately took the lead and walked to his bedroom. There is no doubt that the aesthetic he was most accustomed to was the soft and graceful oriental beauty. However, with the environment he has been exposed to since childhood, he now appreciates the three-dimensional and tough faces of European and American women. It just so happens that these two kinds of beauty exist relatively in Monica Bellucci. Wayne didn't hide it at all. He couldn't wait to get close to this kind of beauty. Besides, he also believed that a man who could not be attracted by Monica Bellucci and Angelina Jolie must be a fucking gay. Hey, I remember, didn't I customize a special set of Wonder Woman armor for you? Go put them on. I want to check whether you have integrated into this role. Come on. Monica, you are really favored by God. Your figure is just like a work of art. Wow. Nina walked to the door of the master bedroom helplessly and stretched out her hand to close the door that was not closed tightly. She and Sergey were both normal young men and women, and they definitely didn't want to hear any other strange noises, especially since she knew her boss's character too well. The appearance of the two women together would only make this guy more excited, and who knows what would happen at that time. Fortunately, the sound insulation of the hotel was very good. After she closed the door tightly, she and Sergey breathed a sigh of relief. Nina. Looks like we don't need to call the bosses for dinner, right? The Russian-American bear came to his room and reminded them specifically, but don't forget to bring me food, okay? Damn it, I won't forget. Nina weakly cursed and walked towards her room while complaining crazily. In that shitty game you played, Mario saved his princess and gave him some gold coins on the way. All you do is ask me to bring food all day long, and you never give me a penny. And those three people in the room, I swear now, after they tossed around for half the night, they will definitely remember to find food, so we have to prepare it together. Sergey heard her muttering, raised his hands and shrugged. Nina, don't say that I'm useless, okay? Go back to your room and play games. Okay. Chapter 724 Transition. The fireworks team is already preparing on the set outside London. Wayne, you better speed up your work in Italy. There are too many things waiting for you to deal with. Moreover, for the release time. Wayne leaned against the bed with his mobile phone, listening to Bruce Rosenblum's chatter on the other end of the phone. He reached for the cigarette on the bedside table with one hand, took out one, and put it in his mouth, and then reached for the lighter again. A white and slender arm appeared in front of him, picked up the lighter with a click, lit it and placed it in front of his cigarette. Glancing at Monica Bellucci, who was still in a daze, Wayne moved the cigarette in his mouth slightly forward, took a puff, nodded to the naked woman, and muttered, "Thank God, Monica, you are so beautiful." Monica Bellucci covered her mouth with one hand and yawned. "You're welcome." "Hey, Wayne, what's the thank you? I'm talking to you." Bruce Ressenblum's puzzled voice came from the phone, and then he seemed to think of something, and stopped talking in an instant. "Aha, calling you so early, am I disturbing you? F***K, let's get on with business." Wayne's eyes left Monica Bellucci's upper body with difficulty, squinting his eyes, and staring at the sunlight coming in from the window. Dazzling, and refreshing. "Bruce, the fireworks team of Warner Brothers, After a pause, he continued, "What I need is to restore the battlefield scenes of World War II as much as possible, so there will definitely not be exaggerated explosion effects for visual impact in Wonder Woman. I will let John communicate with them again." On the phone, Bruce Ressenblum answered happily, "Of course, Warner Brothers will give the fireworks team enough support." Until now, Wayne's team has not had its own fireworks team. This is related to the type of films he shot before. Basically, small-scale explosions are all used by the fireworks team from Warner Brothers. You know, although the primary goal of explosives used in filming is for visual effects, they are extremely dangerous items and professions after all. Therefore, even if there are no professional pyrotechnicians and fireworks teams, Wayne is unwilling to pull a group of people to form one. This thing is too professional. If it is not played well, it will be a big accident. In addition, there are not many explosions in his films, so he has simply used the professional team within Warner Brothers. In the film Wonder Woman, there are a lot of scenes of the battlefields of World War II. As expected, the fireworks team of Warner Brothers has already rushed to the Warner Studios outside London to prepare. And because of Wayne's requirement to restore the real battlefields of World War II as much as possible, the fireworks team needs to conduct continuous experiments to find a more suitable blasting effect and explosive ratio, which will inevitably require the strong support of Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers' branch in the UK has completely coordinated with the London city government to support the crew's filming and has signed a contract. Bruce Ressenblum continued to communicate with Wayne over the phone about the relevant filming arrangements. The two most important points are all settled. When you bring the crew to London, the World War II weapons and equipment needed for filming will be borrowed from the London Military Museum, including the tanks you specified. And most importantly, the London city government has helped to make the contact. When you need it, the UK will send a force of about 600 people to assist you in the relevant filming and framing work. Listening to the arrangements from the phone, Wayne stared at the sunlight coming through the curtains and nodded with satisfaction. In fact, whether it is the army or the old World War II weapons and equipment, or even the blasting methods of the World War II period that can be imitated, none of them are the protagonists of this movie. This Wonder Woman has only one protagonist, that is Diana Prince. However, with Wayne's current global fame and the importance that Warner Brothers attaches to him, he still got the best cooperation when he proposed to restore the truth as much as possible. Although Warner Brothers knew very well that these preparations that cost a lot of manpower and material resources, as well as related relationships and favors, were just background boards in some films, no one dared to ignore his request. Wayne, the British government provides a lot of convenient conditions for the crew, including the police force, to help clear the scene and close the streets when shooting city shots. Listening to Bruce Ressenblum's words on the phone, Wayne began to become a little hesitant. He knew that the local city government would definitely not provide these convenient services unconditionally. He didn't mind at all. Equivalent exchange is the norm, so he asked directly into the receiver, "Tell me, what do they want the crew to do?" The city government and the British representatives have two requirements. Seeing that Wayne was not unhappy, Bruce Ressenblum continued, "The first point is that all the low-level handymen, assistants, and various related temporary workers of the crew must be hired locally." Holding the mobile phone, he nodded silently, without any surprise. You know, when the crew arrives at the studio outside London and joins up with the team over there will probably be at least nearly 300 people. And this does not include the handymen and temporary workers who need to be hired temporarily, as well as the extras who need to be hired locally, and the army, provided by the British government. To ensure the lives of so many people, 3 meals a day alone can provide countless benefits to the local area. And those staff who need to be hired locally, who knows how many jobs can be created invisibly. The second point is that they don't want to see any bad scenes about Britain in your film. You know, they need to let fans around the world see their gentlemanly side. As for the rest, then, okay, I understand. This is not a realistic film about World War II. Don't worry. Wayne smiled knowingly. He had already thought about it. The realistic scenes in Saving Private Ryan made many sensitive people realize how huge the influence of the film is. Especially when a film is marketed around the world, let alone deliberately smearing. Even if it is a true restoration of the historical and ecological scenes of the year, many countries cannot accept it. As for the British Empire, everyone knows what the so-called gentleman's spirit is. Under that gentleman's face, there are precious qualities such as plunder, colonization, weakness, bullying the weak, and fearing the strong. At this point, all that is left of the British Empire is the gentlemanly character from the ancient tradition. So, you don't have much time. At the end of the conversation, Bruce Rosenblum finally reminded, it's best to speed up the work on your hands. Superman still has the opportunity to choose the release date, but Wonder Woman has no such flexible treatment since the day the project was launched. I understand. I will speed up my work in Italy. Let's do this for now. If you have anything, you can call me at any time. Just before Wayne was about to hang up the phone, he seemed to suddenly think of something and teased into the microphone again. Bruce, I hope you can call Nina's work number next time. I will be very grateful to you for respecting my private life. Aha, okay, you continue to enjoy it. After hanging up the phone, Wayne threw the phone on the bedside table, leaned against the bed with a cigarette in his mouth, and began to think. Bruce Rosenblum's reminder was actually very correct. He really didn't have much time at all. Not to mention the Superman that was still waiting, even the Wonder Woman that was currently being filmed. It would be a challenging task to complete the production before May next year. That's right, other films have the opportunity to choose their release date, but Wonder Woman doesn't. Because of the past years, fans have become accustomed to seeing DC superhero films produced by Greenberg at the beginning of the summer season. The brand effect established over many years and the viewing habits of fans cannot be easily broken by him. Therefore, Warner Bros. Announced the release date of Wonder Woman at the beginning of the project. Mid-May is the traditional release date for Wayne's works. As the most branded director and the most branded film under Warner Bros., no one will tolerate the unexpected delay of the release, including Wayne himself. Honey, do you want me to accompany you? Seeing that Wayne finished the call and looked at the time, he directly threw off the quilt and got out of bed and walked towards the bathroom. Monica Biloxi tilted her head and asked in a low voice, "No, taking a shower with you will definitely delay today's work." "Got, you don't know how beautiful you are." Wayne smiled and shook his head, opened the door of the bathroom and walked in. After a while, the sound of a shower came from inside. For Monica Biloxi, she was not at all overwhelmed by the man's praise, especially after glancing at Angelina Jolie who was still sleeping. This man was just talking at best. In fact, only the two women understood that the more beautiful and sexy they were in front of him, the more rude they would be treated. But all this was her own choice. At least choosing this young, handsome, and reputable man was better than accompanying those paunchy old perverts, and it might not be rewarded. Help wake up our Wonder Woman, and tell her that, if she is late, I will ask her to apologize to all 200 staff members in person. In less than 10 minutes, Wayne walked out of the bathroom, while wiping his hair. Throwing away the towel on her head, she took the sack prepared by Nina, and put it on. She didn't care about Angelina Jolie who was still sleeping. She just pointed at Monica Biloxi before going out. A heartless man, isn't he? Covering her mouth and yawning, Angelina Jolie reluctantly lifted the quilt and walked towards the bathroom under the gaze of another woman. Obviously, she didn't want to get any response from the Italian woman. Looking at this hot American girl, Monica Bellux's eyes slowly narrowed. Thinking of the madness of last night, she still clearly remembered how playful and open this woman was. Especially on the other's back, the bruises and marks of being slapped were very obvious. But she didn't look down on the other person at all, and she didn't have any contempt at all. She understood better than anyone that there was no difference between what she and this woman were doing. And relatively speaking, this woman was more ruthless than herself and was more eager to pursue her goals. Another day of boring and fragmented filming began. The entire crew only spent a little over a week, and the passion of the staff had gradually faded. But this also means that everyone switched from vacation status in the shortest time and entered the working state completely. The reason why Wayne was confident that he could complete such a huge and complex project in more than half a year was also due to this mature team behind the scenes. The source of his confidence was this team that skipped the running-in state and directly entered the tacit working state. The large-scale action scene on the beach is about to end. With the hard work of the action stunt team, the large-scale multi-person war scenes have ended. Now there are only a few action shots of the hero and heroine. But when shooting these shots, everyone discovered a situation. The action supervisor who temporarily directed the shooting could not command the two hero and heroine. At first, no one noticed anything special. After all, in this crew, in addition to the power beast Wayne who ranks first, the hero and heroine are also important figures ranked among the top few. Even to some extent, Angelina Jolie and Matt Damon are more important than several assistant directors. This is the most common situation in Hollywood. In order to reflect their status in the crew and to reflect the harsh and strict class in the Hollywood crew, it is normal for the male and female protagonists to look at people with their eyes rolled. But when the morning was almost over, they didn't even finish shooting a complete shot, which was very abnormal. So slowly, the staff also found out that there was no other reason. It was simply that in the eyes of the male and female protagonists, as the temporary action director, they had no power to command them unscrupulously. Dear Ms. Jolie, Mr. Damon, can you also share with me what you have encountered that made you so happy that you need to laugh? Originally, when this situation occurred, the producer should have come forward to control the situation. But when Nina reported the situation to Wayne, who was making a shooting plan in the director's trailer, he appeared directly on the set, with a face as cold as a robot and questions without any emotion. The way Wayne stood next to the action director made everyone shrink their necks in an instant, including the male and female protagonists who were just smiling. Come on, answer me, Miss Jolie. Wayne unceremoniously stretched out a finger and tapped Angelina Jolie's forehead. This action was actually quite insulting, but no one, including Angelina Jolie herself, dared to refute it at this time. Answer me, you and Steve, who was just rescued, hid behind the reef, and watched the tribesmen fight for you, and the tribesmen fight with outsiders. Why can you laugh? Looking at the man's finger close at hand in the other's face without any emotion, Angelina Jolie said hesitantly, "Sorry, Wayne. Sorry, Director Greenberg." Matt Damon shrugged and whispered at the same time, "Ladies and gentlemen, I think you have made a mistake in apologizing to the wrong person." As he said that, Wayne took 2 steps back, leaving the somewhat bewildered action director in place. Angelina Jolie and Matt Damon looked at each other, and both understood the meaning in each other's eyes. In fact, they had never expected that when they saw that the crew was about to finish the beach scene, Wayne would come out to help control the scene. "Sorry, Thompson. Sorry, Thompson." Without any hesitation, the two nodded to the action supervisor in front of them and expressed their apologies. "Continue shooting. The day after tomorrow at the latest, we will rush to the next location." Seeing that the action supervisor took over their apologies, Wayne waved his hand and said to the staff around him. As his words fell, the scene seemed to come alive suddenly, and all the staff bowed their heads and made preparations for shooting. No one felt that the male and female protagonists lost face when they bowed to the action supervisor, because including the 2 star actors who had just apologized, they all knew that this was Wayne's crew, this was Wayne's territory, and Wayne was the only tyrant in the crew who did not have to abide by the rules, and no one was willing to challenge his authority easily. Even John Gray, who was a producer, could not do it unless someone wanted to be kicked out, and then there was a high probability that he would never find a job again. Boss, you know better than anyone that there is no point in doing this. After returning to the trailer, Nina saw Wayne rubbing his forehead, opening the director's notebook again, and starting to write and draw, and whispered, "They are the male and female protagonists. They are the most important people in this crew. Even if you ask them to apologize, it can't change this fact. But at least it can make the filming go smoothly for 2 days." This is a common phenomenon in Hollywood, and Wayne is of course very clear. Not to mention Angelina Jolie and Matt Damon. Even within his own behind-the-scenes team, the hierarchy is still very clear. Just like when Wayne is not there, the camera director is the undisputed core of the team. My importance and power are greater than yours, so I will naturally look down on you, unless one day you surpass me in importance and power. This is the jungle law of Chilalo. After 2 weeks of filming, the beach finally returned to silence, leaving only a little trace of being trampled by horses and staff. The crew's huge convoy hit the road again, heading towards the next location, Monte Castello in Puglia, southeastern Italy. Along with the crew, in addition to Monica Bellucci who was sitting in the director's car, there was also a young actress named Amanda Seyfried who had just arrived from North America. The young actress came just in time. In Wayne's filming plan, a lot of Diana Prince's childhood scenes will be shot in Monte Castle. The scenes where Diana Prince obtains a sword and other items before leaving Paradise Island will also be shot in this castle. Chapter 725, Pretend Not to See. As time slowly entered November, Wayne was filming Wonder Woman while constantly communicating with Los Angeles and other places through Nina, keeping an eye on the progress of several projects he invested in. Gradually, it was the end of 1998. The most eye-catching information was the seemingly endless upward trend of the Nasdaq. Behind the carnival of North American stock investors, many people also saw the crisis. The unpredictable state of the stock market had nothing to do with Wayne at this time. Accountant and investment consultant Colin Howard cleared out his internet company stocks as soon as he received Nina's call. Whether it was Google, Microsoft or Oracle, these stocks were now absolutely hot in the market, and the matter was moving very fast. The only helpless thing was that fruit was also hot, and Colin Howard could only slowly absorb the scattered shares on the market. No one could deny that, since Boss Joe was kicked out of the fruit company and then made a comeback in Hollywood with Pixar, he once again took over the fruit company, which brought confidence to countless investors. The preparatory work for the Lord of the Rings crew in New Zealand has entered the final stage, and a large number of actors have been training for a period of time. According to Peter Jackson's plan, the film will officially start shooting after the Oscars. The John Wick project has already started shooting, and King Kong, directed by Roland Emmerich, also held a press conference for its launch recently. Not to mention the attention brought by Naomi Watts. Just the controversy brought by Roland Emmerich has caused this film to fall into a media discussion before it was produced. There is no way. From the preparation to the press conference, the information obtained by the media shows that this is still a monster movie with a huge monster as the absolute protagonist on the screen, which is easy to remind people of the failed Godzilla. In fact, monster movies, like zombie movies and grindhouse horror movies, have always had many fans in North America, and there are also a large number of monster fans. From the fact that Universal Pictures likes to make this type of movie and is still making this type of movie, it can be seen that the fans' pursuit of monster movies is not low. But so far, the only really popular movie is undoubtedly Steven Spielberg's Jurassic Park. Apart from this movie series, other follow-up productions have basically all failed, and the market results achieved are not ideal at all. Just like this year's Godzilla, this huge investment monster made Roland Emmerich fall flat on his face and almost completely consumed his previous credibility in the film company. Hollywood has always been an extremely realistic place. When you can shoot a popular movie and bring huge profits to the film company, then there is no doubt that you are the darling of the entire film company. But when you have hundreds of millions of dollars in investment and you can't even make a splash in the market, they will abandon you without hesitation. And they will not easily give you a chance to turn over, because no company will believe that your next movie will be absolutely successful. Hollywood directors with ups and downs in their careers are definitely not a Western spectacle in the circle, but some people completely disappear from this circle after failure. Some people can patiently look for opportunities after failure and return to the mainstream market. However, there is also a type of director who makes all Hollywood film companies extremely headache, and the representative figure is Ridley Scott. This guy's like a scratch-off ticket. If you win, it is basically a good movie that makes a lot of money. If you don't win, you can still cheat the film companies. But this guy has a high status in the circle. For Roland Emmerich today, King Kong is his hope for a comeback. Although the salary in the director's contract is completely inconsistent with his worth, he can't find a better choice except for King Kong, a project with a large investment scale. Even though it is already November, the sun in Los Angeles is still scorching, but the warm sun is still blocked outside the studio. In the largest studio in Warner Studios, the King Kong crew has been conducting special shooting since the start of filming. I didn't expect that movies can be shot like this. Nicole Kidman found that everyone's attention was focused on the actor who was performing when she entered the studio. She had originally arranged to visit Naomi Watts' class, and when she saw the actor performing, she muttered in surprise. The staff member leading the way heard her exclamation, turned around, stretched out a finger, and put it in front of her mouth, signaling her to keep quiet. When Nicole Kidman was led to Naomi Watts by the staff, she found that this best friend, who was also from Australia, was also concentrating on watching the male actor performing a special performance in the crowd. Great job, Andy. Let's take a 15-minute break. It was not until the shouting of the film director Peter Jackson that the quiet atmosphere in the studio was broken, and the staff began to move at the same time to check the equipment on the male actor. Hi, Nicole. Naomi Watts waited until this section of filming was over, turned around and found her best friend standing next to her. Sorry, I was so absorbed in watching it just now. When did you get here? Hi, Naomi. I just got here not long ago too. Nicole Kidman greeted her while taking a chair handed over by an assistant and sat down next to her fellow Australian. However, her eyes still drifted towards the actor from time to time, her eyes full of curiosity. Naomi, is this the motion capture rumored? Nodding, Naomi Watts said, yes, in fact, this is also my first time to get close to this. Since the great success of The Flash this year, the motion capture shooting technology used in the film has begun to enter the sight of people in the industry. For many people in Hollywood, they have only heard of this shooting technology, but have not seen how it is shot, so Nicole Kidman is particularly curious. You know, since Wayne has used this technology extensively, it's like opening a door for many directors. Seeing that the other party was very curious, Naomi Watts shrugged and explained, Roland Emmerich also chose motion capture. After all, with the cooperative relationship between Warner Brothers and Industrial Light and Magic, an entire special effects team from Industrial Light and Magic can join the crew. Pay attention to the patches on Andy's body. Those are actually sensors that can capture all his movements into the computer. Nicole Kidman smiled and shook her head. Don't tell me that this actor plays a gorilla. Yes, you guessed it. Andy plays a gorilla. Naomi Watts leaned back in her chair and laughed as she spoke. Can you imagine? In the film, I actually have to be held in the hands of such a virtual gorilla many times. Believe me, Naomi. Nicole Kidman put her handbag aside and looked up and down at her best friend. It's better than being caught by a real gorilla. Mrs. Cruz, who is an insider, only listened to some explanations and thought of the benefits of shooting in this way. At least it saves time consuming special effects modeling, so that this exaggerated gorilla can be synthesized directly on the computer. The studio was crowded with people, and dozens of staff members were walking back and forth, all working around the director's team. It can be seen that director Roland Emmerich is constantly communicating with the members of the Industrial Light and Magic team. Everyone is like a wound-up spring, constantly working hard for the filming of the film. Looking at all this in front of her, Nicole Kidman soon found something unusual. That is, in this small rest area of her best friend, no one came to disturb her. It can be said that in the whole busy studio, Naomi Watts was surprisingly quiet except for two waiting assistants. There is no doubt that everyone is unaware of her relationship with Wayne. Even ordinary people in North America know that she gave birth to a little princess for the Greenberg family. Therefore, when she joined the crew of the project invested and produced by Wayne, she was naturally one of the highest ranking ones. Even in the eyes of many staff members, the title of one of them could be removed, because once there was some conflict, everyone believed that the producer of Warner Brothers would stand by this woman without hesitation and shout. This is the influence brought by Wayne Greenberg. Nicole Kidman is very familiar with this feeling. She had the same scene in the past few years. After all, the title of Mrs. Cruz is not nice to hear, but it is definitely useful. I heard that this project was made by Wayne specifically for you? Looking back at the face of the woman in front of her, Nicole Kidman smiled and teased, TSK, Naomi, this is a big project with an investment of more than $160 million US. It seems that Wayne really cares about you. It seems to be a joke between friends, but Naomi Watts is not a naive person. She has grown a lot in the circle over the years. In particular, she has keenly heard some sour meaning from the other party's teasing. She suddenly remembered a sentence Wayne said by chance. Friends are always afraid that you are not doing well, but they are also afraid that you are doing too well. Until now, she still remembers that when she first arrived in Hollywood, the other party did provide her with some small help, but at that time, the other party was Mrs. Cruz, who was high above everyone else, and the absolute core of all the Australian gangs. Nicole, you should know what kind of nature men like them are. Shaking her head helplessly, Naomi Watts had no intention of showing off at all, but said in a weak tone, do you think I'm worth $160 million US? Even I know that no woman is worth that much money. To put it bluntly, Wayne invested in this project because it can make him money. As for the rumors outside, such as writing a script for me, investing for me, and asking Warner Brothers for a professional team for me, just listen to it, don't take it seriously. There was a sentence that instantly hit Nicole Kidman's empathy point. That is, what kind of nature men like them are. There is no doubt that they refers to the successful bigwigs in the circle. Wayne Greenberg belongs to this category, and Tom Cruise also belongs to this category. Even Will Smith, who was promoted by Wayne, has also joined this circle. Thinking about the constant conflicts between her and Tom Cruise in recent months, Nicole Kidman deeply felt a sense of malice. And as far as she knows, the same situation exists between Will Smith and his wife. The two basically play their own games and neither of them disturbs the other. Nicole Kidman shook her head with self-mockery and said casually, oh, Nami, is there really no loyal man in Hollywood? Yes, and there must be quite a few. Naomi Watts put away her smile and said seriously, but those loyal men are most likely losers. We all know how many temptations a successful man has to face in this circle. This society is too unfair to us women. Nicole Kidman said, to be honest, Nami, I don't know how to maintain a harmonious relationship between two people now. Thinking of the frequent news and entertainment newspapers during this period of time, Naomi Watts understood what the other party meant. The conflict between Tom Cruise and Mrs. Cruz has been hyped up by the gossip tabloids. Looking at her best friend who was still as beautiful as ever, Naomi Watts whispered, as long as you can't see it, just pretend it didn't happen. What? This is just a little advice I give you, Nicole. As long as you haven't seen it with your own eyes, just pretend it didn't happen at all. This is a helpless choice to maintain a harmonious relationship. Of course, the premise is that you still want to maintain harmony between the two of you. Nodding silently, Nicole Kidman didn't continue the topic. She certainly knew that doing so could maintain the marriage, and most of the marriages between celebrities in the circle were maintained in this way. But she really couldn't do it. Nicole Kidman knew that she could have a better development and had greater ambitions. Perhaps she had been called Mrs. Cruz enough now. Every time she heard someone call her that, she would feel disgusted from the bottom of her heart for no reason. Shaking her head vigorously, Nicole Kidman temporarily put aside her messy thoughts, looked at the only idle woman in the busy studio, and asked, forget it, let's not talk about this. I see that you are quite relaxed on the set. Have you brought little Fendi back? No, she is still at Greenberg Farm in Ventura. Speaking of her daughter, Naomi Watts' face naturally put on a smile. The little guy likes to stay on the farm. Any animal they can let Fendi play for a whole day. And Wayne also hopes that Fendi can stay on the farm for a few more years to avoid being exposed to the spotlight too early. You know, compared to me and Wayne, a pair of novice parents, it is obvious that Reuben and Anna know how to accompany their children to grow up. Unlike us, a pair of unqualified parents, they are more loved by children as grandparents. Sometimes Naomi Watts is also confused. According to the traditional North American thinking, there is absolutely no obligation to help children take care of their children. But as a Jewish family, neither Reuben Greenberg nor Anna Greenberg felt that little Fendi disturbed their lives. Instead, they loved the little granddaughter very much. Speaking of the little girl, Nicole Kidman sighed sincerely, "No, believe me, Nami, when Fendi grows up, she will know how lucky she is to be born in such a family." In fact, both women know that it is not how lucky they are to be born in such a family, but how lucky they are to have such a father when they are born. As the only descendant of the Greenberg family, it can be said that, since the time when they were young, they have solved the problem that troubles 99% of human beings for a lifetime: money. With Wayne's ability and speed to make money, even if this child spends his life to ruin his family, when he grows up, he will probably have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of his life. Hey, you are not reading the script of King Kong? When the two women talked about their children, the atmosphere became much warmer. When they were chatting, Nicole Kidman suddenly found that the script that had been spread out on the table in front of each other was not the King Kong that was being filmed. You mean this? This is a novel published by Wayne's mother, Anna Greenberg, in her early years. Seeing her best friend looking at the spread out novel, Naomi Watts didn't think too much about it and naturally picked it up and put it in her hand. Wayne's mother gave it to me when I went back to the farm to accompany Fendi this time. At this point, she seemed to have thought of something interesting and said with a smile, "When Anna gave it to me, she vowed to tell me that Wayne would use this cold and cruel novel to get me the little golden statue of the best actress that all actresses want." Ha 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 ha. Oh my god, did she tell you which year's Oscar for Best Actress was reserved? Ha ha ha. Hearing Naomi Watts' words, Nicole Kidman also laughed teasingly, and the two women laughed together for a while. As senior practitioners in the industry, they know better than anyone that the Oscar for Best Actress has always been the most competitive award, without a doubt. And the Oscar for Best Actress is also the most uncertain award. Especially for actors like them who are too sweet and beautiful, they are naturally discriminated against by the Oscars, which makes it even more difficult to win the award. 3 billboards outside Ebbing, Missouri. After glancing at the name of the short story, Nicole Kidman memorized it in her mind without a word, and then put the novel on the table, showing no interest in opening it. "Where are we going this afternoon?" Seeing that lunchtime was about to arrive, Naomi Watts had no intention of staying. She just told the assistant of the crew and took Nicole Kidman with her, took the tram, and walked out of the studio. "I heard that channel has new autumn products. Okay, let's go to channel first." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.